Oh, much better. Much better. Appreciate you guys actually showing up for today. Woo! We haven't spoken to each other for a while. Usually I do a stream on Saturdays, but I have not been able to do so because I had some things that came up. So I need to be able to take care of that. For those who are walking in the building, I appreciate you automatically already. I've been out for a little bit. And if you manage to be here, just do me a favor, hit that like button. If you're new to this actual platform, do me a favor and subscribe as well. And today we're going to be tackling a pretty big one, to be honest with you. And that is pretty much, do racial reparations, do racial reparations create division more than actually does unity? And it's a loaded question. It's a loaded question, and it's not a simple answer to a yes or no kind of thing. Reparations have been a topic that has been polarized for a long time now. It's pretty much provokes a lot of different thoughts, and sometimes it inspires people. Some people, that is. So, what what is actually the reality that really comes up behind the idea of when it comes to dealing with reparations? Are reparations a way of healing historical events, um, historical wounds, I should say, or do they actually just risk creating more of a divide in 2024 than any other time due to that? Before we really dive into that, of course, I like to, of course, give everybody the shout out as to whoever showed up in the panel today. We are a small channel, so of course we like to bring people in. But of course, I like to be able to say hello to everybody who walked into the building. If you're just walking in, do me a favor, type in the chat, let yourself be known, build it together so that everybody can be able to talk with one another. And I got Locksmith Jeremy in here who also said, let's go. Ron is in here. Let's just go. I see some other people that's walking in here, but they haven't exactly made themselves known yet. Do me a favor, just make yourself known in the chat so that we can have very much good engagement with each other and be able to talk about the conversations as we go through the actual topic. Until then, what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay the groundwork as to what I've been thinking about when it comes to this conversation. And actually, we got Dan. Dan just popped up in here. Yo, he says he's done with work for today. Appreciate you for stopping in, my guy. All right, so this is going to be a lot because I thought about it for a while. I didn't know exactly where I was going to stop at. And I know this is a conversation that's been brought up for a while, but I want to make sure I brought it in my own opinionated fashion. But before I do that, let me go ahead and just start turning up my mic. Oh, no, my mic is already good, already up there. Cool. Hopefully I didn't mess with the music in the beginning of the stream, but okay, cool. Cop cars coming by right when I'm doing my own thing, and they cut off right in the middle down the block. Whatever. Fuck them. All right. So let's go a little bit into this, and I want to start first talking about the historical responsibilities, right? Let's start with the question of responsibility. So there's a strong feeling from some people, and often people without any really direct connection when it comes to slavery. Now, who ask? There are people who ask, why should we be held responsible for something that has happened hundreds of years ago? And it's a fair question. It is a fair question that has been brought to my attention. And when they think about it, they say, after all, slavery ended, and it ended over a century ago. And let's just be honest, many feel they weren't even involved in the wrongdoing of their ancestors. I do have to ask some questions though. Do we, in this age of 2024, right? Because that's what I'm going to hold it to, 2024. Is there an inherited implication versus a direct involvement? There's an argument that even if today's generations aren't directly responsible for slavery, that they may still feel, quote, the benefits from a system that were built on it. So, is it fair to say that historical, I guess if you want to say inequality, still affects people today? I guess I'm thinking how historical traumas pretty much persist in this age. And and what about the trauma that gets passed down through, quote, the generations? Does does the systemic inequality in areas like wealth, education, and even housing still owe some of its essence to that, quote, time period? And I guess the first question I'll start asking to a whole bunch of people who are here is, should current generations bear the financial or even the moral responsibility for the injustices of the past? That's gonna be my first question to you guys. I wish I had them written out. I wish I could think of a way to really put them forth so that you guys will see it on the screen. But I think about these things in real time. So sorry. Yeah, I don't really have my shows heavily scripted where I can write all the stuff down for you. But the question I just asked, and let me ask it again, is, should the current generation bear the financial or even the moral responsibility for the, quote, injustices of the past? A hold off. I know you ready. You ready to cook. Just hold off. Hold off, Dan. So with that being said, when we're talking about historical stuff, yo, no chase in the building. Appreciate you, my guy. Appreciate you for coming in. I want to talk about the economic implications. And part of the economic applications is asking a whole bunch of questions that we need to get into as well. If 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 reparations were to happen, right? Let's just say if they were, just follow me. If they were to happen, how would they work exactly? Could the government even afford them? And what exactly would the process look like in a realistic sense? That's my question. I think the key points that come in my mind are the economic modules of this, quote, reciprocity. When I think about different models that have been put out there, I think about the various models that have been already proposed. If you haven't already known, guys, we have people that are turning around and, like California, talking about they want to put forth things in reparations. Conscionery, what's going on? And when I thought about some of the things they were saying in reference to other states as well, I pretty much thought about it. What exactly would that model for a process be in terms of reparations, based on what it was been in the past versus here in 2024? Would it be direct payments? Would it be scholarships? What about housing grants? What about tax breaks? What about the name of it? But I also have to ask, would any of these options really be needed? Would they really even thread the, quote, needle of things that's going on? And if so, what would be the cost? Nothing is done freely. There definitely is going to be a cost. So when I think about what's going to be the cost, I'm thinking about the impact to the services that are already here in the U.S. today, because I'm talking about the U.S. And I think the first thing I'm going to think about is the impact to social services. What if funding, quote, respirations diverts from other resources that we have already when it comes to social programs? I'm talking about the stuff that supports economically disenfranchised groups. I'm talking about regardless of race. I'm not just about black people here. We're talking about regardless of race. Could that create a more economic stress when it comes to being the burden on our people who are already struggling, but may not actually qualify for these quote reparations themselves? And here's a controversial question to consider for you guys. Should we even attempt to balance the financial scales? Just be honest. Or or is that a job for individual communities rather than the actual federal government themselves to take care of? So there's a two-part question in there. First one being, should we attempt to balance the financial scales, being the fact that we don't even know if government can be able to support such a thing? And if so, or rather another option, is that a job that's literally made for the government, or should that be something that's made for local communities? Because what about other groups that are affected by, say, historical injustices? What I mean by that, because most people would think that I'm talking about my people being black people, but I think about Native Americans and Native American communities. I think about the Japanese Americans after World War, those who were dealing with the internment camps. I think about where where they fit in. Where exactly do they fit in the idea of the reparations conversations? I know for some people they would say, "Well, we think that they already received their reparations, so therefore they don't deserve anything." But is that enough? Is it what they received enough compared to what it was going to be asked for today? Because we're not even really clear on what should be asked for today when it comes to black people. But never mind, we had Native Americans and Japanese Americans that also went through injustices. Do we count them as well? Or is this a conversation that's only being held for black people? I'm wondering what you guys, because I'll ask you, I'm going to ask the viewers, I'm going to ask the people who are sitting in the chat, I'm going to ask people who are actually sitting in the back row once you decide to take a look at this video later. In terms of economics, right? I want you to share your thoughts on this. Because when it comes to economics, do you think that the U.S. is that the U.S. economics phase right now is feasible, and can they practically take care of reparations in 2024? When I talk about back then, what they were qualified for, and because when we hear about people talk about reparations, we're talking about what was happening in the injustices before in the past, right? In the past, but we're also talking about what would be the equivalent of that in hindsight, compound interest, all that different stuff to today. Do you think that it is feasible economically, practically, to give forth reparations today, 2024? I get it. We're at the end of 2024, but I'm going to mention 2024 because we don't know what the hell's going to happen in 2025. I'm wondering what you guys are thinking about when it comes to that. Let's take a look. Uh, so here's the thing. You say, would it be right to economically DEI a country, the entire country? I don't know in terms of work or something like that, but in some way, shape, or form, when we're talking about reparations, though, reparations, we're not talking about just work and economic opportunity, being able to gain access to resources in that sense, but in some way, shape, or form, there has been already a form of DEI when it came to the entire country. For instance, for instance, and while you may not agree, and let me know in what way you don't agree, by the way, Conch, but the idea that after winning the takeover, the quote, the war, the quote, manifest destiny of the Native American tribes that were here in the US. Afterwards, when everything else being done and said, they were granted so many benefits of, quote, reservation land. Is that not a form of DEI? I mean, just be honest. At the same time, when they were taking over and slaughtering many Native Americans, even though Native Americans have very much been slaughtering themselves prior to then, and granting them land, which also had tax incentives and their own laws and statutes. For instance, if I steal a fucking car and I put it on reservation land, they can't go in there and just come looking for that car. It's on reservation land. How many casinos are actually there to benefit those lands, everything else? Would that not already be prior to sorry, prior to on the required to sorry, I've been drinking, guys. But prior to the idea of DEI, wasn't that already something already put into place that we can already look at as DEI when it comes to the country? Because it wasn't something that was put forth for Latin Americans, it was or Latin descendants. It wasn't something that was put forth for African descendants. It was put forth for something who are Native Americans. Wasn't that already a form of DEI to say that you have your own reserved piece of land, and therefore there are different jurisdictions when it came to that? I'm just wondering, Conchonary, haven't we at some point in time already had our own sense of, quote, DEI? Sure, it's not on the current scale that we look at DEI today, but then when we look at just if you are a descendant of said population, you are already given particular rights. Isn't that already a sign of DEI? That's true. And I think a lot of us wouldn't have a dog in the fight. But when I'm having this conversation, and while I'm not trying to speak to it particularly to black folks, I need to bring them up because the most recent conversation when it came to reparations has come up for black people, not for Indians, not for Asians, whatever. Even though I'm trying to bring a little bit into the fold as to what would happen to them, because quite frankly, what was granted to them then is not necessarily the same thing as being asked for now. And to be honest with you, are we even really sure about what's being asked for now? I agree with you. There are a lot of questions, and it's very important. And I think it's something that we really need to really hammer down and have that conversation. To be honest with you, um, and I agree. I agree. It is important to ask a lot of these questions, a lot of these conversations, because there's a difference between asking something that was just so long ago versus with the current age now, when we're still having this become an exact debate, exact talking point, exact narrative, exact following as to what should be done with the nation of today's people. Then you say, let's not forget what France did to Haiti. That's true, but we're not talking about France did to Haiti, because what Haiti has signed on to versus the reparations has nothing to do with the US as whole. We're talking about reparations. Haiti and France, them signing on to debt is not a form of reparations, and therefore they do not have to speak to us. What they have to do is they need to speak to France, not us. So I get what you're saying there, but Haiti has been known to make a lot of terrible decisions for themselves, and I'll hold them to that. So we're not going to talk about bringing Haiti into our particular conversation today when they need to figure out their own shit, especially because the terrible decision that they made for themselves back then is the same way how they ended up in the situation that they are now. So, move to that. Um, a Mexican. Okay, okay. Excellent. Okay, I like the name. It's gonna take me a little while to get used to it, but I like the name. Said the convo doesn't begin to econ. Okay. It starts with morality. Does it though? Because some people say it's morality, but I will also say this: some people say it's because of morality, which is the reason why, quote, reparations haven't been given out. I think if they, well, not I think, let me just take that away because that's not true. It's not what I think. But there have been the side of people who believe that the reason why reparations were never handed out all the way up until then is because people look at it in terms of a moral standpoint, and rather than an economical one, which would have been divvied out way much sooner if they had done so. CJ, what's going on, my guy? Appreciate you walking into the building. You say it's not a question of dollars. Well, which is also the reason why I asked a couple of things. Should it be done in reference to, say, education? It should be just be a direct deposit. There's a whole bunch of things I want to get into that I can think about on the fly. But like, do we do about education? Do we think about taxes? Do we think about? Because I'm honestly, when I think about taxes, me personally, I think about like the Armageddon. Like, I don't want to have to pay taxes ever again throughout my lifetime. My lifetime. I can't say about the future, but for me, I don't ever want to pay taxes again. I want all my lump sum money, all of it. Yeah. So it's a matter of what they think about. Do they want a lump sum gain? As I said, the direct deposits. Do they want or just no taxes? Do they want better education? Do they want like I don't know. It depends on what it's really going to come down to. Constantly says in terms of it being feasible economically, I think the money's there. I think the money's there too, possibly, but we could because the only reason why I agree with you on that is because we've given out so much money to other people. And I agree with you. You say government spending like money to like friends, leaving rather than leaving off the table. I agree with you. We have so much money that we give to other people. I do agree with you on that. At the same time, people claim that they also need that money. There are some other things that's been used in quote America's interest. For instance, America's already given up $2 million for Haiti for someone else to take care of Haiti, while Canada delivered less than half of that, and we're still waiting for Haiti to get its shit together before we can for that money to never get used. Keep in mind that money's already gone now, but this is a whole UN effort. And you said, CJ, you said, what does DEI stand for? CJ, you say you're looking up. You probably got it by now, but what it means is diversity, equity, which is I have a problem with that, and inclusion. And let's just be honest. Let me just tell you exactly what it is that I see, especially someone who's been on the multiple sides of the table and who's had to eat what he kills. What it means is diversity, which is a true point. Equity, that's not it. That's not it. Diversity for sure. Equity, that's not it. Inclusion, sure. Inclusion of what they want. What they should say is it should be uh DDI, not DEI. It should be DDI. It should be diversity, discrimination, inclusion. I know right now there's going to be a lot of people, and hopefully, if this ever gets out, my employers will not see it, but it should literally be diversity, discrimination, and inclusion. And the reason why I say that is because ever since the mandate of DEI, corporations, companies have been able to freely put out the standards of which they want their candidacy. So they can literally say things like, we want Black LGBTQ women to be employed for this particular job. We've had tech people within the field of like Silicon Valley who have turned around and implied and put themselves as identifying as women just to be able to qualify for an interview at a job that they were well qualified for, because let's just be honest, there were plenty of women that weren't qualified for that job and they had the experience. There is a lot of discrimination that is taking place because of the advent of DEI. And I've seen a lot of open discrimination, not only on multiple sides of the seat that I've been at, but also because of what I see online as well. It's really what it is. But is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? I can't say that it's been a great thing because I don't see many people benefit from it. There are probably some, but I think the majority has not actually benefit from it. Constranory, you say it depends on what kind of president that we might be in terms of DEI and reparations. So here's my thing, because this is going to come up a lot, because I'm already seeing it come up a lot. when I think of this term of reparations, right, it is well before the acronyms of DEI. When I think of reparations, I don't think of DEI. Just to be honest with you. Yes. In this day and age, especially in 2024, we can definitely look at it in terms of those particular acronyms being DEI. But I think about what, quote, Black people were owed, not necessarily what they can be given. That's the difference of what I'm thinking about. So, for instance, if you think about the compounding interest of the quote 3 acres and a mule, what that would constitute for today and what should be granted to people, because we're talking about the fact that Black people, even though I'm trying to think about what exactly does it look like for people who didn't necessarily get everything they needed from the Japanese and the Native Americans, which I've already mentioned. The idea is that they received something, while there are plenty of Black people who have not received anything according to their world view of things. Let me move this because this is being a distraction to me. Oh, let me move that too because that's just way too much light in my face. Move you. There you go. So when I think about a lot of this stuff, I'm thinking about what exactly does that mean for the people who are mentioning it and why exactly it's important. And for those who don't understand what exactly some of the things they might be bringing up, and maybe I might bring up something that someone else has not thought about. Who knows? I'm doing this on the fly. CJ, you say, bruh, I better get equity as far as this shit ain't fair. Well, he said, what about the poor white people? Here's the thing about the poor white people, CJ. If you want to talk about the injustices, which is why we're talking about reparations, poor white people were not enslaved. They weren't. I hate to even put it this way for those who were looking at themselves at the bottom of the pale of white people. And what I mean by that is I mean the Irish. Say what you want about the Irish being downtrodden and treated very poorly. The one thing you cannot really say is that they were enslaved. And that's something that was done to a lot of Asians, Native Americans, and even Black folks. I'm not saying fair. I'm not even saying fair treatment. I have my own biases as to what we should do and how we could move and what I believe or whatever, but that's not what we're covering right now. So I guess since you brought up the aspect of poor white folks, right? I guess the question is, who exactly qualifies for reparations? Who qualifies exactly? Because this really is something that I think about, and I'm not really too sure as to how we should be looking at it. Because this is where things get a little bit more complicated, if you ask me, and that's the concept of eligibility. Should reparations go to everyone who is of Black heritage? Really? Or how about only people who are direct trace lineage to American slavery? Wait. How about how do we define that the country with a whole blend of mixed backgrounds? How do we actually define who is exactly eligible for slavery? What about the challenges to lineage? Because not every Black American is a descendant of, quote, slavery in the US. Some have heritage that have come from, quote, the Caribbean, Africa, and other places. So where exactly do we draw the line, folks? Oh, here's a good one. I just thought about right now. What about the descendants of Black slave owners? Are they entitled to reparations? Believe it or not, in case you didn't hear that, because we got a diverse audience. Maybe you guys didn't know that, but believe it or not, some Black Americans are descendants of slave owners. Not white slave owners, Black slave owners. whether through some kind of complicated ancestry or other historical circumstances. Should they also be affected by, quote, eligibility? Should they become eligible to be able to apply for reparations? Let me ask you guys, who do you think, as I'm pondering this, who exactly do you think should be eligible for reparations? If anyone, if anyone, given the people I've already mentioned, who exactly do you think would be the best type of people for that? Eh, I don't know. Keep in mind, I mentioned a whole lot about black folks. We're not talking about how the Mexicans got ran out. But then again, you're trying to reclaim your land now because I hear Make America Mexican again. So we have Latin folks trying to run up in here. Again, folks, I think we're getting very caught up in the nuance of what people keep shouting out in the current political age, which is DEI. And I think you guys are getting so hung up on the concept of DEI that you're losing the message. I know DEI can throw a lot of people off, but I think you're losing track of the message because you're so hung up on the acronym. Absolutely agree. I love Coleman Hughes' point. Coleman has a very good take when it comes to this whole racial inequity. He has a really good point, and I'm surprised that it has not gotten a lot more attention. I'm surprised that it really has not. Yeah, absolutely. Let me just read it out for everybody. He says that the fallacy of reparations is that even if you prove that slavery is not the root source of the problem, that it doesn't mean reparations is going to solve the problem. You're jumping ahead. You're jumping ahead because I have a bullet point for that already. You're jumping ahead, but you're making a gray case already, Constantly. Meaning that if reparations were paid, we'd still be living in a country that you're jumping ahead. I got it in a bullet point. I know that was something I was researching earlier. So you're a little bit ahead, but you with me. You're with me on it. You're absolutely correct though. CJ said, if you start giving reparations, you got to give them the Irish. Do you though? Because did the Irish have slavery? Were the Irish slaves, or were the Irish just treated as second class citizens? Were the Irish really put into chains and work on the international intercontinental slave market? Were they building the train, the railroads? Were they digging in the mines? Were they picking up cotton? The answer is going to be no, sir. Do they get reparations? No. But at the same time, I will say that there were plenty of small hat people who came over here and was able to receive reparations that never had anything to do with anything over here. But that's a different conversation. That's not a part of the conversation that we're having. We're talking about the people that were here that had to put in, quote, labor. Labor. That's what we're talking about. And I'm sorry, when it comes to that idea of putting in that mass amount of labor, I cannot say that Irish are sitting even close to being in the margin of that conversation. Not to say that they didn't have to work hard to make sure that they could feed their families. That's not what I'm saying. But you know, let me just say it this way: if being treated like a nigga was one thing, being a nigga was another thing. Being treated like is different from how it was being a nigga and being treated like. Just saying. So Irish people, as much as bad as they have it, weren't treated as bad as the actual people who had to be called those things. Just saying. We'll get into that. I guess we can talk about that a little bit. Who pays for reparations? Why only the US states or any of like, well, I didn't. You know, that's a good question. I didn't think about the Latin governments to be able to do so because the Latin governments are not necessarily the ones who are quote. So when okay, let me put it this way, and I love the fact that you put that. Maybe we can have a conversation with that later, Dan, if you're inclined to do so. So if you like, write that down or put a pin in it or something. But Latin countries are not the ones that are put on the display or put on pedestal as the people who need to pay their reparations because, quite frankly, the quote generational drawbacks, the slavery, the Jim Crow, and all that stuff is not something that is put on on Latin governments. That is put on the U.S. government. So the same way how that is not put on European nations, it is only put on the nations in which they had to deal with it that was here, which means that the queen, or rather the king now, is free of all that burden. It just has to do with what happens prior to and even after the founding fathers had decided that we needed to declare to be an independent nation. So yeah, you're a liar, sir. You're an absolute liar. You're a fucking liar. You're a liar, sir. Uh, the reparations of the VS is done by independent. Um, mm, mm, I don't know. I don't know about that. Part of me is listening, is reading what you're saying, and I'm going, I can understand the point that you're coming from, but I know there's a lot of people who might actually be against that. So I would, and they have a point as well. So I'm gonna leave it at that. I agree with that one 100%. I agree with that. I absolutely. Well, absolutely. Is that a matter of race or is that a matter of class? There's a difference. We're not talking about class warfare. We're talking about racial warfare. What the hell? Whoa, where did they get this big boost of people coming in? I'm sorry, I'm late to the party, guys. I was not paying attention to the chat. You guys just all kind of flew in. I appreciate you. Where you all coming from? A raid. Yeah, we got a raid. Speak easy. Yo, I appreciate you, easy. What's going on, my guy? Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much for being in here. Got the bears in the chat. That's what's going on. I appreciate you guys being here, guys. What I'm gonna do is what I'm doing is I'm just having this conversation real quick about reparations, and then afterwards, after I pretty much put out everything I'm thinking about, I'll open up the panel for everybody to expound on their points. So just give me a moment while I try to lay the foundation, and then we can all get from there. Everybody's got their point of views, but I want to make sure that we actually have something pretty salient as to what I'm thinking about on both sides, and then we'll go from there, right? Because right now I'm just kind of touching base with the chat, but I do appreciate everybody who's walking to the building. I'm sorry I didn't even see the numbers. I'm sorry. Thank you. Appreciate Easy for actually rating me. So you said the companion to my reasoning into the money. Yeah. But I even question whether money is going to be the thing that really that takes care of it. I know that's something that we hear a lot of, but you know, we gotta wonder about that. So salute to Resto coming in here and say can't chat much, just listening shit. Smash that like. I appreciate everybody, guys. If you walking in here, do me a favor, just hit that like button. Let everybody know that you're actually in the building. Feel free to chat with everybody that's in here as we are getting the conversation in the roll. I've only been in starting this stream since 6, so you guys are pretty much just catching a good portion of it just coming in. I appreciate you guys who already walked into here. So let me talk a little bit about some of the other things that's going on, and that's pretty much who should be the ones that are responsible when it comes to reparations, because we have no idea who that is. Who is actually the people that qualify for quote reparations? I have no idea who the hell exactly that's supposed to be, because it's just so complicated. As we already mentioned before, what about people who have already come from different heritage? What about people who already come from descendants of Black slave owners, whether they are white or actual Black slave owners themselves? And it's a big question. I did want to ask a question to everybody who's here, and that's because not every Black American quote is a descendant of an enslaved population, or enslaved people in the U.S. And some have heritages that are all over the place, like I said, like the Caribbean, Africa, and other places. So where exactly do we draw the line? Like, do we go about, I don't know, doing the 23andMe thing? Do we go about looking at different Americans and going down their trees to see exactly where do they fall in the sense of Black slave owners? Whether they, and it's a complicated situation to have to go through. But there is this whole big thing when it comes to eligibility, and it comes to that, right? So I guess the question I'll ask you guys is, who do you believe, or rather, who do you think should be eligible for reparations, if any? So that's the question I was pretty much asking like you guys. And here's my next thing I'm thinking about right now, and I'm happy that you guys are in here to actually talk about this. But I think about the social consequences when it comes to reparations, and a lot of people worry about that. Pretty much, reparations could actually deepen the division when it comes to society that we have today, rather than actually quote heal it. And having this conversation with people, I don't know if I'm for or even against it, but it is a particular perspective to actually look at. So look at it this way. Imagine you're a working class white family struggling. CJ, you mentioned it, so I'm going to bring it up. A white working class white family struggling individual trying to get by, and you see the government all of a sudden handing checks out, handing grants out to your neighbors based on race only. Race only. Even if it's to correct, quote, a historical wrong, could that lead to, quote, resentment? In my mind, yes. But I can't say, how do you guys actually feel about that as well? Just give me a moment. I gotta do my thing first before I gotta do that. I got cop cars running by and shit. So I think about the risk of, quote, resentment. And would reparations risk creating pretty much a new form of racial tension or resentment? I should put in there, especially among people who actually feel that they're already struggling, whether they are Latin, whether they're Asian, whether they're white, whatever. I think a vision of unity versus division. But then again, some reparations aren't about blame, to be honest with you. They're about acknowledgement, you know. And I think I asked the question of, could reparations actually help create unity by finally addressing the long-term standings, by under quote under under unaddressing these issues? And for a lot of people, I don't know about that. I don't know, because I tend to see people who will have a lot of issues about a lot of things for any kind of reasons. LA says, "Yo, appreciate you walking in," and I'm gonna ask you guys a very controversial question. Could reparations be could reparations be paired with educational programs like community incentives, or initiative, I should say it that way, or financial literacy training programs? 'Cause I see a lot of people who are, at least in Black communities, that are not necessarily the best when it comes to money. Like, is there a way to address, quote, this racial inequities without people basically feeling like they have been left out, or even making people feel angry? I'm just wondering. I don't have the answers, but I think it's a good place to have conversations about. So I'm gonna start opening the floor to everybody else to pretty much give their own context, their own ideas as to what's going on. So as always, guys, you know how I do things. I'm going to link in the chat, guys. And what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to pin that to the top for anyone else who wants to come up. And you give me your thoughts. So the current question, I got a few questions, but the current question is basically, it's about basically how could reparations actually be paired? You know, people have brought up many different things, whether it's being to white or black or whatever. But I do know that there's other people. There's Native American. There are people who are Asian. People already mentioned the Irish, but I've already given my particular stance when it comes to the Irish. There's a lot of different things going on. So you guys, let me know. I see Dan. I see James. You're in the back right now. Just do me a favor, guys. I'm gonna read a little bit of what's going on in the chat. So just give me a little bit of a hang up so I read what's going on in the chat. In the meantime, I'm gonna do a little bit of promo for people while I read what's going on. All right, what's good, everybody? What's good? I was doing a quick read of the chat. A lot of y'all got strong opinions going on there. I appreciate it. We got some people in the back, so let me bring them up real quick. Coming to the stage, we got Dan. What's going on? All right, we got James actually coming in as well, and we got old mate. What's going on, my guys?
Hi, brother. How you going?
Pretty good. What do you think about the conversation so far? I know a lot of you came in kind of early, kind of mid-tail, so what I was bringing in. But
look at the private chat and what I just did.
Oh shit! Oh yeah, you got a lot going in the private chat. God damn! Oh my goodness! Damn, you leave so much to be read.
Yeah, bro. I'm dialing in from Australia, and I'm wondering, what do reparations look like? What they look like is, it looks like people like me, who are white, pay money to people like you, who are black, but it's way more complicated.
Well,
okay, so
we said you're Australian, right?
Yeah.
So not necessarily to my people in the U.S., but necessarily to the abolitionists that's in your area, that's in your country, the Aboriginals.
Yeah, go on. I kind of missed that a bit. Yeah.
You would be paying out to them as to whatever dark history that you guys got going in Australia, not necessarily those who are sitting here in the U.S.
Yeah, we kind of raised their standard of living.
Okay.
Yeah, right. So, no, but bro, I'm just saying, reparations means People who look like me have to pay money to people who look like you. But none of us were there. Like none of us were involved in this shit.
So, I like that you said that there was a case that I made earlier, prior to you guys coming into the chat, was about how do we bring this over to the people who quote have said, like yourself saying that had nothing to do with me. I wasn't there. I don't understand why I should be responsible for such a thing.
True.
Yes, Dan.
Okay, Reza, thank you so much for having me again. Great subject, love it. And hopefully I can contribute to give a more insight on this sense. Can you put a timer? Give me 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. I'm gonna make the points real quickly.
I will try to remind you. I didn't put in the timer. Jesus
Thanks.
Christ. Okay.
Okay.
So go now.
So this is part of the work I obtained as heritage in my area of Latin America. So I'm going to begin by saying this. In the Western Hemisphere, right now I'm not going to talk about Africa, Australia, or any other place. I'm Western Hemisphere, the America, aka North America, Central America, South America, Caribbean. I'm specifically concentrating there, okay? So, one, reparations in the matters of slavery that happened here are to be paid by Europe. Bottom line, that's it. United States or each of the countries, we go towards Spain, France, Portugal, England, Germany, Holland, all of Europe. All the countries in Europe owe us their reparations or the situation.
Okay, bro. Sorry, bro. So just fucking leave. Just leave. If you hate it so much, then fucking leave.
No. Let him cook. Let him cook, because I want to understand exactly.
Fair enough.
I might
Fair
have
enough.
to push back myself. Let him cook. Let him get it all out so we can understand all his points, and then we can go from there.
So,
okay, bro. Thank you.
Another distinction we make is after the process of independence, and I will give an example. Majority of countries of Latin America versus United States, those majority of countries abolished slavery right at the get-go when we established ourselves as independent nations through the constitutional means. United States did not do this. That was one of the greatest blunders of the United States. United States, as soon as the Constitution was ratified, it took 90 years and a civil war for that to abolish slavery. And by the time that was happening, slavery had already been abolished in the most of Western Hemisphere, and then, well, including England, that did abolish slavery in that sense. But the affectations done after we kicked the Europeans out of here and after we became independent, then those are to be directed towards the governments and the historical ode of the actions done against those populations. In the case of the United States, you have a strong case in regards of the historical facts that happened because of how your country was set up, how abolishment did not happen on the get-go of independence, how 90 years after the process of independence, you had a civil war. And after that civil war was won by those who wanted abolishment, 100 years of apartheid state was set up against Black or Afro descendancy of the United States.
Time.
And
Sorry, bro. Sorry, bro. Sorry, bro.
They go
Sorry, bro.
They go to 3 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
All right, go ahead.
I cannot buy that. I cannot buy that. That's so stupid, right? That's so stupid.
Why?
You literally said England was the first country in the history of the world to ban slavery, and
No, I said Latin American countries were, by the time they became independent, the majority did abolish slavery via the constitutional means, and that
sure,
with what happened then in England of them abolishing slavery on the early 1800s, that painted the picture of what was happening during the late 1700s and mid 1800s.
Yeah. So do you think because I'm white and Irish, I owe you money?
Because you're a European, and all
Yeah.
Europeans, all countries in Europeans, because of what happened here when they after they invaded up to the point of 248 years ago.
No,
Yes,
hang on,
all
hang on.
Europeans owe
Yes.
us money.
So me, an Irish guy who was oppressed by the British for 800 years owes you money, right?
The issues of England as the United Kingdom and the reclamations that you as Irish or Wales or Scottish, etc.,
No,
have
just saying,
towards that government.
do I owe
Look,
you money? Do
look,
I owe you
I'm
money?
saying all Europe,
Yes or no?
every
Do I owe you
single
money?
Europe. It doesn't matter of an individual level. I am talking of all Europe. I am talking
Do
of
I
every
owe
single
you
country.
money? Should
That
I
doesn't matter.
take?
I guess if you're classifying yourself as part of a European nation, the answer would be yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
right,
said it.
right.
If you're
Yeah.
part of Europe, if you're in Europe of that area, I'm charging all countries. We have been doing so for the past 200 and 248 years. In fact, just in
My
Belgium,
heritage, bro. I'm Irish. I go way back. I was oppressed by the English for 800 years.
I get you. I know that. But those reclamations of your oppression have to be directed towards England, not towards me.
Well, let me go at it from another angle.
Sure.
Why should I pay you when I never enslaved your people?
Yes, bro. Yes, bro.
I never did something like that. So why? Why do I?
There's a great question behind that, and I would love to get down to it because I'm of a different mindset, but I want to know what other people are thinking because I like to have a lot of diverse opinions to be able to make the best rationale when I speak to different people. Some people just say just because, when I hear the argument, I say for my people. It's because we've been here for 400 years and we got this, that, the Jim Crow, slavery, and I go, no. But what about the other people? Because the way how I look at slavery is that there are a lot of people who are throughout human history have been enslaved, and for some people, I just say it's they don't like to hear it this way, but I say it's just your turn. it's really
yeah, true. So, bro. So, bro.
That's not a
Let me ask. Let me ask.
Hold up. It is not a dismissal. I understand people's grievances. I do, but at the same time, I say let me understand what other people's prerogatives are, so I can think to myself what is the best known position for us to take. Because a lot of people don't get that far. So go ahead.
Yes. Yes.
Then let me go first. Let Omi go first.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll say a thing. I'm gonna be booted off the internet forever. Okay, black people shouldn't want white people's money. Okay, how's that?
That would be more
Right?
why.
No, right.
Word it in a better way, though.
Sorry, bro. You go on.
Let me ask this question. You said black people should not want white people's money, right? Who were the ones that built up the quote institutions that held these black people in subjugation? Was it black people or the white people?
The Democrats, the fucking Democrats.
No. That's a great deflection. But I asked a very poignant question. What race would that be?
That is technically
in a better way.
No, fair call. Fair call.
I need one person at a time.
That is a fair call.
What race would that be? Not a party.
That would be.
Now what?
That would be the white people. The white people.
Okay, so the white people. So that pretty much goes against what you're just saying right there. Now, James, you were saying something, and then we can go to Chris.
It is a deflection because the Democrat Party was formed after
the Democrat Party always existed, or was that something that only recently was a foundation after the ratification of quote the United States?
It was after the ratification of the
Oh,
13th
was slavery
Amendment.
taking place prior to and even after the ratification of these United States?
No, it was not, and that's why I say it's a deflection.
Wait, slavery was not taking place before and even after?
Wait a minute, you said before and even after?
Before,
Well, not.
apparently you're not getting it. So let me just say, were black people slaves before the
Yeah,
ratification?
Resla.
Before
Resla.
it-
No, wait,
you said
I'm
before.
asking a
Resla.
question. I'm asking a
Resla.
question. I'm asking a question.
Resla. Don't kick me off. Don't kick me off.
I'm not
Don't
kicking
kick
you
me
off,
off.
but I would like you not
Okay,
to interrupt.
Resla.
I'm having a
Resla.
conversation with James. I'm
Are
having
you
a
a slave?
Let
Are you a
Resla
slave?
speak.
I'm
Let
Are you a
Resla
slave?
speak.
Or
Hold on,
are you
Omid.
enjoying the benefits?
You have to
Stop.
understand. Like I said, we're not going to do this whole thing where we just start cutting people off. Whatever it's going to be. I'm having a conversation with James because he said
Cool.
something, and I need clarification. Like I want us to be having civil dialogue, but we can't do it if we're just going to be doing them interrupting each other and screaming over each other, whatever. And that's not the kind of platform that I try to put up. I try to have a lot of civil discourse. So if he's saying something, I need to ask poignant, clarifying questions. And if he has whether 2 or 4, whether he a 4 or against, whatever, it's his point of view. But I need to understand his point of view, right? So James, were there slaves prior to, quote, the ratification of these United States?
Before?
Were they slaves before the U.S. was founded?
Before, yes, of course.
Okay, cool. Were they slaves after it was founded?
After, no.
You're a liar.
How is it?
When were slaves free?
They were freed when the 13th Amendment was ratified.
So that means we had a whole constitution, we had a whole government, we had the United States. That means it was after 1776.
Resla.
Wait,
Are you a slave? Resla, are you a slave?
That's
The
not
ratification.
that's not the question, Omid. I love the fact that you're trying to segue and you're trying to filibuster for him. I'm asking him a very specific question. We're not gonna see.
Yeah, but James is my bro. James is my bro.
I love the fact that you're trying to segue and you're trying to filibuster for him, but I'm asking him a very poignant question.
It's filibuster. Get the fuck out of here. Bullshit. Bullshit.
What you're asking is a very different question from what I'm asking him. And I'm asking him for clarification because we all understand, at least him being a United States citizen, you in Australia, we can talk about something different. Him being in this state, we can talk about something that's very much the same that we've been taught. Did slaves exist prior to and even after 1776?
You said 1776. That's the point of reference. My bad. You got me confused. I thought we were talking
Oh my god. Oh my god, the slaves. Oh my god. Oh my god, the slaves. What the fuck are you talking about?
My bad.
Stop. No, Dan. James,
I misheard you. Sorry.
According to the history, when were slaves free?
They were freed when the 13th Amendment was ratified.
13th Amendment, cool. So for the 13th Amendment to even have ratified, to have become a thing, that means we already had a United States Constitution, correct?
Yeah, we already had the Constitution, but they added to the Constitution the 13th Amendment,
correct? Which means we had a United States government, correct? Which means that there were slaves prior to and even after the United States government was formed, correct?
Get the fuck out of here. Fuck off. No way. No way. Not true. Not true. Not true.
Can I hear James when Old Mate is speaking?
After the government was formed? Yes.
Thank you. That's all I need to hear. Old Mate.
1776 was not when they were freed. They were freed in 1860. What year exactly in 1860?
Well, after we already had a United States government. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes. It was about 100 years after.
So that means prior to and even after, black people were still slaves, correct?
Yeah, or if you're 1776,
no.
That's all I wanted to hear.
But it was only 100
I will have a conversation
some
with you,
years to be clear.
Not interrupt the conversation that James and I are having because they dilute the conversation. So I just want to make that clarification for you, James. That you say that there were slaves beforehand and they were also slaves while still on this same continent, even after the United States Constitution was already ratified. That was correct.
Yeah, but listen.
Stop.
The U.S. Constitution.
How did we get to this conversation?
Hey, bro, listen.
I will get to you, but stop interjecting. I'm trying to clarify something with James, since apparently
Okay, fair enough.
said no.
Fair enough.
And then afterwards, I will get to you. You will have a turn. Believe me, I'm not going to cut you out on it. James, can you either agree or disagree with that point?
What? Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Mhm.
I'm wondering how we got to this conversation, because I was taking your side on the fact of Kieran deflecting with the Democrats
no.
and all that. I was taking your side on that. I don't
because the
understand
whole
how we
point
got
of
to this
bringing,
conversation.
I'm talking about a conversation especially when we start getting into the whole idea of reparations, and then we start digging back into the past. That's how we got there.
Reparations is my ass.
Starting with Dan. I would very much appreciate it if I just stopped being interrupted. Like,
Well, I'll say one thing. Hang on. I'm going to end.
I swear you will get a time to speak. I don't know why you feel like you won't have your time to speak. You will.
When's my time to speak?
I'm being.
Oh, mate, I've also been waiting, bro. Chill out.
I know. Okay, I'll wait.
I haven't interrupted. I've kept quiet. Yes, I'm making faces.
I appreciate it, which is why I'm trying to have this quick conversation with James so we can get a little bit of clarification. From there, I swear, after I am done with James, old mate, you will be next. Then we can get to Dan, and then Chris, you will be right after. And I would like very much there will be no interruption between people's points because they need to make their points.
Cool.
Right?
Cool.
Thanks,
bro.
Cool.
Agreed.
So the point that was being made and how we even got to this point about the Democrats, because first, May started bringing up the Democrats, and I said, no. We're not talking about the most recent. We're talking about from way back when, because it was a point that was being brought up by Dan Disso. That's the reason why it got brought up, which is why when you brought up, well, we weren't slaves, I said, no. Were there slaves prior to and even after, which means that it wasn't like once we established the Constitution and we became the United States, all of a sudden slaves are free. That's not the way it happened.
Yeah, I got mixed up with the reference point that you're referring to.
And I got it. That's why I had to make sure I honed it down. It's to make sure that we are on the same point of saying that it's not like once we got these United States, everybody was free. In fact, there was a whole conversation about it from the founding fathers of whether we should free slaves or not. And because there was just going to be so much discourse, especially with the fact that they just even was going through a whole bit of defecting from the queen, if you want to put it that way, that it couldn't be a thing. So,
yeah, it could be a thing then, because it would divide the nation too much, and there wouldn't even be
correct.
There wouldn't have been a United States.
Correct. Which is why I wanted to make sure that we were on the same page when it came to that.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Old mate, so are you. It's your turn, sir.
It's your turn, Kieran.
Old mate, down and under. It's your turn.
He may have walked off. I have to give Chris his turn.
All right, so I just want.
Go ahead, Chris.
Can I get in? So I just want to establish. So, the word slave comes from Slav, right? Which was the Slavic people, which was basically white people. So, I just like to define some things with regards to that, and then. If we say somebody's owed something, I mean, if you're saying it's the countries, the financial income for those countries comes from the taxpayer of those countries. And then saying, okay, well, it needs to be white people, that in itself is racist. I mean, if we want to figure out how to define white people, old mate over there is Australian, Russian white guy is completely different to that.
Yeah, you're
British
all full of
white
shit.
guy is
You're all
different,
full
so
of
which
shit,
white
right?
person?
You're all full of shit. Just saying,
Yeah.
you're all full of shit.
And I mean, if you go further, it's like, are Spanish people white, or Portuguese people white, or Italian people white? Because that's all different kind of shit.
Right. No, you're full of shit. You're all full of shit.
Okay, well, stop. Mate, can you keep? Now you're saying all full of shit. Can you expound on that?
No, I can't. I can't. You're all full of shit.
Oh, mate, because we're not going to talk. We're grown adults. We're not going to talk like teenagers.
You're full of shit.
Just because is not an answer. Can you expound on your point? Because the ad hominem, whatever, and you're not going to talk your point, is not going to be enough.
Yeah, I'll expand. You're full of shit.
Explain.
No, you're full of shit.
Explain.
Explain, please.
Okay, so I need you to get some time. I'm not going to drop you. Get some time, get it together, and then you can expound on your point. I'm gonna give you a few minutes, and I'm gonna give you a few minutes, and you can get your point together. But the idea of coming up and you derailing, and you just want to shit talk, and you just want to scream at other people, and you just want to interject, and you just want to make sure that you're heard because you're the last person on the mic, and you don't really want to say anything that's really going to be contributing to the conversation itself, is not going to be the thing that is most conducive for the conversation. And I get it. If that's where you go to other places, and that's what they're really conducive of, and that's what I don't run a fuckery channel. I don't. I run a critical thought platform. And I get it. If it's new and you don't really understand what's going on here, you can take a look at the description. I do a whole lot of this stuff. I run a critical thought thinking channel. I like to have civil discourse. I like to have actual conversations. I don't want it to be fuckery. And I love the fact because I come from I love listening to Flow State. I even have conversations with him. It's all good, but that's not what we do here. All right. So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes. You can get your points together, and then I'm going to bring you back up. And then we can have that. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah. So, Resla, can you clear something for me real quickly? When you give me the 2-3 minutes where I just set the basis of this, the proposals of
another 3 minutes?
No. When I asked you the 3 minutes, didn't I anticipate this whole conversation that just happened between you and James?
Yes and no. Half yes, half no.
I know.
Half yes, half no.
Can you do me a favor? Can you just open up the first link I have on the private chat?
You muted.
Well, you got one. You got one that speaks entirely Spanish, sir. So you would have to.
I'll translate it real quickly. Don't worry. It's I'm not gonna dwell too much on it, but it's a publication done by one newspaper of France. It talks about the reunion between the Caribbean and Latin American states and the European states a year ago. In very simple, short terms, all our governments in Belgium, in Brussels, while talking about the issues of Ukraine, the relation between Europe and Latin American and Caribbean countries, we turned around again and reminded them, you owe us reparations. And we put that on the table. This was just a year ago. And here on the photograph that you see were Lula da Silva, president of Brazil, for example. Petro, president of Colombia. And then you have Caribbean as well as Central Americans and South Americans with them. In total, were out of the 33 nations, 27 at that time. This is just one example that I wanted to truly give in this sense, because I anticipated this whole thing, what happened with Old Maid, etc. His whole fallacies, his whole series of arguments is
don't talk shit about him. I'm about to let him back up.
Yeah, I know, that's why I'm talking shit about him.
You can talk to me about it.
Okay,
Dad, you know how I'm like. I know. Because I let people stand on their point. Let people stand on their point. So you know, if he comes up and he has to cook, I'm gonna let him cook.
Yeah, and it's fine. And I'm not gonna interrupt. I'm gonna listen. But the point being is,
okay.
And just to conclude, hold on. Let me conclude. The point being here is that the reaction that we saw is an exemplary reaction that shows the ignorance in regards of the whole issue here in the Western Hemisphere and the invasion of Europeans. I know some people will come with the semantics of slave, but this isn't a semantical conversation.
But are you denying that almost every race on this planet have been slaves at one point? I mean, you understand that's a fact.
Yes.
So you have to delineate how far back are we drawing the line? So do I say then this person owes, but before that they owe, we can do the blame game, right? But eventually you get to a point where you are saying to a certain race, person, country, you need to foot the bill, and the people of that country need to foot a bill for something they had no hand in any of that taking place.
So,
yes.
Let me just answer
it wasn't me.
Let me answer that real
divide, dude. You are literally saying your color, your race
Mhm.
is needs to owe me money for something that didn't happen to me and you didn't do to me, but now they need to owe you money. That I don't understand how that's logical,
Okay,
dude.
so let me answer this real quickly. The absurdity
Yeah,
of
go
the
on.
argument
Go on.
presented. Hold on, old
Okay.
mate. I'm
Yeah, go on.
I'm gonna do it fast, and then it's all your turn. So the problem with the argument presented is that it parts from an ahistorical perspective. The issues of slavery that were happening between Europe, Africa, Asia, etc., those are issues of those populations that will need to have that historical memory and to have that historical pressure of reparations due to the things. But the things that happen here in the
Bro.
Western Hemisphere, it's ours to come forward and say, this is our history.
Oh,
It does not
really?
mean
Really?
that I do not support the ideas of populations in Africa or Asia,
Hey, bro. Hey, bro.
heading towards
Hang on.
Europe, or even
Every fucking country, every
that,
fucking they all did slaves, like all of them. And
that's
the
irrelevant.
one, no, it's not. No,
Yes,
it's totally
that's a
irrelevant.
muddling of the water that is poisoning the well. That to this conversation right now, the Western Hemisphere, yes, we're aware of history, but it's not our
Are we?
responsibility.
Are we? Are we really? You
Yes,
It
fucking
seems
because
like
dickhead.
we're
you only
talking
want to
about
focus
what
on
happened
one piece of
here.
history, bro.
So to come around and say, "Oh, all humans did slavery" as a justification, then to say, "Well, then there's no, then it's okay to
I
be
didn't
or
say
lead
that. I didn't say
impunity."
that. I didn't say
That's
that. You
exactly what
fucking
you're
motherfucker.
implying.
I didn't say that.
You're
What I
implying.
said was, what I said was, what I said was, every fucking country ever, every country ever had slavery, and the first ones to abolish slavery was Britain, and the second ones were America.
No,
Cool.
wrong.
So, are you? So, no, let's stop there. Let me stop there. So, in reference to people who have received reparations, right? I think about the quote Jews who came through during that time. They received reparations. I'm thinking about the people who are Japanese who were here in the U.S. who were internment camps, Japanese Americans who also received slavery. I'm also talking about
No, but they got green cards.
no, the Native Americans who also went through the whole big thing, who also received some sort of reparations, but there are Black people who have not. Are you saying that they are not deserving of that? That's a question. That's a question. That's a question.
England
That was a
was the
question.
first country to ban slavery, and America was the second country to ban slavery. You fucking retards.
Love it. That didn't answer my question. That was a question.
So, Resla, what I would say is it would come down to the indigenous people who lived in the country itself, or who atrocities were done to, obviously. So, like you mentioned with the Asians.
Chris,
true.
I love that. I love the fact that you said that, which is why I think, even this is my personal opinion. People have different factors on it, especially because it doesn't mean the difference of how history played out. But the idea that Native Americans that live on reservations, I don't know. I think they should have had a little bit more play as to what's going on in this country, but that's not exactly what played out. But for people, when you say indigenous, right, we can only point to quote Native Americans here in the United States. But there are people who got brought here who were not Native. This is why I talk about Black, who did not receive reparations. What exactly is it? Because that's a conversation that gets brought up for today.
Yeah, just saying.
I would like to know what your thoughts are, Chris. Then I would like to
So
hear from DJ. I would like to hear from DJ.
Say,
be quiet. I want to also hear from Jeremy because Jeremy has been quiet.
Yeah, I would say if we're gonna do the equated to you, as you're mentioning the African American people in America, I would say then if we're talking about slaves, just as valid would be any victim of a war, any country that got defeated by another country in a war. Those people got thoroughly fucked over. Their country destroyed everything. So every country that won a war should pay reparations to every country that lost.
So West is best, right?
What did Germany do when they lost the last war?
West is best. West is best.
What did
I don't know what
Germany?
you mean by that, old mate.
I
don't-
deny that.
have
I
no idea
deny
what the
that.
hell
I'm
that means.
African, bro.
I have no idea what the hell that means.
West is best.
It doesn't mean anything.
Typically.
Well, what the hell does that mean? That made no. CJ, what's your
It
thoughts on
makes
this?
no sense.
What it means is what old fucking middle-aged guys are best. West is best. It's fucking true. Tell me I'm wrong.
What's true?
Like,
You're wrong because you haven't made
explain why it's wrong.
You're just saying shit. What exactly do you mean? West is
What it means is
water
what
is
it means is
what the fuck does this?
what
come
it
on,
means
what are you
is
talking about?
what it means is stop trying to turn the fucking natural order upside down.
There's no such thing as natural order. And hell, 200 years ago.
Oh, isn't it?
Hold on. You are a country because you, as well as us, 200 to 248 years ago, we twisted the natural order of things. 200 years ago, you would say to somebody that a colonial controlled territory of either
Blah
the
blah
crown
blah
of
blah blah blah. Bro.
Why do you have
blah,
these
blah.
So,
Blah,
so
blah.
you don't know history. You don't know history. And again, I'm going to
Apparently
go
not.
back to this point.
Oh, don't I? Don't I?
Hold on,
I
hold
don't know if I
on.
can
Hold me,
history.
give me a moment.
You stated nothing about history. All you've done is just roughshot.
You-
I asked you for clarification. You give none.
So Jeremy, are you married?
Again, irrelevant to the
It has
point.
nothing to do with the conversation.
Are you married? Are you
I'm not-
married, bro?
I'd love for Jeremy to speak on the actual conversation because the marriage part had nothing to do with it. We're not talking about marriage.
Yeah. So
What are you doing?
no,
Do not derail.
Can I
what
talk?
he did was
Very specific.
You fucking dickhead.
Wait. Let me make this very clear. Hey, if you have a problem being able to have an actual poignant conversation of what's going on here, you don't need to be up here. Honestly.
I'm just saying, Jeremy, are you
you're not
married?
saying anything.
The point I'm making is that you're not saying anything. You're just talking. I asked you for a point and you can't give anything. You just been talking shit. Is that your whole point of being up here?
Yeah.
No disrespect, Kieran, but I also don't see the point in asking why I'm married. No, I'm not. I mean, for the answer to the question, but
It made no point to the actual conversation being put in place. So why? If you're just here to derail and just not really get into any particular point at all, like
I mean, there may be a quality to what point he's trying to make. I don't see it.
or you're lonely or something. What's going on here?
Yeah. He has no
Remember-
point to make on the subject. There's
Remember
no,
with-
sorry, Chris.
Remember, this is a more civil debate. You need to make valid arguments, old mate. You know how this stuff works.
No,
You can't
I'm being real. I'm being real.
So
I don't know what you're being real about because you haven't said anything poignant at all.
look,
What you
man,
being real
Okay.
about? Saying water
Okay,
is
thank you.
is not
Okay,
real.
thank you. Goodbye, motherfucker.
all right,
Goodbye.
go down on the mate. Go there. God,
Yeah, you ain't got to wait. He's
He
gone.
ain't got no- He's gone.
He's
man.
gone. Anyway, guys.
Okay.
So,
Can I
Jeremy,
press something real quickly?
let Jeremy first, then you
Sure,
can go.
ahead.
So, Jeremy, what's your thoughts on this conversation?
So I don't know. I think I have a kind of a pragmatic view on this. I feel like James kind of touched on one point, and in a bit, I agree to that. In the sense where he asked the question, it's like, well, I've never owned slaves or any of that, so why would I have anything to do with reparations? I kind of am in that mindset, but not in the sense of I've never done that, but more so, you get so removed, so far removed from that, where at this point you're inheriting the sins of your ancestors, right? So, I don't share the same views that those ancestors who committed that sins have, right? So now all you do, you come back and say, well, you owe me money because you're 3 generations back, those relatives did my relatives three generations back wrong. So you're just going to give me money for that. That doesn't really right the wrong. That creates a division between you and I as a people at that point. So I'm not necessarily against reparations if at the time, like if they're immediate, like right when the wrong is just, if things get put in place in such a way that it kind of rights the ship as best as it possibly could, that makes sense to me. But at some point, there's a point where that just diminishes and it does nothing but creates division thereafter.
It's kind of like statute of limitations, basically.
Right. There's it cannot be in perpetuity.
That kind of goes to what I was wanting to say, too. Like,
Yeah, go ahead.
I think at this point, like, say hypothetically, my great granddad owned slaves or whatever. I've never met the guy. I don't even know his dad or whatever at this point. I could be a little bit off on the time, but I think the only fair answer to who should get reparations, like you asked earlier, is nobody. I mean,
yeah, technically.
Then, like
the hard part, the difficult part about that, CJ, about who should get reparations and say nobody is a misnomer, because quite frankly, people have already received reparations. Even people who were who did not receive injustice here came here and received reparations.
Okay, well, I don't think it's a good policy to continue then.
Okay.
Because hold on, I'm
go ahead.
Trying to get this thought out. You know what? I'm blanking. Just I'll say something when I'm ready.
All right, let me pick it up there real quickly. One, there is no statute of limitations for genocide. That's a fact. It doesn't matter if it happened 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago. The fact of genocide has no statute of limitations. Let's start with that. Now, hold on. I'm going to make my point here very pointed. One, the derailment of the conversation of what happened in the Western Hemisphere with a semantical or either a historical false equivalency in saying, oh, well, slavery happened everywhere else. It clearly shows that there's still to today the will of behaving impunely to the consequences of European history. That being said, this conversation is nothing new. It's been happening since we became independent. 248 years. This conversation has been ongoing systematically, and like I proved, the governments of Latin America and Caribbean just last year in Brussels, reunited with the European Union, we said you owe us reparations. That was just last year. So let's be frank on this. One, why has it lasted this long to even get a recognition? And well, Resla is set up. If you look at the link, this third link I provided, that was a publication of last year where the president of Portugal, de Sousa, the current president, on the celebration of the 50 years of the Rebellion of Carnations, he stood up and said, Portugal has to recognize we fucked up. That was just last year. And they almost impeached him because he said that. That's the first time in a long time we hear Europeans admitting they fucked up. Not even Spain or England or any of those fuckers have said anything like that.
Yeah, dude, but the thing is, an acknowledgement, I understand, but you also have to understand and live in reality, man. You understand that Portugal's economy isn't even that great. So you're saying a country with a worse economy than what you live in needs to pay you money. I just quickly also want to speak on this. You understand, I'm a white African, bro. So I hear a lot of this spoiled rich kid mentality from all Americans. No color, not assigning a color to this, but you guys really do act like spoiled rich kids.
Chris, I gotta ask us. Because you're mentioning something that I'm gonna say personally as an American that I have never heard the claim of. I have never heard. No. But I'm gonna mention. Yeah. I've never heard a claim of any African Americans, if you're gonna put it that way. I'll just say Black Americans because the idea of Africa, whatever. So any Black Americans ever saying that reparations need to come from any other country outside of the U.S. I've never heard of that.
That doesn't make sense.
You're the first person I've ever heard who started bringing that up. So I'm trying to wonder where you're getting at with that. Because I've never heard you say that.
So Detso mentioned it. We spoke about Portugal because, as we know, with South America, Portugal and Spain showed up there and pretty much screwed up that whole society. I mean, if you go into mining history, all of that, right? So all what I'm talking about in a broader aspect is just, dude, even the guys that are unpatriotic in the States, man, these people that bitch about America, coming from a third world country, bro, you guys are lucky. Trust me. Come, go visit the rest of the world and see what it's actually like in other countries.
I hear what you're saying. As a person who's traveled myself, I can even say, looking around, there are plenty of places that look pretty much impoverished, even here in the States. Like, I get it. I understand that we live in very much different economies, different world understandings. What we have a totally different comparison of other countries. That's not the point I'm addressing. The fact that you are mentioning that there are people who are, quote, white in other countries giving out, quote, reparations. I've never heard a claim for anyone outside of the United States for people who are asking for reparations within the United States to give it up. So I'm trying to figure out where's the point that you make with that. Why would let's just say me. I'm a Black American. Why would I be asking for reparation from someone in Africa? That doesn't make sense.
So real
that's so mentioned.
I think the white
Portugal needs to pay reparations and Spain needs to pay reparations to people in America.
Why?
Okay, so let me address
forward.
I need Chris to explain why does he believe that other foreign nations need to pay out the reparations for the enslavement of the disenfranchised people of Black Americans here. Why would foreign nations need to pay that out?
Yeah.
I need to hear
so Resla, that was Detso's point that he brought up.
Mm-hmm.
It's his point. It's not my point. I don't believe that.
Okay.
Look, I truly believe this white-black thing is totally nonsense.
CJ, you can go next. But I was trying to understand why you brought it up as saying that it's bullshit. Oh, you know what? You were probably combating Dan's point. That's probably what it was.
I've been trying to tell you that for a moment.
Yeah, it just hit me now.
On my point, and I've been trying It went on it.
It just light bulb just hit me. Go ahead,
so
CJ.
I was the one to make that particular point. And CJ, you had the word next as Resla, then I'll go. Please go ahead.
I think the white-black thing is totally nonsense, like used to divide us, because clearly it should be nationality based, not rate. Like, is white even? I don't believe white and black is a thing. Like, if you're from Africa, then you're an African.
Don't tell me you don't see color.
I'm not saying it like that, but I'm saying I think that's a tool literally used to divide us from the issue, which is like a class thing.
And
I really don't.
Yeah, no, what he's mentioning, Resla, is what I mentioned. Is the thing is, dude, I mean, I understand the situation with African Americans in the US, but you guys still understand that compared to shithole countries, you guys are winning, bro. Like, you guys are severely winning.
Let me just add this. Let me add this. Dan, I get it. You want to cook. I got you.
I didn't really
you're foaming at the mouth. Let me add this because let me add this. Let me talk about this, and then what I want to do is I want to hear Jeremy, because I have a feeling that Jeremy wants to say something, and then I know CJ definitely wants to say something. So I definitely want to hear from CJ. James has been a little bit quiet, but I'm gonna wait until Dan gets his point out, and then Jeremy can speak. And James can speak. But the idea that there has been so many different nations throughout, whether you want to talk about Chinese dynasties to Persian, because the Persian Empire, we still forget that they've had slavery for who knows how long, and they've had an empire for 2,000 years. 2,000 years. I know people like to believe that white people have been, quote, the pioneers of slavery when they're absolutely wrong, because there's no nation that has never enslaved their own people. That just put that first and foremost. But the idea is that I understand now that you're talking about the combating of the idea that Dan was putting out there in terms of, and for me, period, I don't think that other people, quote, should be ratifying or rather giving reparations to people who are here in this country for things that they decided to electively do. It's not like the other countries decided to do that. Once they decided to be their own people, to have their own mind, to do their own thing, they should be the ones responsible. So that's just my personal opinion. Again, Jeremy, go next. CJ, James, Dan.
Thanks, Resla. I'm doing my best not to jump in and interrupt.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
So I want to expand on CJ's point, but also expand on what I had stated before. So CJ was kind of making a point about that it's all about race. The white man pays the black man for reparations for the wrongs they were done, right? So, and my point is inheriting the sins of our ancestors and whatnot, right? Based on the way I talk, the way I look, and everything else, and the fact that I have worked to be in what would be classified as upper middle class. Now, all of that said, you would say I'm a white person and I would owe reparations, right? Now, what people don't know is my ancestry. We never owned slaves. I'm what would I be? Third generation? Not my parents, not my grandparents, but my great grandparents. They migrated here from Ireland. They were broke as shit. They had no slaves, none. So I don't come from, at least in the American side, I don't know anything from overseas, but at least from the American side, my ancestry never had slaves that are in America. But because I look just like any other white person from America, I would be liable to pay reparations for some sin that me nor my family committed. Does that not seem divisive?
Well, I would add that to the point of what I brought early into the stream is saying, like, how exactly how exactly are we able to determine who exactly gets reparations? We have such a melting pot to the point where we also seem to forget this thing that there were also black people who were slave owners.
Yep.
Yeah,
they had plantations.
I don't think.
And I mean, where were the slaves bought? They were bought in Africa from Africans.
Well, no. Well, what the point I'm making is that there were here people in the U.S. who were slave owners who were black, who had black slaves. That's what I'm making. But go ahead, CJ. Dan, hold on. CJ, James, then you.
This topic in particular reminds me of a Tupac song, that like living life through the rear view line. Like, it's like, at what point do we stop rehashing what our great grandfathers did and do something about, like, literally, if you give reparations out, it's going to open a whole new can of worms that you're then going to have to deal with. And not to mention, how do we decide who gets
a conversation about that?
The only fair answer is you don't. I mean, that seems like the only fair answer to me.
Okay, so many things have been spoken.
Wait! Don't skip James.
Well, I want to go and explain why I've been talking a lot, because I had surgery today.
Oh, I hope you get better.
So that's why I've been talking a lot. But yeah, I'm like CJ. I don't see where does it end. Like, at what point? And I could see if reparations will end the division that we have between people, quote unquote races, because I don't like the idea of race theory either as well. If it could end that problem, I would be down for reparations. Let's go ahead and have reparations. But otherwise, I don't see the point, because I didn't commit the sin, and why should I pay for it this far out?
Okay, so let me add something to that. Then I'm gonna let Dan go.
Okay.
The part of the reason, let me just tell you what other people have said. Not that I fully agree with it, but I do see some semblance of what people have said to me, because some people have made some convincing arguments, and I'm not going to make the arguments for that. But they say that part of the reason why you should consider, not that you should, I'm just saying consider paying out reparations, because based on the world and the status that you have of being privileged as, quote, being a white person born of birth. Not that you got to choose that, not you got to choose your family, whatever, but you have inherently, off the other backs of other people, have been able to move a little bit more comfortable within the United States compared to other people. That's the reason why they stayed. I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying anything. I'm telling you these are part of some other people's mindsets. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay. So many things. I'm going to go as fast as I can, and I'm going to speak as fast as I can. Number one, the Cold War called it one of the terms back. Third world country is completely outdated. There's no such thing as a third world country. I can explain to us what. However,
Bro.
back to this point.
Yo, wait, stop. No, stop. You need to explain why there's no third world country.
Okay, you know why
that's the term you threw off.
Okay, yeah, and I can gladly set it off and then blow everybody's mind. One, is anybody in the chat aware why the terms first world, second world, and third world were applied during the Cold War? What were they referring to? Because it wasn't an economic categorization. It was, in reality, first world referred to United States and those countries that were allied to United States. Second war referred to USSR and those countries that were allied to USSR. And third world referred to all of the countries that we said to USSR and to United States, go fuck yourselves. We're not aligning to either or. We're free. We're sovereign. We'll do what we want. And then, well, interventionism of both USSR and United States happened in our countries. But anyhow, that is the sense that the change towards, oh, well, we're trying to talk about developed world versus developing world is a bullshit semantical misuse of those terms. It doesn't mean anything. So, no, that is completely wrong. The developed and industrialized ideas to signify a country is wrong. Those terms were not applied in that economical sense at the beginning of the Cold War and during the Cold War. So, understanding those concepts, and let's go back to the subject. To answer the question, why do all the countries have to pay the reparations of slavery here in the Western Hemisphere? I answered it on my first intervention, because we have to make a clear distinction between the era of colonization, when here nobody was an independent nation, versus the actions of what happened post independence as independent nations. There's two clear distinctions. So the onage of the impacts and the effects of slavery and colonialism here in the Western Hemisphere is owed by all Europe. I stand by that. And I can continuously stand on that. The issues of when, after all the nations here in the Western Hemisphere became independent and continued, in the example we gave earlier on, United States did not abolish slavery from the get-go. It took them 90 years in a civil war and then 100 years of an apartheid state. That's a fact. Unmovable, irrefutable, that's a fact. Versus many countries in Latin America that did abolish slavery from the moment they became independent and in constitution. There's a great difference when we're referring as to what happened on those processes. But before independence, Europe owed us that money. Okay, clearing that concept from a historical standpoint, we also have to understand that this conversation has been ongoing for 248 years after we became independent. And it's up to today that rarely any ways of acknowledgement of the Europeans have been done. The example I gave on the third link of
sir. So I'm even have my freaking thing read it back to me, sir. The terms first world and third world originated, you're right, from the Cold War, but they've evolved to describe the difference between the levels of economic development and living standards.
When exactly did they evolve from the concept that I gave to then be utilized as the
Cold War? After the Cold War.
So can pussy mean a cat and a vagina? Your point is irrelevant, bro.
After the Cold War.
So my point is that the so-called evolution was a semantical justification to keep terms that did not mean anything.
I will agree with you in saying that it was a term that was developed especially during the Cold War, but after the Cold War, that has changed.
You know, words can have multiple meanings, bro. And I actually like this guy, Resla. He just proved my earlier point about Americans being the spoiled rich kids, bro.
I mean,
This is literally my point.
It changed when it came to economic factors, especially when we're talking about GDP and incomes. Like,
and I criticize that change because it maintains a stigmatization towards countries that have advanced or have very similar industrialization.
Why would you criticize? Are we the same as India? They still have a problem with fucking plumbing. Are we still the same as India?
You okay? In that case, United States has problems with infrastructure.
Have you ever left the United States?
So in that
sense, compared to India and China, China still has motels that fucking falling apart.
Have you ever left the United States, bro?
What? Yes, I have lived in the United States. So Resla, pay attention to me. The criticism is that the so-called evolving of those terms serve as a continuous stigmatization towards those countries that are considered lesser than the empires, not recognizing all the different efforts that have been done to clearly be industrialized in many ways. That today, the concept of industrialized versus not industrialized is razor thin, and that the definitions in regards of GDP or categorizations based on GDP are also arbitrary. So the criticism stands. The criticism stands. The terms doesn't matter if they evolved out of the whim of somebody, but they are still insignificant to explain the realities of industrialization in the world.
Someone else could take it. Someone else could take that. Someone else could take that.
Yeah, but look, Resla, you know I'm discussing from an epistemological standpoint and from
I need someone else to take this on. Times change.
Bro, you don't understand. Do you not understand that words can have multiple meanings?
So
and that meanings change over time. I don't know if you don't understand like basic grammar and how words work.
I'm a linguistic major.
Okay, so then you can understand this, right?
Then you understand the new formation of words. For instance, you understand what someone says, rizzing.
And what? And what?
Bro, if I say somebody's cool, does it mean they're cold? Does it mean they're cold, or does it mean something different?
So you're taking that at face value and saying,
no,
because
we're not.
Hold on. Let me ask this.
It's just logic, bro.
No, it's not logic. Because then
it is. Okay,
hold on. Let me make the point.
We literally update the English language every 5 years.
So this is the thing. And again, I go back to this point. The criticism of the so-called evolution of those terms is insignificant to what they're trying to categorize. So what we're criticizing is that the evolution from a term of saying who was aligned with who in the Cold War.
That it is not insignificant. It is not insignificant when you're trying to explain to a person why there's a delineation, there's a difference, there's a distinction between one area versus another based on economic development. It is not
irrelevant. Can I ask the panel a question?
If language changes in time,
it changes.
Okay, so why
can I reduce this? Can I reduce this?
Are we not changing those terms that are eventually wrong?
Language matter. Let me tell you how much language changes, man. This is the reason why we're not talking about hither and thither and wherever and what. Like what we talking about? Language changes all the time.
Okay. Bro, this is literally American spoiled rich kid shit, bro. Like you want to disparage countries that have like nothing and then still ask for money, bro. What the fuck? Bro?
Can I ask a real simple question? Can I ask a real simple question? Were you confused by the statement that Chris made when he said third world country? Did you know what he meant when he said that?
Oh no, I meant I
knew what he meant
by that.
You know what he meant.
You know what?
Look,
Do you
I
know
know
what I
what he
meant
meant,
when I said I
but
live
I'm
in a
going to
third
tell you.
world country?
Okay,
It
hold
means
on.
that the government switches off our power for 2 hours, sometimes twice for 2 hours every fucking day. The government turns off our fucking electricity, bro. That's what that means.
No.
Oh well, that's not
What
that's
I
not Africa.
understand when somebody tells me
right
third
back.
world countries is the stigmatization of those countries to be considered lower than the so-called industrialized nations.
Lower what? Lower what? Lower what? Lower what?
Lower
Lower what?
consideration from social to
Development.
economic to
Development.
everything.
This
So-
is why I said.
so
This is why.
that's what I'm
gonna compare
criticizing.
to U.S.? Are you really gonna compare to U.S. to India, who has been occupied by British nations and everything, and they still have a problem with fucking
What I'm
plumbing?
saying,
They still have shit rivers, sir. CJ,
Okay.
please
Fuck
take this
India,
home.
bro. We're
All right,
talking
I
about
want to
black
present
people. Like,
again,
what
what
about
I'm
the Congo,
saying,
bro?
see if
again,
anybody
what you're
actually thinks.
what you guys are not
CJ,
understanding. And okay,
Does anybody
I
actually
need
think
to
that
get this
if we
point.
were to give
Okay.
reparations, no matter like what criteria we use, if we give one section of people, and this is going back to the melting pot thing that Resla mentioned, if we're going to embrace that, how could anyone, and please give at least one reason if you say like yes, that it would bring us together, because I think the opposite. But do you actually think if we give reparations at this point, would that help us in any way, shape, or form? Like people
Yes.
are going to forget
It
the
will.
past or something at that point? Like,
I think if other countries should pay other countries reparations, I think all
I'm
you
just
Americans should
Oh
fucking pay all of
shit!
Africa for coming to take our
I'm not talking about
resources.
other
How about
countries. I'm
that?
just talking
Oh
within
shit,
America.
guys, hold up for a moment. Oh shit!
Joshua Jones.
Speaking of a guy who knows about being in
I don't even
third
know enough
world and first
history to
world
have that
fucking
conversation.
countries. Oh, it's Joshua Jones. Oh gosh, here we go, Josh. Here we go, Josh. All right,
I
great.
want to know
Questions.
who the hell
Hold on,
wants the
so-
reparations. Let's just because I'm catching up with the conversation.
Yeah,
Who
about
on
he.
this panel wants reparations?
Wait, no.
I mean,
That's
if
not.
everybody's getting
No,
them,
no.
I
That's
will
not-
make you. I will make you a deal. I will treat you different if you accept the consequences of being treated different.
Wait. What makes you think that people are not already treated different?
People are treated like shit across the globe.
That wasn't the question. So what?
By whom?
No. The question is, if they're getting reparations, why should they care if they're already going to be treated?
Because it's going to come with consequences. If you're going to receive, if another
Consequences.
person,
Explain the unforeseen consequences.
okay, well, so your division is going to cause
I'm going to
animosity.
get more white women to
Animosity
bend over
means
to my
at some
Black Lives
point-
Matter.
you're making me agree with the
Black Lives
Fed.
Matter.
Forget Black Lives Matter. That's child's
Right.
play bullshit. So let's hypothetically,
Wrestler, Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter.
let's hypothetically say that you or another race or another group of people is given monetary advantages over another group. We see this with the what the hell's that the girl shit. What the hell they call that crap with the women?
Me too.
Feminism?
Affirmative action, that kind of
Oh.
bullshit.
Okay,
We
that.
treat women like shit because of it. And you want to have the same consequences. The consequences that come from that is going to be an animosity. If your neighborhood gets special treatment, I am going to behave, vote. I am going to, might even take a shit in your neighborhood because I don't like you now. You're
Look.
going to eventually cause the disparity in between the two.
Look, I'm just gonna be sincere on this sense. One, on the prior point, I explained historically where it came from. I disagree with the terms. I explain
It
why.
doesn't matter where it
Hold
comes from.
on,
It's
Joshua.
where you're
Just
going to.
hold on. Now, on the second point, I made a clear distinction between what is owed by the Europeans while they invaded here, and then I made a distinction of what happens after the fuck ups of governments when they became independent. Second, third, fact.
Help
Hold
me.
on.
Help me. Go back to the ode. Help me. Who owes who what in this world at any given time? 1,000 years ago, right now, 2,000 years in the future. Who owes who what?
to the victors the spoils, and we kicked the ass of Europe and became independent. So we're the victors. We get to tell them you owe us.
The United States is constantly fighting everybody else for everything else. There's no
That happened after
We
independence.
constantly.
That happened after independence, and that
It
issue
happens
will go
right now.
towards-
Do you know how many active conflicts we are in?
What did I
right
just
now?
say? I said all of that happened after the United States became independent in the last 248 years. And if we focus on to that, but that whataboutism shows clearly that you're moving the goalpost. So let's focus
Why
on
am I
the
supposed to
fucking
be
goal.
worried about something that's
Yeah, the goal
248
is
years old?
domination.
Can somebody
period.
tell me that?
Okay,
I don't
so
know, CJ. I don't know.
why do you celebrate 1776 every year?
I don't celebrate. I don't
don't.
celebrate
I don't.
Independence Day. I
Well,
celebrate
obviously-
work
okay.
your ass off day.
I don't.
So again, why a majority of the United States celebrate 1776, or why would other people celebrate 1865?
Because people
13th
want
of
an
December?
excuse to
Sir,
not
sir.
do
I don't
something.
celebrate it. I work it in order to get time and a half.
Okay, so Resla, for example, as a U.S. citizen, African descendancy, or etc.,
No,
whatever,
I'm black. I'm black. I'm black.
blackness, whatever you want to refer to,
I'm black.
do you celebrate the 13th of December of 1865?
No, sir.
1865.
No, sir.
You do not celebrate the proclamation? You do not
No.
celebrate the end of the
All I
Civil
was
War
saying
and
is
the end of
No,
slavery?
no. Wait. Let me answer it. No, sir. I don't.
Okay, so
I don't.
what
I
does
don't. I do not celebrate it.
okay? What is one of the major components of a cultural identity? Isn't it celebrating the special dates where special events have happened? So you're telling me in that sense that the celebrations of special events that marked a specific change for a XYZ community are irrelevant to the cultural identity?
Should I celebrate? Should I celebrate President's Day? Should I celebrate when Martin Luther King was assassinated? Should I celebrate what?
not
his
celebrate.
birthday? No. That was the question. Should I celebrate these things? Should I celebrate Juneteenth?
We all should celebrate Martin Luther
I-
King's birthday because it's
No,
my
we all shouldn't. You all shouldn't. 'Cause I got dream. I have a dream that I smash so many white women. Like that's not no.
Okay, so
my dream too.
So we're going and entering into a very interesting point. Unfortunately, it goes off to another conversation. But the point being made is it seems that for some, the selectiveness of memory of the past tends to be just that, a selective
It's not
sense of understanding the
not
past.
a memory. It's understanding what took place and then understanding what holders they have for you in the future. Being caught up in the past and not understanding how to move forward with the president does not mean a goddamn thing. So me worrying about, first of all, like you said, should I be celebrating the Emancipation Proclamation? No, I should not.
I
Because I don't
truly-
worry about being a human shield for nobody.
I truly see that they put like a lot of importance whatever school, college you went to, like on how big of a deal this was or whatever. I see that as a divide and conquer strategy, writing that into our books and making it seem so important. Like I truly believe that. Like, at what point do we move past this same old shit we've been rehashing for forever?
Oh no,
You know what I mean?
we moved past it in the 90s, right? This shit was like, it was a taboo. Yes, there were racist fuckers running around. Most of us, the vast majority of us in U.S. culture, did not give a shit in the 90s. We got
What
over
culture?
that.
What culture? I mean,
I-
Resla is
I
a
would've
U.S.
been- I
citizen,
would've been
and it
for
has showed
redneck
to me.
culture.
Has showed to me.
Tell
Let
what
me
my
answer the
culture
question.
is. What is my
Don't you
culture?
I would have been
Hold
from
on.
redneck
Sorry,
culture.
Resla,
and
again, I
don't
pointed
say
you.
we have the Confederate flags in our yard kind of thing.
No,
we
sir. Don't you
mostly
speak for
didn't
us.
give a shit.
So,
No, we didn't have Confederate flags. Don't you speak for
Okay.
us, sir.
Hold on.
We did in
Let
the
me-
white neighborhoods.
Joshua, I'm just going to ask you one thing. What makes you a U.S. citizen with that culture of North America, of the United States? What are those elements that make you as a U.S. citizen?
What makes me a U.S. citizen?
No,
Career
What-
military.
what
no,
makes-
no,
Career
no,
mili-
no,
I'm
no,
sorry,
no.
I'm sorry.
I did
Career
not say what.
military and career government service.
No,
This is what
no, Josh, let him explain it again because he said a whole lot of bullshit before that. Let him say it and pay attention to what he said. Dan, what did you say?
What makes you part of the United States culture? What makes you, as a U.S. citizen, be part of that citizenship?
Okay. Let's see here. The first part is going to be family. The second part, in our case of our family, is it's either going to be a very long family history of government service, aka most of our family's military. The rest that weren't in military went into government employment. We literally serve the government.
Resla, listen,
That's our
man.
That
culture.
doesn't tell me anything. That doesn't tell
That
me
is
anything.
our culture. That is the thing that we serve. We breed children to continue to do exactly that. And we've
We
done
are
it
the
for
government.
180 years.
We are the government because we the people are the government.
Yes.
We the people.
Okay,
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
say
yeah.
Resla, I just quickly want to
Let me-
interrupt, man. I got to bounce as I don't have the privilege of being in that time zone. You want to talk about privilege? It's like 3 a.m. by me. So I'm going to bounce. But all I just want to say is this race stuff is a bunch of crap. It comes down to in which country you live, in which country your ass is planted. If you got dollars in your pocket and you're in America, maybe you should fix the rest of the world before you want anything from the rest of the world, as the difference between Americans and other countries is vast. Go visit other countries and then come back and see if you still feel entitled to money from a
I didn't even
disparity
realize this was an
that is
international
currently
Hey.
existing in the rest of the world.
Sorry, bro.
Just to be
Thank you
clear,
for coming, Chris, and thank you for
I
participating.
appreciate you guys. Resla, thank you for having me on,
Yeah.
man.
I
Hey,
appreciate you,
Chris.
Chris. Feel free to
Yes.
come by anytime you want.
just to be
This
clear,
was a
that
within
comment
Thank you,
was
thank you.
made because I don't ask
Is this
enough
international?
We're like my channel is international. I get people
Well, I
from
mean,
everywhere.
as far as the reparations topic.
No, you can bring it whatever you want. When I was talking
Okay.
about it, because the truth of the matter is that let me just say this: as much as I can say here in the U.S., I know plenty of people who come from the U.K. who also say the same thing. Now, the U.K. has different rules, but they do bring forth the same kind of topics. El Pedro, what's going on? But they do. Listen, I pulled up Spanish girls' hair to know how to say it.
Baka.
But yeah,
I have to go Japanese on that one. Baka.
But there are enough people across the board who I know have pretty much stated that. And while I'm really making it home to people who I know mainly say it who are here, I knew that there are people across the seas who say it as well. But I do know, unless we sort it out here, we ain't even got to worry about what's going on in Europe, because they still deal with things that we don't deal with here. Like they're still dealing with First Amendment issues.
Resla, I gotta ask you something. Why the hell did you fight me on my criticism of the terms third world, etc.? I explained it where it came from. I also indicated that it did change to explain that.
Yeah, well, where it came from is no longer the same way what it was, and most people who were up here were talking about the way it is currently looked at, not the way it was made foundationally.
Point being there is that can we establish a common ground of saying that utilizing those terms creates a stigmatization against those who you are calling like that.
But not when you saying that the view that they hold for what's already considered currently is irrelevant.
Is it?
It's not irrelevant. Words, we've already mentioned words change all the time. A great point. I can't remember if it was CJ, whatever, but saying the word cool right now can be meaning for multiple things. Like, we understand, even if you were today were to look up exactly what a third world and a first world nation means today, you would get exactly the definition that most people will come up with, which means talking about economic development, even though it would mention what it was prior to and how it looked at now after the Cold War.
I think you missed the point when I said that the major criticism, and in line with your argument, yes, we agree, times change. But in that changing of time, the usage of words and terms and categorizations is also important for it to be changed. And that's exactly the base point I was making. That the term third world countries to refer to all these other countries outside of the United States or Europe it has become obsolete, because the justification that happened in the last 30 years
obsolete. That's the shit.
Because if we're going to talk about the industrialization versus the process of industrialization, or sub-industrialization or sub-development versus being developed or in process of development. Hold on. Why should we be utilizing only terms that originate in North America and English North America? Why should we be defined by those terms when we are telling you, as those countries recipient of those terms, no, we are not. We can talk about the economic inequalities, development, sub-development, etc.
Are you developed, sir? Are you developed, sir? Fully
yes,
developed?
I am developed. What
are you sure y'all fully developed?
Okay, hold on. What are the
your country?
What are the five major criteria for development? Please, James.
What are the five? And you can tell me you don't have that, or the U.S. doesn't have that?
Hold on.
Compared to India?
What are the 5 developments? 5 points for somebody to be considered developed?
Industrialized. You have to be industrialized. You have to be able to have manufacturing and things like that.
How about your domestic products that are actually going into widespread to be able to quote parts of poverty, which is why we turn around and say the homeless person here is going through nothing compared to the homeless person in any other country. What are we talking about here?
You have homeless, and one of the reasons Trump became president was the economic problem.
That's a good point, but like,
you know what we also have too? We have beach bums. People who choose to be homeless because the lives of their lives they have way more better than the lives of those
34
and they choose to be homeless.
United States has 34 to 40 million people under the line of poverty. Is that not a fact?
How many people? Wait, let me ask you this question. How many of those people? Because the answer is yes. Again, I want to make sure I answer your question. But how many people actually choose to be homeless?
Bring your data. You're the one making the claim.
Here's my point about the homeless.
Bring the data. Bring data that would back up telling me that people choose to be homeless.
A lot, sir.
How about we worry about?
You know happens to be a lot. You know happens to be a lot of the people that's sitting in homeless. People who are under drugs, and unfortunately, I'm happy not here in my state of New York because we brought that shit down to 1%. But homeless people who are veterans, former vets.
Okay, is it not logical though that we would try to work on our homeless population before we worry about reparations? Like, is that not?
Yay!
Is that not more pressing of a matter?
Both things can work in parallel with each other.
I would love to tell you yes, CJ. I would love to tell you yes. I personally speaking, yes, it is. At the same time. How do I say this? There's no way for me to say this without sounding bad. Vets are already given things that other people who have not served, who are homeless, cannot possibly get a hold of. So that means if you have people who serve, and again, no shade against anyone who served, but for those who choose not to, let's just say when they become homeless, they are too old to be able to serve. Right? Let's be honest. The age is 35. You can't serve after 85. So if that comes into place, should they be, quote, at a lesser disadvantage to someone who did serve, and let's just say they've been out of the service since in their early or even mid-20s?
They shouldn't be,
Like,
because
just
they,
because
they need help
they are
too.
quote, civilian versus those who were military who are now civilian, should those people become more ample treatment from those who are, again, who we don't know what they did when they were in the service. Maybe they were gunners, maybe they were medics, whatever. But then the people, let's just say the person who's homeless used to be a former VP exec or former fucking stock person. Should that person have less opportunity just because they did not serve? CJ?
No, they should. I mean, I think there's a double negative in there, but no, they shouldn't have.
So that means it should be open in the air. But I can tell you,
not.
but I can tell you from working in companies that prior to this is why I'm going to make up the point again, where I had to combat people with the whole point about DEI, right? Is that we already had a form of DEI ahead of time, because one of the things that they put on your resume, on the application, not written this to your resume, but application is what? Have you served in the armed forces? Why would they ask you that?
Okay.
Why this is a question for CJ. Why would they ask you that? Why would they ask you, have you served? Unless they want to put you at the front of the line. Isn't that a form of DEI?
Yeah.
Okay, then.
But I personally find it disgusting that we can allow anyone that served in our military to be homeless. They should at least be afforded some type of job. Like, you know what I mean? Bare minimum. I'm not saying just hand them money, but they should at least, if they're willing to put their life on the line for the country, they shouldn't have to worry about. I don't care how mentally screwed up they are.
I agree. I can also tell you, I agree.
That got them in this situation in the first place.
Right, but I agree. I agree with you, CJ.
Bad choices.
No, I agree with you, CJ. But at the same time, I can tell you from being homeless myself that I've seen many people who are vets who, quote, choose to be homeless.
So I disagree.
Okay, so
I have a disagreement on your.
You would never think that, but they choose to. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I have a disagreement in the point where you made on job applications, whatnot. Did you serve in the military as a form of DEI? I don't agree with that, and the reason I don't agree with that is there's a few other questions that used to be on job applications, and sometimes you can see it. You don't always, but they'll ask levels of education. Are you married? I've actually seen you have kids and things like that, right?
We cannot ask that because that is a form of discrimination
right now, but they used to. But my point is they made those because they were used as determining the mindset of the individual.
People. I know. I'm part of the people who had to write those policies.
But asking if you served in the military, that does allow you to derive something on that person's character, in that were they selfless enough to go and put their lives before
Jeremy,
and I think there's honor in that.
What does that have to do when a person who is, quote, who served in the military is applying for a stock hand or a customer service position?
There's a certain amount of loyalty.
No. I asked you a very poignant question. That person has more of a qualification to be able to sell goods and services versus the civilian?
No, there's a point of loyalty in the sense that, like, they want to hire somebody who's going to have loyalty to the company, right?
In the military, loyalty to what? The company?
They're selfless enough to put their lives before civilians and serve the country, so they would have a loyalty to the company that they're applying to work for as well.
They're no longer serving the country, sir.
Right. But that means that they could put loyalty towards who they're going for now, right?
No, sir. Because they still leave.
No. How not?
You know why? They're civilians. Because you know what the other qualifier that people use against you, just the same way they use the military? Whether you have college or not, whether you are financially in debt because you went to an institution, sir.
Right. Okay.
Because you know what that shows? You know what that shows? You're dedicated. You turned around and got your degree.
Sure.
You showed that you was able to sit somewhere for 4, if not more, years. Does that mean that you're really skillful at the job? No, it does not.
Okay, so
Because
I'm not saying it did,
because,
but it does show that they exhibited a piece of
It
loyalty.
does not.
So I would give that
Character,
consideration to it.
your character speaking. This part of my job is that I have to sift through all the bullshit because I'm gonna bring this to a House reference. The TV show House. Everybody lies. What you tell me means squat to how you are on the job.
that's why I prefer a more direct approach with statistical data that can, in occasions, better bypass the lies that people tell. But the point I will propose for another program. That point I stand openly against that claim that people become homeless because they want to. But for another program, not today. James and I,
we can
had
talk
a
about that.
I
I want to go
think
back.
we should go back to the old program where if you don't produce, you should starve to death on the street.
Okay, so that means forget democracy, forget solidarity, forget being one nation.
What democracy? We're a republic.
Forget about being
a democratic republic, not a democracy.
Okay, let me cook with that for 1 second. One, the term republic. Do you know what it means?
Yes, it's going to be a group of different states. In our case, it's going to be a group of 50 states in our case.
No, dumbass. I'm sorry. Look, republic means the public thing, and democracy means the power of the people. That is from an etymological point. Then the modern use of those terms are interchangeable, especially in the Western Hemisphere, because we named through the constitutional means that democracy and republic function.
What power do you have, sir? You as a citizen, what power do you have? What say do you have?
Well, for example, my own constitution establishes that the power
I trample people's constitutional rights on the monthly.
Are you really a Fed? I want to know. I want to know.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's great. It's great that you say that.
Rights.
So you don't care.
Literally on the daily in the U.S.
Wait. Dan, you don't know. You don't know. Josh is a Fed. He's a Fed. I'm gonna tell you right now. He's a Fed.
Over there.
He has no jurisdiction on me. So
get taken away on conviction. Your gun rights are taken away on conviction. We can go down the list. I can willy-nilly deprive you of freedom almost over any little tiny thing.
I just remember two things. James, in a moment, I'll come back with you with a conversation we were having about what makes a country industrialized, especially the human index, GDP, industrialization, and all this stuff. But back to you, Joshua. So should I take this expose that you just did of saying you don't give a shit about our Constitution, you don't give a shit about independence, you trample it any time. If you are not a Fed, you have no jurisdiction on me in any sense because I'm outside the United States.
I have jurisdiction on you, and I could be on the other side of the planet. What are you talking about?
No, you don't. You don't.
One of the things I have problems with.
If you were
very fucking surprised.
Hold on.
Really if you were, hold on. The Constitution, do you?
Hold on.
The Constitution to me just is a piece of paper that makes people.
So let me tell you what would happen to you as a federal agent of United States going outside of the United States and trying to enforce that so-called power in another country. Let me tell you the three things that are going to happen. One, you're going to get your ass handed.
You're telling Josh his job.
You're going to get either a bullet through here or through center mass. And three, we're going to spit on your face and tell you you have no power over us. Go fuck yourself.
This is hilarious. So let's explain this concept of
who did you think is going to be
come to our countries of federal agents.
Let's start with the concept of searching. Do you believe that I can or cannot search your information, whatever it might be, your banking, whatever, outside of the U.S., easier than I could inside the U.S.?
Yeah, and that's a crime, and you're a criminal.
It is not a crime.
It is not a crime for...
Name the statute.
It's really not.
Name the statute.
It's really not.
If you're found out that you use the powers of your federal
My
office.
supervisors tell me to do this on a
It's
daily
not a
Of course,
crime.
I
I
know.
guarantee you they
And-
do.
and
mastermind.
We are
Yes.
recognizing.
Thank you,
I'm not
CJ.
telling
Thank
you.
you.
I am not
It's
Thank
not a
telling
you.
you
crime.
that you
It's
can't
not
do
a
it.
crime.
I am telling you that the action of doing it is considered terrorism when you are
No, it's not.
focusing it
No, it's
outside.
not. No, it's not. It's not
Outside the
terrorism.
borders of the United
No.
States, as a federal agent, you have no power.
No.
You can, yes,
No.
we
That's
can agree that.
wild.
See,
He
hold
is
on, hold on, hold on.
crazy. What is
Hold
he
on.
smoking over
We can
there?
agree. We can
Like,
agree. Hold on, hold on. We
what is
can
he
agree
smoking?
that the actions of foreign policy of the United States through people of the federal government, through the CIA, FBI, DEA, etc., have been a continuous criminal activity of United States in the intervention of our countries and fucking up our countries. There's
But
no
then
doubt
where's
of that.
the convictions? Where are all of the convictions? If they're criminals, where are the convictions?
Well, your
Exactly.
government
What are the
protects them.
convictions?
So when we chase them, oh, and
Who
here's
chases
one.
them?
Here's one
Who?
conviction
Yeah,
for
who?
you,
Who?
and this goes outside of the federal government, but it's a conviction against Chiquitita Brand for their involvement with the paramilitaries in Colombia, sentenced by one of your courts.
Yes.
So there is a sentence right there. Or the persecution we made against Peter North, which tumbled down his
Peter
political
North, you
career.
mean the porn star?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I
Peter
was like,
North,
wait a second. He's famous for something else.
yeah. So the point being here, Joshua, is that you, outside of your borders of the United States, your actions against other people of other nations is an
No.
act of
We're
terrorism.
talking
As
specifically against U.S. citizens.
oh,
Fuck,
I'm outside the
fuck
United
everybody
States.
else. Let's talk about us. What can I
Well,
not do to another U.S. citizen? Tell me.
Nobody's
violate
saying
his
maybe
constitutional
he is,
rights,
but I'm not
and if you
saying.
do,
I mean, clearly you
Your
can.
constitutional rights get
you violate the
trampled
Constitution.
on the daily.
Okay, yes, I know, and that
So
says
then
volumes
why
about your
do
country.
you hold to this idea that this piece of paper is something that you can basically say, oh, I've got a piece of paper. Oh, I've got a piece
There's
of paper.
no way you can really be a Fed saying that publicly, though. Like, that would
Yeah,
be
no,
such
no,
a
no,
bad
no.
look.
I know
Well, I
he's
do
not
wear
a
a
Fed.
mask when my camera is on.
Yeah, he
I
does.
know.
He does. He does.
Well, I mean, that just seems like a bad look to come say that publicly.
Well,
Oh, Josh
he
has
is
been
that
up for a
publicly or
while.
not.
I've been talking
Probably
to Josh for a
wrong. I
while.
don't know much about much. I'm just saying it seems to me. Hey, but while I got you here, I have a buddy that builds y'all's prisons, and I know that y'all hire a bunch of illegals, and I'm more than happy to do a $30 an hour bolt removal job. Just
That is crazy.
I'm right here, guys.
That is crazy.
I'm not a criminal.
now-
I'm right here.
So now that the MAGA is in power, we should consider that this self-explanatory criminal activities of federal government is going to stop, or is it going to continue? I mean,
just out of curiosity, is he no longer a criminal when he pardons himself?
hey, that's up to your.
No. Answer the question. We know the answer. We all know the answer. Answer the question, please.
Yeah,
Is he still a
No,
criminal when he pardons himself?
I'll be honest. I have not reviewed if a sitting president can pardon himself in the United States. Outside of the United States, I can tell you that no.
We're gonna make this real
No,
simple.
no.
No. Because
Resla, I don't know. I'm not familiar with that. So
let me answer. You want some bull? Let me answer this. When a president decides to pardon another individual, are they still a criminal?
no, that pardon erases that criminality. They become
Yes
expunged
or
of that
no.
criminality.
Yes or no.
So if our president decides to pardon himself, is he still a criminal?
Technically, no, but again,
Thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you. That was all we needed.
Resla. On that point, there is another discussion to be had. There are people.
There's not.
Lawyers.
Let me tell you why there's not. Let me tell you why there's not. Supreme Court rules.
Okay, look again.
Supreme Court rules.
I do not care if that is the circumstance in the United States, but for the analysis, it shows how morally bankrupt your country is in every sense of the word, and that morally bankrupt is something that is not exclusive or unique to the United States. We have lived it through Latin America sufficiently. You're just catching up to that moral bankrupt. And I don't know. Look, I don't know if Joshua is just shitting about being or not. I don't care about that. I mean, I'm having fun on that. So in that sense, all I'm saying, Joshua, thank you for admitting what has been a secret voices for
Can you inform me what they ruled
over
on?
100
This
years.
was never a secret. This
Thank you
has
for
never
telling us.
been some
It's not a
secret.
secret. I've been known about it.
Thank you.
Oh,
No, I'm
how
being
long have we
facetious.
known each other now?
I'm
Jesus
being
Christ.
facetious. I'm being facetious. I'm being just facetious because at the end,
I will agree with you. I will agree with you on like the moral bankruptcy concept. I think that's kind of a thing that we in the Western side of the world tend to have a problem with. However, there is probably a really good reason for a cause of that, and it usually comes with added options. You walk into the store in the United States, let's say Walmart, just a bag of chips, right? You've got an aisle with thousands of brand names. Guarantee you, if you walk into any other part of the country, even in the European Union, right, you're not going to find that many options. You're going to find chips, yes, right? But you're going to find like a very limited supply. Let's say 25 in Europe. Come to Southeast Asia, you're going to find 5. It seems like the more choices we have, the worse decisions we make.
Absolutely, yep.
That's
it's kind of like the toothpaste concept, or that's 100%. The way I heard it presented to me. Is we have so many options, we have a hard time making a decision.
Yes, sir.
And that happens to me personally. Like, I think that's like people were complaining about third world this, third world that. Like, we have a whole other set of problems where we have so much shit. Like I don't even know how to put it into words.
I'll make it simple for Dan. Having too many options, right? Too many areas in the bushes where you can take a shit and wipe your ass, right? Versus just the one area, just going to an outhouse and just taking a shit. Too many options, sir. If you just have the outhouse, you're good.
And I've heard a lot of studies about people
I'm going to be simple
being happier.
If having too much options is one of the tenets as to why the United States is morally broken, that means that greed has taken control over
people are broken.
So in that sense, look, I just can't. I'm sorry, but I can't take that one seriously. I'm laughing off right now because the argument is we are morally bankrupt because we have too many options. It just doesn't ring, man.
It kind of is laughable, but it is a true problem.
It is laughable. It is laughable. I mean, I'm going to tell you why the morally bankrupt situations in Latin America happen. And they happen because of 3 fucking conditions. 1, because we know how to fight between each other and kill each other pretty well. 2, it happens because we have not decolonized accordingly in the last 200 years, and we still are allowing Christianity or any other fucking religion to tell us what to fucking do. And the third thing that why we're morally bankrupt, I'm talking about Latin America. I'm not talking about
Latin America. Oh, you mean you guys?
Us guys. So in this sense, and the third reason why we're morally bankrupt.
You know what, Dan? Let me that. I will say this one. That's why I like y'all women.
Joshua, put me on the good list. Tell him put me on the good list.
That's the only reason why I like y'all women, Dan. Y'all are easily able to be corrupted. That's why I like y'all women.
So, wait. You can't deny this, but the women can easily corrupt a U.S. citizen like that.
There's been no lying woman from the South that has come through and turned around and converted me. She's only gotten with heathens, and she's only converted everything.
No. They don't need to go up there. When you guys come down here, you get corrupted so fast and so quick.
First of all, I don't want to go down there because I go missing.
Yeah, I'd be a sucker.
No. Look,
what are we doing here?
Resla, I'm sorry. I'm gonna say this with all honesty. I love you, my brother, but you ain't got what it takes to live here in Latin America. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm a little bit more prepared than you think I am.
No. I don't want to underestimate you or overestimate you, but one thing I am sure is that
I guarantee you when I get down there, the last thing they're gonna be looking at me is some easy gringo. That's not gonna happen.
Oh, be careful! Famous last words. Be careful.
Gringo, jefe, gringo.
I've heard that many times, and
no. Because here's the thing: when I say that,
be
even
careful
here within my own country,
words.
when I said that even here in my own country, my paranoia is hot at an all-time high. You would think I'm as trained as Josh. My paranoia is high.
Do you know how many times I've heard
Excuse me.
U.S. citizens tell me exactly the same thing, and then they come down here and get hammered down?
But you know why?
I hope that you're right. I sincerely hope that you're right, and that you're exception to the rule.
They're there for the wrong reasons. When I go down there, if I go down there, you know what I'm not looking for? I'm not looking to do it up. I'm not looking to get noticed.
Good.
I'm not looking for a wife.
Good. In that sense, look. I hope you're right.
But I will knock down your women and corrupt them.
It's my experience. It's my experience that those who express that same words that you've told me never fulfill them. But that's just what I have experienced.
Are you
may be an
like
exception.
Bros type of people?
Let me tell you why they don't fulfill it. Because
Yeah,
they
it
came
sounds
up
like that, Josh.
Because they came up there with a different objective. They came up there with a different itinerary. When I come down there, it's not what you think.
Resla, my grandmother used to tell me something wise when we told her, "Oh, I met this girl, blah blah," and she told me, and she would tell us, either we met a girl or my cousins were women, I met a boy, whatever. My grandma used to say, "Duerme con él, vive con él," porque one thing is wanting to dance, and the other one is to actively dance, and that meant that be careful with overestimating and or underestimating what you have not lived through.
Do you think I am a person that goes anywhere and overestimates?
I hope
you Abuela can get it too.
Look, Resla, I don't know. Resla, I do sincerely hope that you could be an exception to that rule. I don't know.
Oh, there've already been plenty of exceptions before me.
Can I tell one story? I was working. I was the only white guy on this crew where I was basically just loading trucks, right? And there was actually the other white guy was fresh out of the military. I'm not sure if he was a Marine or an Army guy or whatever, but he was cocky like that. You know what I mean? This Guatemalan, like a 5'3" Guatemalan guy, they wrestled, and he held him on the ground and mocked him in front of everybody, and like. It was mind blowing to me because the guy thought he was so trained up and everything. I'm not trying to fuck with you guys, I guess is all I'm saying.
Oh, it's not good. It's not good to be in that position. It's not good. Yeah, that's typically the way that go too. I'm not trying to knock you out or anything. I'm just trying to have you quit publicly.
I'm not trying to put the military down either, Josh. Just calm down.
I'm not. I'm not military.
He's not military.
It's all the same in my head. I don't know. Whatever.
He's not military. He's Quantico.
Oh yeah, you're better than that, right? Yeah.
No,
better than
I didn't go into the Navy because specifically I didn't think I was going to hack boot camp. I was like,
can you get me a job at the Taco Bell in the middle of the CIA?
Not the Taco Bell.
I'll just do the tacos, bro. How about that?
If there was a Taco Bell in Southeast Asia, I would kill you to maintain that.
I'm saying I heard there's one in the middle of the CIA building.
CJ,
in the middle of the
I don't know. I've never been in the CIA building. I don't know.
Bro.
Joshua, I got a quick question.
He's probably never been in the CIA building. He's just been to the farm and that's it.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm trying to get a job from this guy.
I got a quick question. Is World War III going to start in Europe, or is it going to be started by the United States, or is it going to be started by China and Russia?
I only hope one thing, sir, that when World War III starts, I'm not even alive.
And why are you asking me? Do you think I?
No. You're in intelligence.
What the hell?
Hey, you said you're the federal agent, and you're close to intelligence.
Do you think that means that you have some like access to some like back room, some planning of aliens or some shit? Like it doesn't even come close to that.
I don't even
know.
believe in aliens.
I don't
I
know
have
if you,
certain
what's your
friends, you
clearance
know that, right?
at this
I
moment.
believe in aliens. They're called illegal aliens, and they're delicious.
Here we go.
If I,
Here we go.
if I can jump in for just a second, Resla, thank you for letting me on the panel. But I've got
Absolutely.
it's been good chatting and whatnot, and sharing some thoughts. I don't know how to refer to you there, Disco Latin American political analyst.
Disco is fine.
It's fine.
Just some interesting insights from you, Josh, as well. James, I'll definitely see you around because we're on all the panels. CJ, before I go for you, one comment I want to make: if you wait until January, I hear there will be an opening at McDonald's.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Thank you, sir.
You can be the fry guy. You're
Be on
the
the
head
lookout.
fry cook. There you go.
Hey, Resla,
And with that,
Oh, how dare you? How about how dare you?
Jeremy, thanks for coming by, man. Feel free to come by anytime you want.
Resla, you remember a few panels back the comment I made that I don't buy in Walmart and the whole mess it happened on that when I said I don't buy at Walmart. I'm just gonna say it, and I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna see the whole thing explode. I haven't eaten McDonald's in over 20 years.
I am way too
Not
good
once.
looking for McDonald's.
James, what on earth are you doing, sir?
Ice pack.
Is that glue?
What is it? You were just
Ice
sniffing
pack.
what?
Is that
An
semen?
ice pack.
Ice pack. Like I
okay.
said, I'm recovering from surgery.
Oh, okay. I thought you were sniffing your last date. That was weird.
I thought he collected his semen and puts it in
well,
the
don't give me the laughing. Don't get me to laughing.
We don't know what he has in that so-called ice
I
pack.
don't know what he had there. I was like he had his last date. He was just sniffing her remnants. Like,
don't get me to laughing. I can't laugh.
Hey,
I'll start my gums start bleeding again.
We don't know. We don't know if he stole the panties and put them in that ice pack and then freeze and then he said, "Here we go." The excuse of I got an operation, it's bullshit. He just punched himself and then said
he was like,
I had to mute it. I couldn't start to laugh because my gums start bleeding again if I start laughing.
All right, we're not gonna make you laugh.
"Oh, Trump said he said World War III has already started."
Trump said, "Who is gonna believe anything that Trump says?"
I will because I'm a Trump supporter.
I will.
Did you notice my T-shirt?
I don't. Oh shoot!
Trump,
there you go.
baby.
Why does it matter if a man is sitting in a very high chair, might not be the highest chair, but if a man's sitting in a pretty damn high chair, what does it matter what he says? Doesn't it really more matter what he does?
Can I kick the chair? Can I kick the chair?
Does. But if he's sitting in a
high
chair,
kick the chair, but there might be a group of people standing around him might try to kick you in return. I mean,
if he's sitting in a high chair,
it's the risk.
How high the chair is, so that I just need to know how much his feet are dangling off the floor.
Yeah. So once
I
kick
honestly
it,
don't know.
But it matters what he does. It doesn't matter.
I don't get the concept of why does it matter what. Now, I'll give you. I'm a staunch Republican. The Trumper thing doesn't really matter to me. I'm just mostly a Republican.
Yep.
At the end of the day, that man has been talking shit since he was doing The Apprentice like 15, 20 years ago. Why do you give a shit what he or actually anybody else says? So, doesn't it much more matter what a person does?
Josh, I did a whole stream right after that whole election shit took place, right?
I agree.
And I literally did a whole stream talking to people, regardless of who the hell won, right? Whether you are one of these libs on TikTok, which I have decided, as much as it could bring me traffic to the channel, I've decided not to cover them because I know it's a big thing that everybody is doing. But I said, what are you doing personally as an individual to make your lives better in the next 4 years? Regardless if it was Trump who won or baby Cam. What were you going to do personally? Why is it that you believe that a person sitting in what you say that high chair is going to make the biggest difference in your life? What are you doing for yourself? Why do you need someone in Big Daddy government to bird feed you? Why aren't you doing shit for yourself? And what are you doing? What are you going to do to make your life better? I had a whole stream about that, and I think the stream was called "So What Now."
And I treat Trump that way with that type of courtesy because I wish it was applied to myself. I mean, I wish people would look at what I do as opposed to what I say on the internet. Because if you look at what I say on the internet, I'm in a hole so deep I'm never going to get out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But if you look at what you do in real
I
life,
think of the millions of women, right, who turned around and donated so much money to CamCam. And I got to be careful because CamCam was getting freaking people's, they were sniping people's channels. But they gave us so much money, like $4 million to CamCam, and they got a Beyonce concert out of it.
All right.
What was all that?
Sorry, I posted another link there for you to read in the video. You tickle my curiosity. There's in regards of President can pardon himself.
I swear, if I click on this link and it says "Who runs the world, girls," I'm gonna be mad at you, Dan. I'm just gonna...
No, come on. I'm not there yet. If I want to troll, I'll troll. And dude, okay. So back to the conversation. Reparations. I mean,
he doesn't need to. There, look, he doesn't need to.
I'm saying, like I told you, I don't know the extent of that part.
He can, but he doesn't need to. He can though.
No.
Yeah,
I'm saying on this document.
Yeah, so to put it out there. Yeah, for anyone who didn't see this, to put it out there as to what was being sent, the question is, can the president quote pardon himself? And the answer is yes. There's no rules that says the president cannot pardon himself, but he doesn't even need to at this point because the Supreme Court has made it so.
But then on that same page, there's those who say no. Hold on. On that same page I gave you, right below the it's telling you yes, he can pardon himself. Then there's the opinion and position of those that say no, the president cannot pardon himself, and they cite Jonathan Turley, a professor of public interest law at George Washington. You can see the quotation there, etc. So the position of yes or no is disputed in the intellectual sense or in the constitutional analysis.
Here's the reason why it falls apart. But let me tell you why. Let me tell you why it falls apart. The same question as to can he pardon himself falls under the same statute of can a felon become president? The answer is yes. So
I understand.
So my thing is this, and if the Supreme Court ruled in saying that while under the presidency, a president could do X, Y, and Z, he's obviously not going to get charged for accounts that were made while he was, quote, the 34 accounts, that he was supposed to be under, because quite frankly, why? He's president of these United States. That's not going to happen. Do you think they're going to wait another 4 years to bring that shit up? They're not. They're not. And then on top of that, let's just say if he did not pardon himself,
the only way
he won. Okay. You're not going to lock up a sitting president at this point, president elect. You're not going to do it.
From a technical standpoint, once Trump is inaugurated as president, courts can't sentence him, except if
you good, Pedro.
Except if there is a El
Pedro.
What was the name of this process? The constitutional process of the Congress. It just escaped. Impeachment. Thank you. It almost fucking escaped on my mouth.
Yeah,
wait.
For impeachment to take place, you don't even need a criminal offense. Everybody can just get together and say,
yeah, exactly. So the only way,
how many presidents have been impeached and they've actually been removed from office?
In the United States, 0.
1, 2, 1.
There you go.
No. I'm just citing.
I thought 1.
I'm just
I can't added the remove from office.
Not removed. I remember willfully leaving. I don't remember being removed though.
Yeah, Nixon resigned.
Left.
Left.
So technically, he wasn't removed from office.
Correct.
So that was the caveat. I started to answer the question until you added that on the end.
But in the modern era, there hasn't been a president impeached and then removed from office. At least in the last 200 some odd years, or even in the whole 200, it hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened.
what it has happened is there has been congressmen impeached and removed.
Wait, James, you said two?
Huh?
Who is-
No. I was holding my hand up to get a turn to talk. Because
Yeah, sorry.
technically,
I'll mute myself.
let's be honest. The whole thing was trumped up. The whole charges were all trumped up, anyways. Because he didn't get convicted by the people that were supposed to convict him at the federal level for the charges, because they were considered federal charges, but they come at him from the state level, so technically the whole thing was trumped up in the
Oh,
first place.
you're talking about Miss Fannie Willis that dropped the ball because she was going through her bullshit.
So
You
I
can't trust
mean,
nothing in Fulton County, folks. Nothing.
And
Nothing.
a point I want to make that speaks to that same thing. I was going to mention that same thing, along with the fact that we have to understand, even though those courts or whatever might have convicted him, we then went through an election where it is very evident, without them saying, the people pardoned them despite the facts laid on the record. So I don't care if he can or cannot pardon himself. He got to office first because the people pardoned him.
Thank you.
Yeah, we pardoned him by voting him into the office.
You're not gonna try to. You're not gonna go after a quote sitting president or even a president elect. You're not doing it.
Yeah, you're not.
You're not doing it. Even if he was sitting in court, even if he turned around and they turn around and said we're gonna do an appeal, that appeal would take almost a year. Guess what? He president now. You're not doing shit. It's over. It's done. Done. Finished. Put in the barrel. Can't do shit. Don't say nothing no more. Don't say zip. Don't say zippity zoodah. Don't say zilch. Nothing. Nada. It's a wrap.
It's a wrap. Yep.
It's a wrap.
It's on set in
I
stone.
don't want to hear. I don't want to hear about not so Stormy Daniels. I don't want to hear about nothing.
Nothing. Yep.
It's over.
Oh, I want to hear about it.
In fact, the first time that President Trump walks over to the lectern, not podium, folks. You guys don't seem to understand the difference. When he walked over to the lectern to give his first press conference, all I want to hear is you guys say, "Can nobody tell me nothing? Can't tell me nothing."
I got a slight different opinion. I want to hear about it. All of those fuckers that decided that they were going to fuck around with Trump, that whole fuck around and find out he's coming back into office. Now some seats, he can't actually fire some people, but he can make their lives
miserable. Exactly. Exactly.
This is why everybody like what Trump's going to do in his next 4 years, and I swear up and down the first year doesn't count because I think he's going to be on a revenge campaign. If it was me, I would. So I can't imagine why he wouldn't. I would want revenge.
Yep.
I have my own little black book. Fuck you and fuck you and fuck you and definitely fuck you.
Well, I hope everybody understands Trump is a total badass alpha. He sits there and lets people talk bad about him and doesn't even react other than to put forth facts that rebut their idiotic statements they just made. You know, like all these news program or channel interviews that he's on, and they try to throw facts out. And he says, "Well, no, that ain't right. What are the stats on that? What are the stats on that?" And he brings out the source info right there on the spot.
Yep. He's got it all laid out. He's got the everything ready to go. It's like he knew what was going to happen.
Poor bastards.
He's got a whole team, man, working on this thing.
I've been seeing people back and forth, and I've been looking at all these damn meltdowns, and I'm just laughing. And I'm just like, I can tell somebody in the back of my mind saying, "You should cover all this." And I just go, "No, there's no." I'm too busy laughing at other people's shit. I can't do it. I can't do it. Because I know there's going to be plenty of more materials once he's in office. And I'm going to love it. This is going to be a great 4 years of just me having materials to talk about.
It's way better than the alternative. I mean, going Kamala's basically for voting for another Biden. I mean, there was stuff like the bike, him falling off the bike, but Trump is just comedy gold. So, I mean, that's enough of a reason to vote for him.
You can't say. And here's the thing: you can't say that about other presidents. You really can't.
What? Okay.
Well, Ditso, this is your fault. You're the one that brought this from reparations all the way over to
That's
Trump.
a fact. Cause we were talking about reparations. Absolutely, that was
no.
No, it was all you.
I ain't gonna take the blame on that.
No, it was all you, sir.
Hold on. I ain't gonna take the blame on that because when I was trying to make the point, I said in matters of the third world countries, blah blah blah. Resla tried to dispute it. He agreed that I knew what I was talking about it in that sense, and I explained it well.
You're a liar. Don't say that. No, don't say that I did. I said literally people will default to what it is today, not to what it used to be.
This before me completing the point, you're jumping the gun. What I was gonna say is we agreed that the explanation I gave of the origin of the term was
the original,
correct,
yes,
original, and that we agreed, and as I mentioned, that there was after the Cold War a so-called evolution, and that my criticism was in regards to that evolution, that I was not debating the fact of that words evolve, etc. I was criticizing that evolution is unsustainable.
I will concede to that. Yes.
Okay. So now going back to it, I'm not gonna get the shit on me being the one derailing the fucking conversation. Then we have a pending conversation, James and I, in regards of what makes a country industrialized. What is the criteria? He already mentioned the industrialization. I mentioned the Human Development Index or HDI, the criteria on GDP, etc. So that's another conversation. Now going back to the point of reparations.
That's a fact. I'm sitting here thinking about ordering Uber Eats because I was watching fucking CJ.
Oh, I thought you was gonna say I deserve reparations.
No, absolutely not. You know, you deserve to send me something in my neighborhood.
Well, you know what? My mom had a famous certificate, so when you guys are standing in line asking for food, I'm gonna be the one feeding you.
So in the matter of reparations, one of the first things I did is I made a clear distinction, the conversation between pre-independence and post-independence, and what is the difference. No one was able to dispute me that one. I also what I said is no one was able to dispute to me that the reparations has to be paid by Europe by those conditions that have pre-independence.
Wait. You know what? You're right. No one disputed you because I was too busy talking to what's his face fucking ass that was up here.
Somebody let him pour a
You snuck on the radar because I literally said, "Why the fuck would Europe and the other nations need to pay for something that took place here?"
Okay, hold on. How the fuck does this face
go
under the radar when I speak, motherfucker?
No, because
I gotta ask something else.
Interrupting. Go. Okay, James. Then Pedro, go ahead.
It was Chris that you was talking to.
Oh, it's Chris.
Resla, and he misunderstood Chris because Chris was talking about what
I had said
in Africa.
Said, yeah.
You're right. You're right.
You misunderstood it. There was a cross.
You're right.
And then
you're right.
When I tried to reply, I got completely interrupted by the Australian dude. And I couldn't even finish my points, and then you blew up on the Australian. Resla, you give me this one. I have excellent retention.
Give you shit.
Yeah, I love you too. I love you too. Give me this one. I have excellent retention. No,
okay.
He's not gonna get to me.
No, I'm not giving you shit. Pedro, go ahead.
So first of all, I gotta put a premise out here because I just come up on a panel not too long ago, and I did see the thing about reparations, but I need to know what kind of reparations we're talking about. Are we talking about reparations to a specific class of people somehow?
All right. So the thing that I brought up, and I made a whole bunch of different cases for it, but when we talk about reparations, I'm talking about here now in 2024. So we know who the people who are talking about reparations. Let's just be honest. We're talking about my people. My people talk about reparations. But I did bring forth in talking about a whole bunch of different stuff. So what did we talk about in terms of reparation? What does actually reparations look like? Should we even be pushing forth reparations, given the fact that there are people who are here today We're not responsible for that shit. Then if we talk about reparations, when what it looks like today and what exactly would that stuff be classified, thank you for actually putting up this in the black class. And do we start taking a look back to see if Native Americans or even if Japanese Americans who went to their internment camp receive reparations? Because quite frankly, in some way, shape, or form, they have. But is it the same way in what we're looking for? And quite frankly, when it comes to the black class, they haven't necessarily said what it should be. Is it a straight payment? Is it educational? Is it no taxes? By the way, like I said, I'll do it like Armageddon. I don't want to pay taxes ever again. I'll take that as reparations. I'll never pay taxes again. That would be awesome. By the way, like no
Well,
taxes.
taxes always have been voluntary, and we just have to understand what imputes the obligation of taxes if they are valid.
No.
So-
I don't even want to have to dispute it. I wanted to say I'm black, and they say, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. You get no taxes."
Okay, so let's make a different classification rather than black or anything. It would be living soul, because that's an adjective as opposed to a noun, which is what they use for all their classifications.
And there was also a conversation about who exactly is the person that is eligible for reparation. Is it all black people? Is it all black Americans? What about the black Americans that were also that come from descendants of quote black slave owners? Like there was a whole thing. Like,
And that's my next point is if we're talking about reparations specifically for slavery, then those screaming for reparations would also include fact, you can look it up, the first slaves in the American colonies, which were Irish slaves. Wouldn't they too be needing reparations?
I said the same thing, bro.
It is the same thing. And
It is the same thing. It is the same thing.
Were they treated the same as the Native Americans and the Chinese that were here during the same time as Africans? Were they treated the same?
I know you weren't here for it, but I said that's why this opens a can of worms that you might as well just get past. And nobody
were they treated the same though?
The same
yes,
though.
And yes, there are historical accounts that say yes, they were.
There's a two-part question. Number one, were they treated the same? Number two, were they treated with the amount of time that these other races dealt with?
Okay, hold on, and I just want to make this point real quickly.
Because at some point, even they were given police, they were given firefighters, they were given all this stuff that I still see even to today. And then you will have black people who still say that they are quote disenfranchised. I'm not whether I'm agreeing or whatever, but I'm just saying what people say. That to this day they have still been under the gun. Which I gotta say, I'll even just say there are definitely some aspects of which quote Caucasian people are able to get away with versus black people. But at the same time, I don't think black people are doing a whole lot for them as well.
Let me say this to the panel.
Opinion on it, though.
Let me say this to the panel and then have a go at it, and I'll keep muted for a moment. U.S.-based African American descendancy of slavery. There are two routes that work in conjunction. One, reparations to be paid by Britain, Spain, France, who brought slaves at the beginning before independence. And then there's the reparations. Why not? Who brought the slaves first?
They brought them here. Were they the ones? This is the whole point where I was talking with James, right? They brought them here. Who were the ones that ensured that they stayed in bondage? Was it still them? Was it still the Europeans?
People must skin color.
Yes, because I'm talking before the era of independence.
Okay, but before.
So there's a distinction to be made.
Okay, well, but let me just ask.
You even had the argument
outside of you and me, to the Negro and the Latin up here. Does anyone else up here believe that Europe, the Eurocentric nation should be putting out a portion of their reparations to those who became enslaved or had to fight for their quote injustices here?
No.
Why not? They're the ones who brought the slaves here.
Well,
They're the ones who maintained them under bondage.
Pick up my chair and I slap somebody.
Why are you so afraid of
somebody else?
I didn't think Josh was gonna call. I forgot Josh was up here. He was so quiet for a while. I need to be very, very specific because I forgot Josh was up here. God damn it! God damn it! I forgot Josh was up
gotta be
here.
a little more specific even for me. to make
So
pride.
when I
If
say
somebody buys a car from a manufacturer and then uses it wrong, he is responsible for the wrong use, not the guy that initiated the transaction and the product.
so you think the Europeans do that?
We are. So we're deciding that.
They are the developers of the very ships that brought black people here. That
Well,
brought
who
Yeah,
sold?
but
Who
it's the
sold
people
them
that
though?
use them as slaves.
Who
It's
sold
the
them
people.
though? That's what
It's
he's getting at.
ultimately the people that use them as slaves that show that they too were the immoral
And it
ones.
was the
It's
Europeans
only
that were
because
there.
good people do not stand up that evil exists.
But I love that you said that. Who were the ones that brought them here as slaves at the time prior to them becoming an actual United States? They were what?
But who's
European.
I thought they were Middle Eastern. I thought
people
most of our
sold them.
Sorry, George Washington was not Middle Eastern. How dare you?
I meant the slave
But the
trade.
premise of them even coming here,
The
but the
traders are the
premise
ones
of
that
them
sold
even,
them.
Right? Like the transportation port.
No,
Yeah, those,
John Hancock was not Middle Eastern.
not
It was John
not
Hancock.
the people that got here. You're talking about how they got
Not
here. Who
Ahmed
brought them
Hancock.
here?
What are we
were
doing here?
consumers, sir. We bought
Who
people.
sold them? We're talking about who
Okay,
sold them. not-
again, look at this problem that this panel is having with one simple, factual, irrefutable point that has been made.
Irrefutable.
Fact. Yes, because once again, I'm going to repeat myself ad nauseum.
We know.
Okay. One, I said that there were two routes. One pre-independence, the other one post-independence. One thing is what happened here before we were even nations, and that's a fact. The Europeans brought the slaves. They are the ones responsible for that reparations up to the point where our countries then became independent and made their decisions and fuck-ups in that sense. So in the North American or United States experience, the Black community, Afro-descendants community, etc., has those two routes. They can go to Britain, charge them for that, and on the second route, charge the U.S. government for
how
the.
much do you think?
But if you go
how
that
much do
far
you-
back,
Resla, you
Who's talking
talking
why
again.
I should pay for something my ancestors
How
did?
much do you
That's what I
think
want to
that
hear.
the king
Why
that
should
the
I pay
king
for
will
something my
pay?
ancestors
How
did?
much do you think the king will pay and the
That's what I
U.S.
wanna
government will
know.
pay? What do you
Right.
exactly
Look,
think? Is
look.
it a 50? Is it 70-30? Is it 50-50? Is it
Look,
49-51?
look, right
What
now-
exactly is it gonna
Right
be?
now, that point is just irrelevant because
No, it's not. It's
what-
not
no,
irrelevant.
hold
You know
on,
what? Let me tell you why it's not
Resla,
relevant. Let me tell you why it's not. Let me tell you why it's not
Resla,
relevant. Because they're
Resla,
talking about it today.
You jumped
Ain't
again the
point
gun.
irrelevant to this
Okay,
conversation.
let me repeat myself ad nauseum, and I'm gonna make the point.
Me. That's why I keep jumping the gun. Stop
Okay,
long stroking.
don't. Okay, one. I'm gonna repeat my points again, and I'm gonna keep quiet. But please do not interrupt me for the next 30 seconds. Okay,
I think I
again.
used the honor of the panel, but
Fuck! I asked something.
uh,
Go back to smelling the panty eyes, my man. Go back to smell that panty eyes.
I hadn't been an asshole. I'm sorry.
Look,
30
again,
seconds. 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Point one: in matters of reparations, pre-independence, the charge goes to Europe. Post-independence, especially in the United States, then it's charged to the United States government. So you have two routes in the question of historical aspect. And you, Resla, when you were debating with James, you agreed to this point because you asked him before we became United States, were there slaves here? And the answer was yes. Who controlled those slaves? The Europeans.
30 seconds.
That's it.
the only logical, in my opinion, route forward with this is if you go back that far, you're going to open a can of worms where people want paid for only God knows what. If it's not slavery, it'll be something else. Like
Misogyny.
yeah, exactly. It'll turn into misogyny.
Everything.
Anything they can come up with, they're going to want paid for. So the only fair thing, I mean, I don't even need to be on here anymore because I'm just going to repeat myself, is no reparations for anybody, and we don't do that shit.
Yeah, we don't do that. But it's hard to say. But it's very difficult, CJ, at this point. No reparation when we already have a history of reparations.
Well, it
Yeah,
wasn't
we-
different.
Or I mean,
They
I'm
took
impressed.
all of the Japanese origin people in the United States and threw them in prison for several years,
And they
we
got
paid
it.
them back.
They got it.
I'm impressed at how the reaction of saying Europeans owe us that money because pre-independence they were the ones in control.
Because fuck Europe.
I'm
That's
amazed.
why.
So you're saying you're going to protect Europe because
No,
you
I
don't want to charge them?
dominate. I want to compete with Europe, not sit
Yeah, I
here
want
and
to
say,
dominate.
"Oh, Mr. European, give me money because
So
you were so unfair." Fuck
wouldn't
you!
a
I
foreign-
want to take your
Sorry,
businesses.
but
and
wait,
I
I
They're
heard
gonna hold that over your head as soon as they pay you.
Dan, I don't think you understand what Josh is saying. Josh is saying that we should overrun Europe. We should own it.
Yeah.
we
Okay.
should
And
control
one
it.
way of overrunning Europe is charging them money for what they fucked up they did here
through
while they
business
colonized us.
trade.
Through business trade, not through
trade.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Yeah, how
Jones.
about we make them
reparations
speak
and
American?
stuff.
How about
Dude,
that? We go to England,
dude,
make them speak
You are
American.
protecting
We
European.
do. You know our
you are-
computers.
Hey,
so they spell their
damn.
they
hold
spell
on.
We got
their
for
color
colonizing
with
them.
a U. But
Hold
if you
on,
go into
hold
their
on.
computers,
Wait a minute.
all
This
of the
is the first
software
time in
language,
history
there's no
where
U.
the
So they do
victor,
speak
where
our
the
language.
victor of wars of independence willingly protects those he
I got
defeated
you, James. I
because
got
they
you.
don't want to fuck them up, and
got
then
you.
they want to justify, oh, business. Jones, if you want to
Because we
control
want all
Europe,
of
hold
the
on,
money.
hold on. Okay, Jones, if you want to control all of Europe, then charge them for the reparations of slavery pre-independence era.
Fuck that. That is like asking for pennies.
So you're protecting
For the
Europe.
next 200 years,
Pennies.
we can lock them into trade practices,
Do
aka businesses.
Do
You
know
want to go after a penny or two. I want to go after trillions.
340
Yo, that's a
billion,
fact.
a minimum
Yeah,
of
think about all they
$340
got.
billion
Hey,
is
Europe for everything.
is what? Is pennies. With that, you could
Call him daddy.
you could just pay your national debt.
Yeah.
But hey,
This is
hey,
the
Wait,
same-
wait.
this is the
We
same
got
as the
national debt.
person
Who
looking
we owe
at the
national
fucking
debt to?
lottery
We don't owe it to Europe. What are we talking about?
Well,
well,
China, what are
by
you talking
charging
about?
Europe for reparations, $340 billion approximately, you can then
we
pay
can
your
charge
national debt.
tariffs and do the same thing. It doesn't matter. We want
And
the
why haven't you
big
done it?
money,
Why
not
haven't
the
you done
little
it?
money.
Why
Yeah, we
haven't
want
you
it
done it?
all, baby. We want it all.
Why haven't you done it? In 248
I dare
years
you.
of history, why haven't you
dare
done
you,
it?
Rook. I fucking dare you.
So
Well,
again,
it is a process.
Jones,
You realize
But
the
let's
big
ask the
money is a process, right? You don't just wake up, snap your fingers, and say, "Oh, I'm rich because I had an idea." Doesn't work that way. Takes hundreds of
Again,
years.
I
again,
like to ask the
it
question.
clearly shows that the stature of historical fixing in parts of the United States, it's a hypocritical position. Because at the end, you don't want to go affect your friends in Europe because United States in its majority wants to be Europe. They're
Well,
so
let's ask the
Eurocentric.
No.
No.
I knew he was going to do that reaction.
Wait.
I said the
You
majority.
have got no numbers to ever back that
no.
idea up.
I said majority. If you
No,
jump
not even close.
That is not
Not
even
even
close to
close.
Not
accurate.
even
No, sir.
30%.
again,
You
if the globe,
absolutely insane.
if the
What
shoe
just
fit,
I have a question.
look,
That is
I said
crazy.
majority. I said
No,
majority.
no majority.
I did not
Absolutely not.
generalize. I did not
What
generalize.
data do you
Sir,
have
sir,
to
we
support?
would sooner become Canadians than fucking Europeans. What the fuck are we talking
I don't
about
want to be a
here?
Canadian either. I don't want to be a Canadian either.
No, but I said we would sooner become than fucking Europeans. Are you serious? You're bugging.
Sure.
Canadians
You
are
have
lower
the
than
Italian
Europeans,
Americans,
in
you
my
have the
opinion.
Irish
But
Americans,
yeah,
you have
but
the
you
German
can't say, right?
Americans.
Canadians are just Americans without guns. I would
No.
rather be a fucking Canadian than be a fucking European.
I'm
Again,
German American.
again.
It's bullshit.
Resla,
We came
Resla.
here, not going back. What
Hold
the
on.
fuck is
Resla,
we're lost?
I
Bugging.
said, Resla, I said majority. I did not indicate if it was you or anybody else on this
according to
panel.
the State
Yeah,
Department,
If the shoe fits, then the reaction tells me a lot
it
of
you have
the
got
words I
no
just said.
data to
So
back
why
such
didn't we
a
vote
claim
Trump?
up.
Why did the majority vote Trump?
Why
then?
did everybody jump at that comment? If you're not part of
Because
that
it's
majority
bullshit.
that feels that
Why
way,
did the
Because the
majority
comment
vote
is
Trump?
bullshit. Because the
I've
comment
never
is
heard
vote
anything remotely
Give me
close
it
to
is
that.
pretty bullshit.
Number one, the comment is bullshit. Number two, the comment is disingenuous. You are absolutely incorrect by doing that because you can state a clear, stark difference between us and the fucking European nation. What are we doing here?
We voted Trump.
I never
Like the majority.
indicated
Why
that
would we
there
vote
isn't.
Trump if we want to be more like
Again,
that?
you're jumping the
We
gun.
would have voted
Wait,
Kamala.
Again.
let me understand.
Come on.
What? Name one nation who is doing better. Since apparently we have to make the big distinction between first and third world or whatever. Name a nation that is better than another nation that wants to quote downgrade.
Downgrade?
Why would we want to downgrade? So why would we personally want to downgrade to England, to Europe?
The
Yeah,
comment.
why would we want to downgrade?
Why would we want to downgrade?
I want to upgrade,
The
not
comment
downgrade.
I said was
I
that
asked you a question. Why would you said we want to be like, and you claim the majority? Which
You're
is
being
a
disingenuous. You're being disingenuous at this moment because
No, you're being disingenuous.
The comment I said was
Resla. I mean, not Resla.
was a criticism towards certain reactions in North American culture. And what I said, and you could play it back. What I said clearly is a majority. It seems as if a majority of people in the United States want to be European.
To who?
Earlier it wasn't it seems. Now
who?
you added it seems.
To who? It
To the rest of the world. To the rest of the world. Latin American included.
You're a liar.
Oh.
You're a
They don't
liar.
wanna be
You
like
are
us.
a liar. You are me. In fact,
But why are you? If it doesn't apply to you as a person, why are you jumping on that?
But I could tell you just how much of a liar you are right now because I literally had a whole. Let me do this first person. No, I'm gonna do this better than first person. Hold up, guys, hold up. You're a liar. Let me tell you how you're a liar, because I literally had this whole conversation / debate with Mel Pandora, who is a Brit who lives in Europe. Who literally has a whole conversation. We had a whole conversation about how, quote, how Europeans see the US and how the US see Europeans. We see them as posh, we see them as all that stuff, and they see us loud and abrasive. You know what never came up? That we want to look like them. You are an absolute liar. US to this day, the US to this day will still chant that they are, quote, number one. Number one.
Resla,
we do not want to be like anyone else, sir. We want to take over. You're lying.
One.
It's disingenuous.
If the comment, hold on. If the comment is not applicable to you,
exactly. Shout outs to Mel.
If the comment is not applicable to you, why did you have that reaction? Yes, I threw that comment.
Can I give one example?
Let me tell you why. I can tell you why. I can tell you why. Because when you do that, you lie on every American that's sitting here.
They know our national anthem, but I don't know theirs. Again, if I had a gun to my head.
Again.
You literally lie on every American that's here when you do that. We're not going to sit by and let you just rock with that. That's like you say, if you're not gay, why should it matter if I call everybody gay? We're not going to rock with that.
Resla, I did throw that comment arbitrarily and intentionally because I know what reaction it would have. And the reaction that I wanted to have is happening right now because on the argument of reparations,
I'm going to call bullshit and intellectual dishonesty. Now I'm calling bullshit and intellectual dishonesty.
It was in a great form of manipulation. But the point I want to make very clear is that one, no one on this panel or that has been on this panel has been able to accordingly dispute the fact that pre-independence, the reparations and matters of slavery and colonialism that happened here by Europeans have to be paid by the Europeans. And anything that happened after the process of independence by the independent governments affecting those communities has to be paid by that government. That clear distinction, and in the case of the United States, is the double route that the population of African descendants have, which is one, pre-independence, charge Britain, Spain, France, all those countries. Second, for the questions that happened after the Civil War, or those 90 years and 190 years Civil War and process of opposing Civil War, which set up an apartheid state in the United States for over 100 years. Then the African descendancy of slaveries communities charged the government because of that, because they were independent while that shit happened. So here's the thing. Joshua said, oh, we don't want to do that because that's pennies, blah, blah, blah. No, the real reason the first option has never been put on the table is because there is an Eurocentric in many people perspective that they want to defend Europe out of their crimes. If that doesn't apply to you or doesn't apply to anybody else. Huh?
Well, I got a question on the other side of the set of railroad tracks we're discussing here then, as it goes to the effect. If we take upon these reparations, how do we determine who exactly is so deserving of such reparations?
The reparations process after
I want reparations because that's what you're going to have. Okay. You're going to have all kinds of people screaming, I want reparations, and have no way to prove it.
Okay. One, this is a conversation that has been going on for 248 years. And this has been a debt of our own independent governments.
Who cares? Give the details of your plan. He asked a valid question. One world government.
No. This is in the details of my plan, as I showed before, and it's on the links right now in the private chat, especially on.
Okay, get details of the plan.
I don't care about other people. I don't care about other people's opinion. He asked a valid question. That's the answer we would like.
Again, my countries in Latin America went to Europe, Brussels last year, and put this on the board against Europe yet again. If your country's not doing that, go talk to your government, not mine.
That's the thing. You're not answering the question. We don't care, but that's the point.
Okay, you may not care.
We want to dominate Latin America. Have you not seen what the fuck we're doing in Brazil, Panama?
We want to dominate everyone.
Look, so far after the end of the war, the 74 years of attempt of controlling us, you fucked up in so many ways that now you're crying and bitching about the displacement of people.
Really? That's why we voted Trump, right?
So that clearly shows. Look. Your foreign policy has failed so much in the last 74 years that the issues of illegal migration that you're bitching and you put this.
Is that why they're running? We're failing so much. We're failing so much. That's why they're running here.
So
we're failing so much. That's why they're running here, right?
Again,
we're failing so much. That's why they're coming here, right?
Again. Look at how you're all reacting with an intellectual position of analysis.
You're not putting an intellectual position on the table.
It's a bunch of babble.
You can't answer El Piero's question. How do you determine who is who can validly or validly receive those reparations, and how do you determine who pays them? Who pays them?
On that point, let me finish. On that point, you just got done telling us that your country has done this. You've gone through reparations. So that's a great point.
No, we haven't. I said that in the last 200 and 248 years, this has been a continuous conversation. No reparations have been paid by Europe in the last 200, 248 years after the process.
Why should
in the West? Shut up, Jones. Because the plan that has been conversed in regards of
Resla, Jeremy's in the back.
Say what? Okay. All right, I got you.
Jeremy's in the back.
So the plan in regards of how, hypothetically, if we are able to pressure Europe to pay us for reparations in Latin America, how do we implement those reparations back into the communities and back into the descendants of those who were affected by it?
We know how. There's only one way. It's called.
So if you know how
to have that, we're asking
I want to know
why.
Why? Why should I pay for someone that I did not enslave
So
them? And also another thing is
you're not paying it,
reparations
James.
are a
The
bad
Europeans
thing.
are.
Yeah, who's
Hey,
gonna
hey,
force
ask
In the first
Germany.
instance,
Ask Germany how
why
that
do you
went.
care for
Hold
Europeans
on,
if they're going to pay it?
sir, hold on. Ask Germany how that went when they paid reparations for World War One. Ask them how that went. And what happened? Who came into power because of that? Who came to power, sir, as a result of that?
And what happened after World War II when Germany had to also pay reparations?
Well, guess what? There was a reason why that didn't that
Why are
someone didn't come
you
back
not
to
answering
power like
that?
that because
to be fair,
as
we got the
America, went and
money.
controlled Germany after World War II, and
Yeah.
also Russia did too. So, sir, that's
So how
disingenuous.
much money did Germany pay as
Quite frankly.
reparations for World War II after World War II? So first, if you're talking about the Treaty of Versailles and how that
Well,
impacted
sir,
versus the reparations that happened after World War II, it's being disingenuous right now because there
well,
are
that's
clear
disingenuous
historical factors
to even
that need
go
to be
to
put into forward.
talking
So
about after World War II, because anything
let's
they paid after World War II was
let's
controlled
let's
by
mute.
us. We didn't
Uh-huh.
allow them to choose
Okay.
and be in control of their country,
So again,
like after World War One.
your point of example, World War One compared to the World War II reparations being paid by Germany is mute because there are historical
No, it's
context that we
not.
need to converse. It becomes
No,
mute
it's not.
because
It's not mute. Did you
because
see?
A,
Did you see what
you did
happened after World War One? Who rose up to power, and we entered a second World War as a result of reparations?
and then
That
after
was.
the Second World War, Germany had to pay reparations, and not only that, but you had the
But
Nuremberg
again, it
trials.
was because we were in
I hate to
control.
tell you this, it was us. We
I
got
know,
the
I
economical
know,
benefits from it.
Jones. I know, Jones, Plan Marshall,
So
and all
then
that
what
stuff.
are you
We
talking
can
about?
have that
Your
conversation.
idea,
So
your
here's the thing.
idea is to utilize some type of system. In this case, it was force. It's always going to be force. But in this case, it's
Not
us.
necessarily.
So all you're going to do, okay, then how are you going to convince them to pay?
We already placed that on Brussels. We put that on the table, and we're going to use every method possible in the diplomacy lines. There are many ways that
you can talk people to death. This is the problem with people that think intellectually works. You can talk them to death until they're finished fucking talking. The same way the United States operates. We'll talk until we're finished talking and we want to blow shit up.
So let's put it on this sense. The United States government has paid reparations to the Japanese, to the Native Americans, and have done several treaties in regards of Native Americans.
No,
yes,
we paid Japan.
No, you paid.
We paid Japan.
Yeah, we paid
Japan. We absolutely paid Japan.
Yes, because we
the reparations for
Japan.
The Japan concentration were money given to individuals too. Look it up. So again, you paid the natives. You paid
because we nuked them.
Okay, so
we paid them.
You also had to pay reparations. Your United States government for the Tuskegee experiments. Hold on. For the Tuskegee experiment, and you paid that to individuals who were affected of the Tuskegee experiment.
Yes, the government pays that.
Here's the thing. So
we did that when it happened, right? Right?
Because the people took it to the court.
So
it
was when it happened. It wasn't like 50 years later, 100 years later, right? It was pretty much right around the time when it happened. We observed we did something wrong. We then did what we could
because the people had to take it to the court and fight it in the court. So Resla.
We're not going to go back and say oh well we did slavery from
you're trying to
from the Europeans and all of that. We're not going to go back and say you guys taught us this bad habit, so now you are responsible for righting that wrong. No, we right that wrong that we did. We acknowledge that wrong, and we try to right that ship at that time. Coming back to this point and saying today we need to pay this off, it makes no sense.
I gotta agree with Jeremy. It's not happening.
No, it's not. You're right. It's not happening. But at the same time, it's not going to happen. We're not going to be able to go back and go say Europe needs to justify this because they taught us this bad thing originally as well. No, we need to. We need it. We acknowledge it when we acknowledge it. We did the
We're
best.
going, and we've been saying that
whether or
we've
not
been pressuring and we've been picking up the issue over and over again, and we're not going to get tired on keep on saying it towards Europe. But what's interesting in your point, Jeremy, is as follows: slavery and the impacts that happen post-independence, particularly that your founding fathers did not abolish slavery on the Constitution because they were deep shits afraid, at least in that subject. B, 90 years after the setting of the United States as a nation, you went to a civil war because the Southern states wanted to keep slavery, and they lost. Then after that war,
slavery, but
hold on. Yes, it was.
It was not technically about slavery. No, it was not.
It was completely.
It was ultimately about states' rights, not slavery.
Let me run an analogy on you, Ditzo, if I can.
Hold on. I haven't even completed.
Sure.
Then after that civil war of those treasures, of those treasons that the Southern state committed, and they lost.
Wait. But then I'm gonna let you cook. But I got but no, I'm gonna let you cook. But as another fellow American up there, I'm gonna have to agree with Dan. Originally, it's about state rights. It wasn't about slavery.
No, it was about slavery.
Yeah, it wasn't about slavery.
The idea of state rights is bullshit. And hell, I'll even give the example.
Wait a minute. How can you tell us about American history?
It's bullshit.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
No. Because
you being an outsider and you're not in the U.S., how can you tell us about our own history?
Because the idea of restoration that happened post-Civil War was based on lying. The betrayal. The betrayal of the Southern states that segregated from the Union was mainly because of slavery, and that's how they.
No, it was not. It was not about slavery.
No.
We did not separate. Southern states did not separate because of slavery.
No.
Southern states
they separated because they wanted the state right to keep slavery. So
they wanted to have state rights to keep control at the state level instead of the federal level. They didn't want the federal level to come in and everything because originally the Constitution and the founding fathers wanted to keep it at a more local level. They didn't want a big federal government. The federal government was unconstitutional.
They have lied to you about your history. The matter of the fact is,
no, they have not lied to us about
history.
I love the fact that you're stating that you have so much U.S. history than the people who actually here who got U.S. history as well. I think it's absolutely incredible how you are going to teach other U.S. people who also went to school as well that their U.S. history is wrong. I find that amazing.
There is a problem with that particular history, how it has been manipulated. Look,
but you know the truth.
The way I understand it, it was
fact. Again, going back to another day, we can have an in-depth conversation how those notions of what happened of the Civil War, in depth, because there are many things that are wrong from the.
You lived it. You know what's going on.
Let's go back to the point.
All that shit.
So here's a cool fact, Dan. Did you know that if Lincoln could have done it, he would not have freed the slaves at a national level? The only reason he did that was because he had to, because he had African Americans fight for
your founding fathers didn't do it.
Hands to free the slaves.
Your founding fathers didn't do it from the get-go. So that conversation in regards to why you were not doing it is because you at that moment, at that aspect of history, you were too afraid of unifying the whole nation under the notion that slavery was dead.
If he could have unified the nation and kept slavery, he would have.
This is some rewriting history shit. Like they got you believing that.
And help. You didn't even know this part of the history that involves Mexico and America.
You tell me.
Hold on. Has anybody been taught in school what was the filibuster wars or the William Walker affair? What happened between the settlement of Republic of Sonora or how a William Walker, a U.S. Born citizen of Tennessee, U.S. lawyer, became the president of Nicaragua, taking advantage of the Nicaraguan Civil War after their independence, or how he tried to invade Costa Rica and we kicked his ass, and how we sent them back 3 times to the United States to stand trial, and every time they let him go because he was a great hero of the Destiny Manifest. That was within the 8 years prior to the start of your Civil War. You didn't even know that, and you did not even know that the Vanderbilts were one of
How
the
you know
primary
what we
figures
know
of
and don't
Vanderbilt.
know? Whoa, you're
And,
assuming.
and what did
What's going on in our head? That's crazy.
Don't even let us answer.
What did he do when he arrived to Nicaragua?
Yo,
He reversed the abolition of slavery.
Dan, your amount of egotism right now is so crazy.
No, it isn't egotism. Right? All I'm saying is, and look how you jumped at that point of the history. All I'm saying is, and I'm gonna conclude with this, and then I'm gonna have my smoke, and I'll step off. Thank you for having me. Blah blah. Think it through. But again, your founding fathers did not abolish slavery. 90 years afterwards, you went for a civil war because of that. And after that civil war ended, hold on, let me finish. So after that civil war, 100 years.
The Civil War had nothing to do with the expansion of new territories.
Oh, fuck. Why am I getting interrupted right there? Why?
Because you're stating shit for our own country that we also.
Because you have not let me conclude again.
I'm confused about my own country's history. That's crazy.
That is
That's
crazy.
crazy. That's madness.
Here's the funny part about that. You said that we're confused.
You haven't let me conclude.
No. I'm gonna do what you're doing. Like, hold on. So you can see. You say that, right? But literally, you have been taking up all the airtime to tell us what the fuck that we know, and we haven't been able to tell you anything, and yet you've been telling us
because you're jumping at
our own history. Okay. That's crazy.
Again,
that's crazy. That's
after
madness.
the Civil War, your country set up 100 years of apartheid state that ended 60 some
How does it look? You telling me about? Wow.
Fuck! Stop interrupting me again.
Fuck. You've been filibustering for a while, but you won't let us.
No, you have been filibustering, but not me. Again, all right, Resla, answer me one thing. After this, the era of Civil War, and during those 100 years up to 60 years ago, why didn't the
you know what, Dan? Someone else gonna have to take it because apparently you're more American. You're more American than us. You're more American than us.
I've never said that. You guys are. You're on your feelings right now. Everybody's on your feelings.
I'm going. We're feelings when you're the one going on and on and on.
I'm going as strict as I can on the objective.
Yeah, you won't even let us answer your questions.
Because you have not allowed me to conclude the question.
No, you've been going on. You have not allowed other people to answer.
No, I would have finished.
You literally have been going on, Dan. You literally been going on.
I would have finished in a minute and a half making the point, and then I would have quit quiet.
No, you're wrong. If you go back and you listen to the stream, you have not allowed anyone because you have been literally going on for a long time.
Again, forever. I said I was gonna make the point, and I did a quick review on the points of the reality of the United States. And when I was reaching the point of Civil War, here Mr. James interrupted me. No, it wasn't a question of slavery.
It wasn't about
slavery. Look, again, I wasn't arguing on that point.
Dan,
see,
if you could have seen the chat. The chat literally been saying you've been going on forever. No one has got to put their points in.
Bro, because I only needed about a minute and a half to make the points, but you kept on interrupting. The point is, okay, Resla.
People have been correcting you. Your statement, you know more than what everybody else is going on for everybody else.
After everything I exposed on the reality of the history of the United States, why
it's not the reality because people are contradicting you. It's not the reality.
And I've contradicted them.
No, you haven't. You just been rambling on it. They literally tell you no. For some reason, you're the only one that believes that you know the history of the fucking U.S.
And then you literally go to.
It's evident
that tell us we don't know anything about your country's history, and tell us something about your country's history. It has nothing to do with what they're talking about.
That is crazy. You've been you're the only one who can quote educate us on our history.
You realize the rest of the panel, none of us are in disagreement about our history. You're the only one who's disagreeing with the points.
No, wait.
History.
James,
it's really weird. It's really weird that the entire rest of the panel is in uniform on what the
wait. Let me take it down. Let me take it down because I've been literally hearing us at least for the past 10 minutes or so trying to get an edge word and whatever. So I'm sorry, I'm getting very hot about it. But literally, you've been going on dictating to us about our history, sir. Our history. As if you know, as if we're wrong, and you're the only one who knows what the fuck is going on.
Instead of interrupting me and having all this 10 minutes because everybody went on the feeling from the point, I could have already made the point.
Here's the problem with it. You've been taking everything as if somehow you know what's what, and you can't even assume that you might be wrong. That's the issue here. That you know what's going on. You are the Jesus. You are the second coming. Nobody knows what's what, and you know the only
apply to you also,
might be wrong.
Wouldn't that apply to everybody else, every single person in this conversation? So if I have to assume that I'm wrong,
dude, you're the only guy on here acting like he's got all the answers.
I've been trying to explore
and some you like no.
Again,
everybody else has been here in unison. You're the only one that's being one against everybody else here. Everybody else is in unison.
I could have exposed this point in 1 minute and a half and then kept quiet.
So hold on. So you're going to use up 25 seconds of that minute and a half to bitch about how you don't get a fucking minute and a half. I'm here to punch this socialist right in his fucking ovaries. Get your Marxist ass the fuck out of my country's politics.
Christian.
You fucking muppet.
Oh, listen to you, you fucking fat version of a fucked up Viking. You're an idiot that you believe in a God that doesn't exist. You are so dependent on a God that doesn't exist that you have to jerk off to that God. So go fuck yourself, you fucking ignorant asshole.
What's the matter, Sumer? Can't you talk?
Look, man, I can play your game, you fat bastard.
Retard muppet.
You fucking ignorant gringo bullshitter who doesn't know where the fuck they're standing and votes for a dictator wannabe.
Here comes the racism. I just said you're a socialist. Now you want to be a racist?
That's not racism. That's not racism, kiddo. Calling you gringo on your gringo mindset.
Kiddo, I could be your dad.
No, you.
I am your daddy.
You cannot be your daddy. You cannot be
search your heart. You know it to be true. I am your father.
Wait, Ditsa, would you call?
Well, in that sense, you're the bad guy because Peter was the bad guy.
Ditsa, would you call Resla a gringo?
I've called.
Would you call Resla a gringo?
Yes, I've called Resla.
Yeah, it is like you've already decided that you're fighting something here, and if you could just educate us, then maybe we wouldn't fight you or something like that.
I've been trying to make the point in less than a minute and a half, and everybody.
Another 25
seconds. We're not educatable, right?
No, I'm not saying that. You're jumping the gun. You're assuming everything.
That's what it sounds like. You guys don't know nothing. That's pretty much literally what you just said. Not too long ago.
I'm responsible. The words I say, I'm not responsible how you.
You are, but you're not taking accountability for them. Because again, we all heard it.
Wait.
I never.
Let me put it out there with that now. You say you're responsible for the words that you say. You're not responsible. You're not responsible for how everybody's interpreting it. If everybody is interpreting it the same way, you are responsible. Because it's not a one-off. It's not a one-off. Everybody else is seeing it the same way. They're saying that you're being rather condescending in how you're speaking about our culture, our history.
How am I being condescending?
We don't know about our history.
I'm sure they sell it to you like it was all about slavery.
That's what's wild.
Yeah, they sell it to you. They sell it to you like that. I'm sure.
No.
Somehow you were the only one with the cheat code, and no one else knew what the fuck is going on in front of them.
Slavery at all.
We know that it was of slavery because private militias tried to invade us and tried to reestablish ways of obtaining slavery here. Through the William Walker affair, given money by the Vanderbilts, the issues that happened between 1851 and 1857.
You said private militias, though, not government militias. Private militias.
I haven't said anything. Again. For crying out loud, how difficult is this for somebody to not getting their emotions and just listen for a quick fucking
Not
moment.
getting their emotions.
We're not
Look,
in our
You're
emotions.
yelling.
We're pointing out your blatant lies.
It's
Not
not a
getting to a
lie.
point.
Fact of the matter
It
is,
is a lie.
states that separated from the Union were fighting because of abolishment of slavery and because
No,
for
they were
them
not.
No.
States' rights.
The issue
what
here is,
right?
hang on.
Give me-
Let me
give me the three state rights that we're fighting for.
simplify this. Let me simplify this, right? So let's say at a federal level, the government says we're going to ban cigarettes, right? The government says at a federal level, we're just going to ban cigarettes. Don't care why cigarettes are going to be illegal. State says, no, this should be something that we as a state should determine whether or not it should be legal at our level, right? That was the point of contention, was at a federal level, they were arguing that we want to abolish slavery at a federal level. States, on the other hand, were saying, no, this should not be a federal issue. Very similar to other issues that are currently on contention. Look. States are saying this should be state level, whereas they're saying, no, this should be done at a federal level. That's what the Civil War really was on, is simply the fact that they didn't want the federal government to take that authority and exhibit that
Which,
power.
in my opinion, is why you've always heard of the South were one way to had it made.
Okay. It just happened to be that the issue was
it's not being all given over to the federal government.
Riddle me this.
If I don't want to do a riddle.
No.
Hold on,
General Specific.
No, fucking dude, you've been fucking running your fucking chapsticks for I don't know how fucking long, dude.
I'm good at doing that.
It's fucking annoying.
I run my chapsticks, but
you're,
again,
you're like a nagging wife that fucking never leaves you the fuck alone on your fucking day off.
I'm not gonna let the Jeremy point go. Answer me one thing, Jeremy. Answer me one thing, Jeremy, and everybody on the board, and I'll keep going on this.
Resla, dude.
If everything had been left to the states, if the issue of slavery or abolishment of slavery would have been left to the states uniquely.
He's gonna say the same shit over and over again. It's a fucking merry-go-round that never fucking stops. It's
Shut the fuck up, you dumbass! You fucking fat Viking!
Said it over and over and over again.
You
we don't have a
conquistador.
We have
sure, you colonizer, sure.
Yeah,
gringo.
Fucking muppet argument. You fucking muppet.
Gringo. Let it go. Jeremy, again, the question is, if this would have been left to the states, would the southern states abolish slavery right away? Or how long would it have taken?
God, if only we were as smart as Ditsu, we'd have all our fucking cancer would be solved by now. Solve cancer. Ditsu, why don't you fucking focus on cancer? Be the savior of the world.
I mean, I don't have an answer whether or not it would be okay. I mean,
I'll leave it at that.
You know, just like AB, right? It's not abolished at a state level in every state.
So you were saying that the reason the southern states said, okay, we don't want a federal law into that, was to then maintain tradition that was happening there, that there were high probabilities that none of the southern states would have abolished slavery and that the division of the country would still be happening in that sense. So in that sense, you're saying that the United States...
You're talking about speculation, bro. It's speculation, bro. You can't come up with that. It's only opinion. It's an opinionated point.
Okay.
There's no history to grasp upon on that point.
But
it's literally just opinion. I could say yay. I could say nay. I could say it could end in 1899 if the Civil War didn't happen. I don't know. It's literally opinion.
That leaving it to the states at that stage, at that moment, would not have resolved the issue of slavery and would not have resolved more than continuously separate what was the United States at that moment. That is not a speculation. That is a reality parting from that
speculation.
So that's the outcome. That doesn't necessarily mean that the outcome was the motivation for, right? That's the argument. It was slavery in itself was not the motivation for the Civil War, but the outcome was the abolishment of slavery.
So if I may posit this. Now, I'm not saying that Ditsu is 100% wrong with his assertion, But to think that that is the crux and the ultimate pinnacle of why these things happen, I think it's a complicated, nuanced thing. I think a better argument could be made that I was a damn Irish Yankee. I was like the North or the South is going to rise and the North will be 2-0. In all my ignorance, I was like, yeah, fuck those rednecks from the South. And then I started doing some research into it, which I think Ditsu, to his credit, has done some research. Is it research we've done? Maybe he wants to hang his hat on that. I would posit and put forward some other options onto the pile, such as that if you knew that these southern states, that there's codification or there's ratified and codified language in each of their constitutions, their state constitutions, when they join the union to allow them to secede should the federal government overreach become too tyrannical, they had language in their constitution and allow them, if they went through the right procedures, going to the House of Congress or I'm sorry, the Congress or the House of Representatives, to go properly ask to get out of to demand that they wanted to leave the union. That was denied in almost every turn, to the point where a dude took a cane and cracked one of these Southern dudes in the head on the floor of Congress. So that was not allowed to happen. They went through all the legal aspects of what they were supposed to do their due diligence in order to try to secede from the United States peacefully. And there were more millionaires per capita in Mississippi than there were in New York City. It was income tax. It was about bleeding the American people to keep the machine oiled. It was more about income tax and keeping their income in the union than it was about slavery, about any of this. George Washington was quoted as saying, if I could keep slavery and end this war today, I would do it. Robert E. And I'm finishing. Robert E. Lee said, if I had the power to free every slave in America right now to avoid the horrible war that is to come, I would do it today. They had opposite takes on it.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not about slavery. It was about control. It's always been about power. It's always been about control. And you usually just follow the money. End of comment.
Lincoln literally had it in his.
Or Lincoln, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Lincoln literally had it in his notes and letters saying that he would actually free the slaves if it wasn't for the fact that he knew there would be a big backlash because of what was going on in the States. That's exactly what he said.
Okay, so I'm gonna put this very simple, and I'm actually putting the link of the source right now.
Wait, and Dan did so. This was Lincoln's letters. Lincoln in his own fucking words.
Okay, I'm now using the letters of secession by state. I'm going to use the words.
Did you hear anything I just said?
Yes,
I showed you as much grace. I showed you as much clarity as I could. I took what you had to say in good faith, and you responded to zero what I said. You want to prove that your argument is the only argument.
Okay.
Yeah, he does. That's how it is. It's been like that the whole time.
Again.
Oh,
dude, you should be on Restless pay. Dude, I need somebody like you on my channel.
What you said.
You get paid on.
He should go on Speakeasy Verbal Combat.
Hold on.
He should go on Verbal Combat.
Okay. Again,
you could combat it.
What you said, General Specific, is a convenient
genius. I get it, Roger.
No. It's a convenient readdressing of what was happening at that moment. So I'm gonna go to the letters of secession of each state, and I'm gonna quote. For example, Virginia, second paragraph. The people of Virginia and the ratification of the Constitution of the United States, adopted by them in Convention of the 25th day of June in the year of our Lord, 1788, having declared that the power was granted under said Constitution, were derived from the people of the United States and might be resumed whensoever the same should be perverted to the injury and oppression. And the federal government having perverted said powers not only to injury of the people of Virginia, but to the oppression of the southern slave-holding states. They made sure to specify southern slave-holding states. On the next paragraph,
there were southern slave-holding states.
So
what does that really
North Carolina.
I mean, they were just talking about their states. It doesn't really indicate.
North Carolina. Second, is everybody watching this with the link I provided? Is at least people following?
Are we following along?
Yes, please.
Yeah, we're listening.
Wow.
An ordinance,
I'm
North
manipulating
Carolina, an
people.
ordinance to dissolve the union between the state of North Carolina and other states united with her under the compact of government entitled the Constitution of the United States. We, the people of the state of North Carolina and Convention Assembly, do declare and ordain, and it's hereby declare and ordain that the ordinance adopted by the state of North Carolina and Convention of 1789, whereby the Constitution of the United States was ratified and adopted, and also all acts and parts and acts of the General Assembly, ratifying and adopting amendments to the said Constitution, and hereby repeal, rescind, and abrogate. We do further declare and ordain that the Union now subsisting between the state of North Carolina and other states under the title of the United States of America is hereby dissolved, and the state of North Carolina is in full possession and exercise of all those rights of sovereignty which belong and pertain to free and independent states. Done in the Convention of City of Raleigh. So why would they declare the sovereignty, and based on what specific affections were North Carolina criticizing the intromission of the federal government? But here we go with Texas, that they also declare themselves as a free
Anyone else
sovereign.
understanding 90% of what this? My eyes glazed
No,
over like
dude.
a half hour ago, dude. Seriously.
Oh, this is your history. If
I'm
you're not
not
understanding it,
most of
I'll
it.
give up. I'll give up.
Oh, I don't understand
quoting a
you.
blog. He's saying what other people are saying. He hasn't even read the fucking letters.
Yeah, he's reading other
He's not
people's
even
opinions.
pointing to
All
those.
letters,
He's pointing to
the
a fucking
majority
blog.
of those letters of secession.
How do you know what's on
address-
the letter? How do you know what's on the letters?
Okay,
Have you
we were
ever read
reading
the
them-
Lincoln letters?
Oh,
Have
hold
you
on.
ever read the Lincoln letters?
Yes, I've read the Lincoln letters, but right now
So
we're
why
talking
are you
about
Have
telling
you
me
read
something
any of
else?
the state
So
succession
again,
letters?
Jones,
Or, I'm sorry,
how
notice
ironic.
this. Have
How
you
ironic.
read them? Have you read
How-
them?
Yes, I have read them. How
Where are
ironic.
they? Put that down as a link. Stop posting fucking blogs.
I just posted
Nobody
it. That's-
gives a shit.
It's
I
right
can
there.
go to the website in
Hey.
10 minutes and fucking put whatever I fucking want on there. Post a goddamn letter in full.
Right there. Look at the
That's
comment
a
at
blog.
19.
That's a
Nice.
blog.
It's a blog, sir.
The letters were
Yeah,
hand.
and we're the ones that don't know. As you
Not
sit here and
not
play
only
these
is it a
dumb
blog-
games.
Not only is it a blog, but it's a blog for only specific states, which is Florida, Louisiana, Virginia, North Carolina, and Tennessee.
All right, I'll bring the academic one, but then you're gonna bitch. Oh, universities don't count. So what do you
Bring
want
up
me?
the Lincoln letter, sir.
Bring
How,
up
Let's
the
hear from the
letter.
man
how would
himself.
we say universities don't count? Well, what the
Look, I put the letters with the link. All right, now you want a more official.
And listen, man, if I go to a dinner table and every night the cocksucker that makes dinner tells me it's beef, and I find out it's dog shit, damn right I'm gonna be upset. Post the damn link.
All right, I'll post the same ones here.
I hate to say it, but you can't be posting links like it's the goddamn Bible. Don't cherry pick.
It's just abundantly clear. Like, you're the only one on this panel that's determined to push his narrative and just will not give up on it. Everybody else is sharing their opinions on what they know of their, learnings of history.
I tried to share
Yeah,
my
we
opinion,
all
but
agree.
everybody
We all
jumped.
agree except for him. He's the only one that doesn't agree.
CJ, I'm really sorry that he interrupted you in the few times that you actually had something to say. I'm interested in what you had to say, CJ. Would you please continue? Or were you done? Did you forget?
No, I didn't forget, bro. You're good. I'm actually happy that a damn Yankee takes up for us. So
Yeah. It's the war of northern aggression.
But it's not even that. Again, I'm open to the possibility of being wrong, but it's something that we all know as a collective, being here in our own country, of the things that we have no choice but to learn coming up in school. But to turn around and say that somebody else could turn around and say there are multiple people up here and we don't know what the fuck we're talking about. That's the shit that's crazy.
Well, in fairness, there has been a lot of history revisionism or revisionist history that's been happening in the last decade or so.
I absolutely agree. But when we have enough, here's the thing: there's a difference between way back when we didn't have the internet, and let's just be honest. Let's be honest. Dan, hold up. A lot of us here are old enough to say that we were here during the time when there was no internet, to the point where there was internet, which means we can fact check ourselves and what the fuck we learned. And I would assume that most people who are here have done so.
Yeah.
Okay, so since everybody asked for the primary source, the link is already on the
He doesn't listen
on it right there. Primary sources of all the letters of succession. Like I said, and you can review it right there. All letters mention the aspect of slavery as one of the major reasons as to why the secession happened. You can see those Georgia, Mississippi, South Carolina, Texas, Virginia. You can analyze them. It's your history. The matter of fact is, if I was asked, did you read them? Yes, I have read them in multiple locations. I have studied them, as I have studied the Lincoln thing. But
then why aren't you
look,
quoting the letters?
I am okay. Again, Jones comes out and says, "Well, we're
that's
on them.
good. Let's
I
start
put two
with your
fucking
Georgia
links. Go ahead and
Let's
read
start
them."
with your fucking Georgia letter. Where does it say the reason?
Read it.
Just
Read it.
gives a notice.
It's your responsibility. It's your history.
Of dissolvement.
It's your argument. It's your claim.
Yeah, none of those letters claim that is the point of the war.
Pero, I think you peeked out your mic or something because you lost your composure with the socialist above you. You might want to reset it. It's like real garbled.
Okay, Georgia. First point. First paragraph. Please, Jones, open it up. Read it for yourself or follow
There's
along.
only one paragraph. What do you mean the first? There's only one.
Bro, look at the link. The last link I just
I'm looking
posted.
at it.
What's the name of the link?
Literally, the one you posted.
What is the name of the link,
starting
James?
The Declaration of the Causes of Succeeding States.
Primary sources, correct?
You can read it. It's right there. There's
So
a notice of
why
succession.
didn't you, Jones? Why didn't you answer me when I asked you what was the page?
Because you're looking at it. There's the Georgia.
No, you're just being
Talking about the
disingenuous.
first one.
You're being
Shut up.
disingenuous.
The first one, Georgia.
Tapping out, guys. Y'all play nice.
Georgia. Georgia.
Later, TJ. Enjoy your sanity.
If you scroll
Where
down,
does it say anything about the reason for succession in that letter?
Hey, Resla, where can I get a
first paragraph.
my panel?
The people of Georgia, having dissolved their political connection with the government of the United States of America, present to their confederates and the world the causes which
Did
have
you
led
buy
to
them on the
separation.
open air interlocutor stage? You know where they sell them.
Oh, all right. The asshole asked me for the primary sources. There they are. He's not even reading them. And on the first
I did read
paragraphs, it gives
well,
no, you haven't. Okay, what
I wrote them. I wrote those. I wrote
the
Declaration of Independence.
I'm literally going through it right now, and I could tell you that it talks about slavery, but it didn't say the reason that they went to bat was for fucking slavery.
Yeah,
the causes which have led to separation.
I mean,
I'm literally going through it right now as we speak. They
hey, be quiet, black man. No, black man. Let this Marxist socialist. Let him speak for you.
Yes, a boss.
Yes, look,
yes, boss. Yes, a master.
Hey, McCarthy,
what do you got to say?
McCarthy, you criminal. We know that you like.
I'll be good. I'll be good this time.
You don't care about your constitution, and you're like people McCarthy who persecute and violate freedom of speech, freedom of association. Yeah, we know that. But again, right there on the first 4 lines of Georgia, and I cite and I'm reading. For the last 10 years, we have numerous and serious causes of complaint against our non-slave-holding Confederate states with reference to the subject of African slavery. They have endowed to weaken our security, to disturb our domestic peace and tranquility, and persistently refuse to comply with express constitutional obligation to us in reference to that property. And by the use of their power in the federal government, have striven to deprive us of an equal employment of common territories of the Republic. The hostile policy of our Confederates have been pursued with every circumstance or aggravation which could arouse the passions and excite the hatred of our people. So it's telling you, just on the first thing of Georgia, is telling you the reasons and the causes as to why. Because
no, it didn't.
All right.
Hold on, guys.
I give up. I'll give up.
Hold on, guys, hold up. I'm getting a call from Jordan Peterson. Ditso, he wants his benzos back. Okay, Roger. I'll let him know. Jordan Peterson wants his benzos back. You tapped into his supply.
I want to know where
speech.
I want to know where it specifically says we go to war because of slavery.
Right.
Throughout the whole thing, it's telling you that.
No. Again, you're making this huge iceberg thing out of a little bitty piece of information. It's part of the causes and reasons, as that specifically
It is not the
stated.
singular cause.
It is not
the primary cause.
Right. We
I
all
read-
understand
I
that.
read the same shit you're going through.
It is
And
not.
how can you not see that the main reason was because
that was going to the treasury. Come on now.
Again, it is not the main reason. If you want to know the main reason, look at the ports down in Louisiana territory where the Mississippi comes out. That is a southern port that they wanted control of.
Massive.
That is one, and that is international trade and commerce. That was the main reason.
And the Mississippi.
And they can use a plethora of other factors within those to manipulate it. That is the main reason and cause. Their greed and manipulation in a commercial system.
In South Carolina was where they took first. Fort Sumter was the first battle of the Civil War in South Carolina.
Today, they still enslave your minds with another tool that they use, much better than any other physical slave they've ever had, and that is the news media propaganda that you sit there and believe. Because you're willing to believe in comfort and convenience instead of doing your actual research and knowing.
So how is it that Louisiana was a state in 1803 and purchased by the United States? And you're telling me about 1860, the ports of Louisiana...
territory, not a state. It was a territory. It never became an official state until like, I don't know what year.
It was purchased on 1803 and becoming a state.
Territory at the time, though.
You're talking
and
about
why was it purchased? Yes, and why was it purchased? Because Napoleon was losing his ass over where he was fighting, so he used that as purchase for his war, and it ended up with Louisiana as the only French common law territory in the United States now. And there's all kinds of things, and that's because there's a boot down in that port. They're the controlling factor in that port. They still fund France.
So
how about the weather, guys? It's been
riddle me this. Louisiana became a state on 1812. It was purchased on 1803. So by 1860s, you're telling me that the ports of a U.S. state were not in control of the federal government by the 1850s?
He told you what he told you. Why do you keep trying to put words in people's mouths? Let your argument be your argument. Let El Perro's argument be his argument. Make your fucking argument. Let him respond to it. Stop speaking for other people.
I just asked them that.
At that time,
a bunch of words and said, "So is that what you mean?"
At that time, this nation's products were determined by each state. Each state had a particular interest according to its commercial items. Louisiana happens to have a commercial item known as an international trade port. That is a significant element in that war, much greater than the slavery, because it has the impact of international commerce that encompasses slavery, propaganda, education, medication, all of it.
And just to be fair, today, Louisiana is the global hub of oil trade.
Again, that did not answer my question. At that time,
he's answering your question. Every state had a thing. He gave an example of one state. Do we have to go through all 50?
Well, there weren't 50 at the time, though. But
it's known as a program. It's known as a program. It's known as a program of economic warfare. That is, the United States is the New World Order, and what it's done is it takes the initial acts of war beyond the war field onto domestic soil and beyond war times to times of peace to make sure that any trade that is securing the nation's domestic products is in fact being done with good faith and not with an enemy.
I just want to take a moment to recognize how handsome I am and how much of an honor it is to have me on the panel with you. It's not lost on me.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Listen, generally, your ego is showing.
You look southern to me.
You're not understanding my question.
You're telling us that you know about our own history. Yeah. That's very arrogant, bro.
I think the word's hubris.
We don't know about
we don't know our history. He actually said we don't know our history.
So wait, who's the slave master? I think Ditsu might be our slave master because he kept us ignorant and uneducated.
Hey,
Please
no.
educate us, slave
Look,
master.
blame your country about the problems in education.
Why don't you worry about your shitty fucking
No,
country?
see, that's the problem with people like you. You think there's somebody else you should blame. We're used to blaming ourselves. We're real men.
Bullshit. If you were readily blaming yourselves, another history would call. You're always blaming somebody else. You're either blaming this perceived.
No, there you go with your There you go with your extending it upon everybody.
You've never blamed yourself.
Hang on. We don't blame ourselves yet. You're the one who's saying that we need to go after Europe for reparations for slavery, as opposed to, looking within ourselves and writing.
To that point where the matter of reparations will never happen in the United States because
no, they won't. They won't. The point is you said we need to go and look.
It has happened in this sense in the reparations against the Japanese internment camps, Tuskegee, etc. Because you had no other alternative, and even on that you bitched about it, and you tried to stop that. Many people tried to stop that in that situation. And in the matters of the slavery and reparations of slavery in the United States, you'll never do that because you don't give a shit about your history.
I got a genuine question for you.
You never have a genuine question.
Where did you see now? You know so much. Can you educate me on where the word slave originated?
Oh, here we go.
And to say that we don't care about our history yet, and to say that we don't care about our history yet, every one of us is up here telling you pieces of our history as if though we do have an interest in care, and you seem to think otherwise. Again, you're projecting your full-blown bullshit. I wish you'd really stop it, brother. I'd like to be able to respect you decently, but every time you open your mouth, you sound even more idiotic.
Well, okay. Let me put it Stop. Let me put it this way. Despite the fact that he is profusely against us, he is against what we are saying, right? I want to just say, I respect the fact that he has a difference of opinion. What I'm having a problem with is him telling other people who also share their knowledge and have to be taught in the same system what their heritage, what their notion, what their education is of their system, as if each individual here has not done their due diligence to make sure that they are properly educated about their own nation. That's it. He's allowed to have a difference of opinion based on how he was taught or whatever. I don't have a problem with that. It's I know more about your nation than you do, which sounds crazy. And the dismissing of there's a collective now. There's a collective argument now. And to say that other people don't know more than me, because that's the way it comes off. I'm not saying that you're saying that, Dan. It's the way that it appears as if I know more about what your nation does than you do. That's the way it comes off, which sounds like it's a bit of hypocrisy.
Resla, I'm going to say very simple. The whole point that I could have made in a minute and a half was that the routes of reparations in matters of the Western Hemisphere and specifically the United States, I was not going to bring up again Latin America or anything like that, just United States. The two routes were, one, pre-independence, charge Europe, because Europe is responsible for that, what happened before the era of independence. And post-independence, charge the U.S. government for the fuck-ups that have happened throughout the history of not abolishing slavery from the get-go, the whole thing of the Civil War, then the setting up of an apartheid state for 100 years. That is two routes of reparations in that sense. However, everybody jumped towards Europe defending that, no, we shouldn't charge Europe. Even if you yourself, Resla, recognize, and in the discussion you had with James earlier on, you recognize, you asked James, and I'm going to paraphrase you, and I hope that I'm doing that accordingly, but you asked James earlier on this particular debate, were there slaves before becoming United States or before our independence? And James had a hard time answering you.
Well, no. That was a I'm gonna white knight for James for a second. That
That was
was
a
a
misunderstanding.
correction on James's misspeaking. James
Okay,
just made a
it was.
statement inaccurately
It
by
was.
accident, and Resla corrected
Okay.
that.
But
It's not,
Yeah,
again,
I thought we was
it's
referring
not
to
that
the
James and I disagreed. Jammer is right. There was a
Okay.
misspeaking. That's all.
that
Yeah, because I
miscommunication.
thought we was
Okay.
referring to when the 13th Amendment was
No.
being
So,
ratified.
okay,
I thought that was
fine.
the point of
Fine.
reference for the time
I'll
frame.
correct that. I'll
It turned
correct
out
that
it was
point.
1776.
Give me
So
a moment.
therefore,
I'll correct that point. So on the conversation with James, there was a miscommunication and a misappreciation of what you were trying to say and what James understood. But at the end point, your argument, Resla, was there slavery before us becoming United States? The answer is yes. Who had control of those slaves? The Europeans who had the areas
uh,
under control of
refute that.
of that. The European. How would you refute that? Then
First off, the Africans sold the other Africans, and then second off,
oh come on, for shit.
other cultures enslaved people too. I mean, well, how do you think we got the Slavs? They were enslaved. That's how they got their name, Slavs.
Yeah,
It's
and
because
that was
it's where we get the word slave from is the word Slav. So therefore,
So
and if I
I mean,
and if I could take a moment here,
tribal-
if I could take a moment here, this is the same aspect that I was thinking of, because when we get down to the nitty gritty, when we're talking about reparations from your 2 points of timelines, we also have to look at the aspect of 2 points in places, because you have the same country, the European countries that you claim should owe reparations, that also had slaves at the same time that there were slaves in the American colonies. So we're talking about this process of mitigating all the problems, and we're still acting like the legislature over in California trying to get rid of plastic straws and paper wraps. And I'm afraid we're going to end up with paper straws and plastic wraps. What do you guys think?
So again, that is moving the goalposts. And James, I'm sorry, but that comment you made
No,
is
it's not. No, it's not. That's stating reality.
reality, yeah.
No, you're confabulating two things there, Pedro. So let's
No,
stick on this.
I'm talking about the effect. Once again, if you want to reparations, we're looking at the same process of ending up with the legislation for reparations, where we get rid of the plastic straws and paper wraps, and we end up with paper straws and plastic wraps. Still the same goddamn issue. Now get to your point.
False equivalency.
I don't know if
There's
he got
no
a
logic
point,
in that
really.
line.
Then tell me how it's a false equivalency.
Because you are arbitrarily deciding to say, I'm associating the analysis of the history of the Atlantic slave trade and what happened on that with paper towels and a law in California.
And that's exactly what you're doing with the concept of reparations. Reparations,
No,
and trying to
How?
legislate through mitigation a proper way to come up with a solution, and end up with no goddamn solution. Then the problem is still there.
For 200,
The reparations
248
don't
years,
happen by money; they happen by your actions. You start treating
Yes.
each other like real men.
Bullshit.
You can point that
Absolutely.
248
pick
years
up your
out there all you
bootstraps
want.
again.
Slavery has been a thing
So-
for the
so,
7,000 years of recorded history.
And I don't need a government to tell me that.
Okay, so
Absolutely.
in this sense, let's just put it out there. United States and the Black American and the Afro descendancy in the United States will never have reparations, will never have recognition of the bullshit that had happened pre-independence and after independence. Stop looking for it, pick up your books, and forget about it. There's no
Not
history
based
to
on money.
remember. And
Reparations
and
based
the
on money they will
justification
never have.
and the justification in regards of slavery happening everywhere is
They
that
already
famous
had
is
reparations.
that
Technically, because we've acknowledged that we did wrong, and we
have
we
never
have asked
acknowledged you did wrong.
forgiveness for our wrongs.
What are you
we have
talking about?
acknowledged
State of California just wrote a fucking apology letter.
What
So-
year?
so I-
Literally, a
Hold on,
reparation thing.
hold on. I want to point out Ditsu simultaneously is trying to champion.
I'm not trying to champion anything, you fascist.
The downtrodden of slavery, and
You
then
fascist.
minimalizing the fact that we're pointing
Oh,
out
my
that slavery has existed with every frickin' culture that I'm aware of since the beginning of time. So you're either
Because that's a
saying
coward's
slavery
way
is
of-
bad and you're against slavery, or you're saying,
Wrong,
okay, so some
Jeremy,
slavery is
wrong.
okay. Some
Wrong,
slavery is
you're
okay.
wrong.
Well,
I mean,
correct me. Is some slavery okay?
How dense have you?
Is all slavery bad, or is some slavery okay? Can we just use some slaves?
How dense have you to be to reach that?
Can you answer the question, please?
Conclusion?
Ad hominem attacks aren't helping communists.
Okay, so sure, fascist, sure, gringo. Look, your question is such stupidity, and your conclusions is such stupidity.
Can you just answer it then? It should be real easy. It should be real easy for an erudite brain like you from your
I
ivory
never said
towers.
anything in that line.
Yeah, you're so erudite.
All I have been doing is
come on, erudite.
Sure, fascist.
Educate me.
Gringo,
educate me.
Sure,
angel.
You fat Viking imitation of a Viking. Listen.
There you go.
Listen. You keep on attacking me personally. I'll keep on attacking you personally.
I asked you a direct question. You're the one who called me a gringo and everything else. You're the one doing the ad hominems.
And he's
you know what an ad hominem is?
Stop playing the victim. Stop playing the victim. Stop
I'm not a victim, dude. I'm a victor.
Stop playing the victim and playing the in your feelings. Again, general and specific.
There's the one playing in their feelings.
Straw man.
Again. Dude,
you sound like a liberal teenage girl in America. That's what you sound
don't even know what liberal is. You guys still use the imperial measuring system, and you lose hundreds of millions of dollars because you have not
educated us, almighty dear leader. Dear leader Ditsu. Dear leader. Yes, dear leader. No, dear leader.
I know.
I love how he uses that term "you" so fucking broadly. He says "you guys." You ignorant fuck.
340 million gringos up there who have that mentality, or a lot of them who have that mentality.
And who's a gringo on the panel? Does anybody else identify as a gringo, or is this motherfucker that likes to use ad hominems because he's a weak intellect and doesn't know how to stay on topic? Is that what a gringo is? Or are you the fine example of a real intellectual man that has to use ad hominems because he can't state his own goddamn point?
That is so rich, Beto. And
it is rich.
Because
it is rich.
You are lying. You are a liar right now.
After you've been told many times, the entire panel is in agreement with you having said absolutely nothing.
All of you are U.S.
and you insist on an hour and a half later, you're still going to ad hominems.
Again, that is rich coming from
weak. You're weak, dude.
People who have
weak argument.
Again, this is rich coming from
weak argument
who have diverted the comments, who have filibustered everything they could, who give a series.
You're the only one that's filibustering is you. It's your mouth that's been running all night.
And then that's to the mountain. Chopped it down with the back of my hand.
I mean, look, General Specific is a dumb, dishonest.
You can listen to Jimi Hendrix, but I hear Jimi Hendrix.
And in this sense, when we went into the conversation, you derailed it, Pedro, giving an absurd example, a bullshit example. I couldn't answer the point of James because you wanted to intercede.
You're a victim.
The thing about California. I'm not saying I'm a victim. I'm only explaining what
guys. Everyone on the panel, you're all victims. And I'd like to take this opportunity to apologize to absolutely fucking no one.
Kiddo. I don't apologize to anyone either. So go fuck yourself and your gringo attitude. I don't apologize to anyone.
I'll get out, dude.
Sure.
Hope that racism keeps you warm.
Sure. Motherfucker, you don't even know.
He's not a fascist. I am. Like you're really fucking shit up. You're just randomly throwing shit at him that doesn't even apply to him. He's not even close to it. But I am.
Thank you, Joshua.
No, Joshua, you're a troll. You're here to troll.
No, I'm an authoritarian. By definition, fascism, force.
Even when a man tells you what he is, you don't believe him because you know better than what everyone else knows about themselves.
I see that Joshua Jones and General
You're such a muppet, dude. Such a muppet.
You're the muppet. You're the muppet, my kiddo. You're such a muppet that you are so.
Sorry, Resla. I'm going to mute myself for a little while, dude. I want to know what you had to eat. Tell me in your back chat what you had to eat.
No, kid. See,
it sounded good.
This is the thing, kiddo. And I'm talking to you, General Specific. Joshua, I know you're just a troll, so I pay half attention to what you say because you say for the show. But in that sense, honestly,
what am I?
James?
Yeah, what am I?
I don't know. You're still smelling the ice panties?
Why do we care what he thinks?
So why do I care?
I'm just being silly.
Why would I care what you think, Josh?
Exactly. That's a great point.
I don't give a
should
shit
care
about
what anybody thinks, especially when they're playing ad hominems and have actually nothing to say. So yeah, I wish we got to get on to something else or somebody else because I'm tired of this motherfucker running his mouth.
So I don't give a damn. I don't care if you're tired about it. I don't care what you think. I don't care what Joshua thinks. In the same way
will
that
respect
Joshua,
my authority.
You will respect no authority. I respect no authority. I destroy authority.
You will respect my
Oh,
authority.
whoa, wow!
And so why should any of us give one rat's ass what your opinion is? Isn't that what you just concluded? You don't give a rat's ass what anybody's opinion is, and yet you run your mouth here for the last hour and a half stating your opinion. Please get over it.
In the same way that you don't care what my opinions are. So stop being hypocritical.
Well, your opinions aren't.
So fact of the matter is, we're what 7 people that don't care what the opinions are of each other in that sense.
Facts.
So again,
facts instead of opinions.
Pero it's rich coming from somebody who's doing exactly the same thing that they're criticizing the other from. It's just rich. So, like Josh was saying, I don't give a damn. I don't give a shit. I'm having my fun. I've kept my tone of voice exactly how it has been for the past time.
So muted.
So how am I doing the same thing you are? Please explain how I am doing the same thing you are, because I did in fact answer your question. You dismissed it. Understand? Everybody else here agrees that I answered your question and you dismissed it. Is that an objective truth?
Yep.
You did not answer my question. You gave a weird justification. I said
because you just
Louisiana was purchased in 1803.
You said it wasn't the same thing, and I expressed exactly how it's the same thing.
Okay.
It's the effect, and it's the delusional effect that you think is going to happen by mitigating the thing without actually paying attention to the real problem, because you've got it sourced to a plastic straw in a paper wrap. So what you do is you mitigate it and end up with a paper straw and a plastic wrap, and the real issue still stands.
See, that's the thing. First question I asked you, it was in regards of the Louisiana example. You did not answer that. And then when I was talking to James in regards of his points, of his absurd points that he brought up, you came in and did the false equivalency. Oh, look at the California law of the straws, etc. That had nothing to do with that. You effectively moved the goalpost arbitrarily because you did not want to go into depth of what was being conversed. That's a fact. So let's look at this in this way. And with this, I'll let you go. Sorry, Resla. I did not mean for these things to go that way. I tried to control or be as best as possible. But the problem here is that while I have tried to adjust and address the different points in regards of this matter, especially some of the white kind, lighter text in that sense, have had in their feelings. That's what it seems. Look, my countries are doing it, and we've been pressuring Europe, and we'll get something done in regards to reparations. And when we do it and the United States doesn't, I don't want to hear the US-based people tell me, why did he do it and we didn't? Go fuck talk to your government. Work with your government. We already did our stuff, and we'll eventually have that.
So that begs me to ask, with just under 100 or just under 200 countries worldwide, 193 of them being involved in the UN, and talking about reparations, past, present, and future, how many nations have actually made reparations?
And the conditions of Western Hemisphere and the invasion of Europeans here? For the past 200 years after our independence?
What have we been fucking talking about? It's a simple yes or simple question to answer. Who has made reparations? Past, present, or currently?
Well, we have to the Japanese, the internment camps.
No,
after
dude, I just asking a clarification if it was in regards of the colonization and invasion.
And again, if you want to talk about a preposition, if you want to talk about a preposition that there needs to be reparations, and you already have a scale model showing those reparations, then why don't we follow it, right?
Talk to your governments, not me. Talk to your
again, that's why I asked what countries, and again, that's why I said, again, what countries have made reparations? As you just heard, generally specific, the United States has.
Again,
We have.
and
Yeah.
I clarified.
I literally tried to. I literally tried to help you. Why don't you come shut me up, you fucking muppet?
Well, come and try to shut me up, you fucking.
I don't want to shut you up. I want to defeat your argument with logic.
can't.
You want to do it
You
with ad
can't.
hominems. Look,
No,
I
you
even
want-
changed my name for you.
Sure, because you're a dumbass. I know that.
No. What can you read it? It's English. I know it's not your first language, but can you read what my new name is?
Pero again.
Yeah.
Your question: has in the last 248 years anybody paid reparations because of the invasion of Europe here and our consequential process of independence? The answer is no, and that's why we're still fighting 248 years afterwards, reminding Europe of the things.
So the people that moved to America were Europeans and established these colonies based on their European descendants. And then when they enslaved those people and made them slaves, and then when those reparations were made for the Japanese during World War, when they put them in concentration camps the exact same way, everything is derived for European based on your premise. Because even the people that came from or that established America are European.
What the fuck are you talking about? What the hell did he jump into
Watch
World
your
War
language. Watch your language.
Seriously, you're all over the place.
The people that came to establish the American colonies were first known as Europeans. It wasn't known as America. It was known as European settlers.
Yes. So what's your point?
So the American nation today is still European settlers, European people. So even the people that made reparations, even to the Japanese, are the only ones that made reparations Europeans.
What the fuck are you talking about, man? Look, the people that came here and
I'm asking, what is your so goddamn interest that you would run for an hour and a half, 2 hours on your opinion, telling the rest of us we don't know our history or our opinions ourselves, while you're demanding that we step up as a nation and pay reparations for what?
Again, you're all over the place. You're completely.
No, I'm asking you to specify while you're showing you're all over the place. You've gone from era to era to era to era to try to explain reparations, and nobody can understand what reparations you're talking about.
You're wrong. Again, you just moved the goalposts.
Whoa,
again, Gringo, shut up. We know you're not intelligent. Just shut up for a moment.
No, if I understood correctly, the actual thing is what Ditzo was saying is we should be going to Europe and going at them for the reparations.
I've said it since the beginning of this program. I made a clear distinction. One thing is the searching of reparations of what happened pre-independence here in the Western Hemisphere, and another one is the reparations internally on each government, or in the specific sense of the United States, of what happened afterwards. I've said this over 1,000 times from the get-go. Hold on, Jeremy.
So we should go after both. The U.S. should do reparations for slavery that happened after our independence, and we should go after Europe for before our independence.
How the fuck does this take?
Before our independence, we are a nation of Europeans. After our independence, we declared to be Americans. We are still the same descendants on both sides of that timeline.
Let me throw a different scenario out here, right? Let's say you go on a murder spree and you kill a whole bunch of people, right? And then you pass. Should we now try both your dad and your kid for your crimes?
This absurd ways of trying to.
Well, my answer.
That's how I'm interpreting
you're saying the same thing. Do you not see that's the same logic? You're insinuating with your reparation proposal, because you're proposing that I should pay for the sins of my forefathers as a result of what they did.
Well, no, it's both. It's both. Your forefathers and you would pay.
I got two questions here that have been placed. One, the argument of Pedro that those who arrived here of European and those who stayed here and helped in the processes of independence were still European. That's bullshit. No, they were no longer European. They may have had European.
That's like saying the slaves that came to America were no longer their own ancestral because now somebody else held them here on American soil. And now, goddamn it, you got to be a goddamn American slave.
you're not.
When the
even
fuck
taking
are you
into
going to stop
account-
giving up your authority to be
you
a
are
man?
not even taking into account the effects of colonization and the effects of assimilation
About
and
those
culture.
effects. I don't
So
give a fuck about
you
those
are an
effects.
effect of colonization, as I am in many ways. Now, to the point of Jeremy, the sins of the fathers.
No, I'm an effect of God. Are you a Christian? Are you a Christian?
Bro, I'm an atheist. Fuck Christians. Fuck.
Okay, so
Islam.
there's your problem, guys.
Jesus Christ. Hold up. Fuck you. I'm an atheist and I prefer the Christians. So what the hell does that mean?
I don't
I'm not talking about you, Joshua.
No, not you, Piero. I
He's
want
talking to
this one to
Ditzer.
answer that. You say fuck Christians, but that is going to be generally going to be probably the majority of the Americans.
Yeah.
Damn sure the Bible Belt.
I-
You know all
I
those
don't give-
fuckers you hate?
I
That's
don't
the
give a
majority of
damn
the people
about
you're
if it's a
talking to.
problem. I don't give a damn if it's the problem. And to answer the
Oh,
question,
okay, you
Jeremy,
don't give a damn, so here's our rebuttal. We don't fucking
off.
care what you want us to do
I'm
with
a
Europe.
proud Orthodox.
You know, it would be nice if we could move on and pick a different topic, but there's one person on the panel that is stuck on stupid, and it's got to
No,
be me.
I'm
So
about-
I'm gonna mute, and I'm just gonna go away so you guys can talk about something different.
Sure. All right, Josh. I can give 10 bleeding fucks how
No,
you
fuck
feel.
off. You don't care, remember? Fuck
Yeah,
off.
you don't care either, so fuck off too.
Of course.
So two people telling to fuck off each other. What does that mean? Now, to
Good.
the
Does
point
that
with
mean end of
Jeremy,
conversation? Does that mean end of conversation?
I don't know. I don't care. I don't care what it
Move on to
means.
something else?
I don't care what it means.
Oh, okay.
So
arguing this point for
we're
hours.
going
Running your
to
mouth. Hush.
Whatever point
You
this
don't
is,
care.
we're
Hush.
arguing.
we
I
are
still like,
going
ain't figured out what
to-
point we're
I don't
arguing.
respond to your authority. I don't give a shit
be
what you
honest.
have to say or hush me or whatever. I do what I want. I'm
Yeah,
free.
you're just
I
going to
do
run your
what I
mouth.
want.
Just like a
Yeah,
little bitch
sure.
running your mouth.
I can run my
James.
mouth all I want. I live in a free
James, did you
country
say you were
myself.
Orthodox?
So if you're gonna continue
Yeah,
running
I'm
your mouth,
Orthodox,
what you
yeah.
gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? You
I'm
gonna come and try to hit me? Are you gonna try to
You and me
get
got to
violent
talk
on me?
later. When Bitch Boy here decides to stop running his mouth, you and me, we got to talk later.
Okay. I don't know
We
about
gotta-
what.
Yeah, we got a like a religious conversation going on with a few people that lots of Q&As. I got to make sure, just stay in contact with Resla because I want to have this conversation.
Well,
It's not a
yeah,
bad way.
I jump up here a
Well,
lot.
I want to get John the Baptist back. Like I want to get the group back and have
Oh,
the
John the
conversation.
Baptist. I know who he is. I know him.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
We run across each other.
look, I defended my positions. I did my best.
Oh, hey, enough about
And-
you guys. Let's talk about Ditzo some more. Sorry that you guys were trying to have a conversation.
I know that I'm gonna leave, and you're probably gonna try to talk.
Well, then
about
fuck
that
off
because you're
and
a
leave
coward.
already. I want to hear
I
what
am
these
about
guys
to
have
leave.
to say.
Hang on.
Sure.
Let him at least answer my question that he tried to do like 10 times.
No, I tried to do it 10 times, but unfortunately, everybody's going to interrupt.
Right.
so-
I know, and I'm trying to allow you the afford you the time to
So
answer.
to paraphrase your question, just to make sure,
The slowest
we have
rage
one
quit in history
question.
right here. The slowest
See what I mean,
rage
Jeremy?
quit
I'm
in
not going to answer your question. Blame Gringo.
Just rage quit already, dude.
Okay,
No,
okay.
half hour long rage quit.
Okay. We've been on it about. We see a difference of opinion, and again, he's right to have a difference of opinions. It's just really weird the way how everything just kind of went down with all that. Damn, I can't believe we've been at that for so long now.
Yeah. Everybody has been on the feelings. I tried to keep us level head, but unfortunately, the feelings of Gringo and El Pero showed. It's unfortunate. Best
No,
couple will about good night, everybody.
What's unfortunate is that you're not willing to put up with a man that stands up.
You're
and says,
so
"Listen,
easy to.
I'm tired of you including me into your you category as if though I'm one of them that you have a distaste for. I've never met you, brother, yet you insist on including me into this you category about not knowing history and not caring about it. Fuck you.
I just wanted that reaction, Pero. Gringo, keep on being so dumbass. But everybody else and Resla, sorry that it went this way, but everybody got up in the feelings. I tried to maintain
I'm so tired. I'm so tired all the time. All I want to do is lean against the tree and sleep.
Again, we know that
Sleep
Gringo's a
sleep. I'm
racist
so
and it's a
tired.
supremacist. We know that he's a racist.
I'm so tired all the time. All I want to do is sleep. I just want to
Again,
sleep.
sure. Look, anything you say, Gringo,
This one ain't gonna be able to stay
it's like a
up.
high schooler trying to insult me. You're like a
I just
kid
have to go to
trying to pick
sleep.
up a
I'm
fight
tired all the
on
time.
the
This
park.
one got out of control.
I
This
need a
one's not staying
siesta.
up.
Look, next time
Just to be clear, just to be clear, I'm not in my feelings here. I'm passionate, but I'm not in my feelings. I don't mean
Me neither.
anything
I'm
hard
passionate.
against you or anybody else on the panel.
Me neither, Jeremy. I'm
I have a
not.
question for you.
I've been passionate. I've been trying to maintain
Kumbaya, my
my state.
lord.
Hold on.
Wait,
Kumbaya.
hold on. What were you saying?
Kumbaya, my lord.
With people like
Kumbaya.
Gringo,
Hold up. I didn't hear what I was saying. What were you saying?
Exactly. So, hey, to the passionate Latino, answer me this: if reparations were paid, do you not think that would push our country into further bankruptcy? That's the first question. And secondly, do you not think that that would be giving money to people who would probably be trying to sell more drugs, buy more machine guns or whatever you do, or they'd lose the money anyway?
How the hell do you guys come and think of these questions? Look, one,
Answer
if
the
it's
first
in the
one
question,
first.
again, if it's in the question of pushing Europe to pay the reparations because of what happened here on the
I'm Irish.
invasion,
You paid my reparations.
I don't care what you are. The point being is, for many
I know.
U.S. citizens, hell yeah, get Europe broke so they can take over. That's what they're thinking. And that's what they want under what Jones admitted. And in your second answer, hey, no, listen, Joshua Jones has a supposedly
Michael,
federal agent wants to take over Europe. Again, shut up, Gringo.
Michael,
See,
You mean that I admitted that? That's what I am not in your argument with me. I never said that. That was never a proposal I said. I said that reparations are never going to happen.
No.
This will
Joshua
never
Jones, you can
finish
go
the
back on this.
sentence. Hallelujah.
You're
Okay,
never
no,
going
they're all in their feelings. They don't let out me answer. But in regards of the war on drugs, it has been a failure
One
since
more
the
time.
Nixon
I got you.
administration.
Hallelujah, people. I got you right here. Hallelujah, people. Listen. So my second question actually was going to be, if you got your reparations, do you not think that there's going to be people out there that say they deserve reparations and they didn't get them? And will they ever be satisfied, even those that got it?
Yeah, how many gold chains and spinning rims does one man need?
If that means ending Europe, I'm all for it. If that means the death
so
of
your
Europe,
goal is
I'm
to
all for
end
it.
Europe.
Like you,
It's not
Jones.
reparations,
Like
it's
you.
to end Europe.
Like you, Jones, you want to end
Ding,
Europe
ding,
and then
ding.
control it.
Yeah, but through fucking business trade.
No,
it's
you
competition
want
like we all do.
No, that's bullshit. You said in very clear ways that you will take over Europe by force if it came to it. So let's be acceptable.
Guys,
You
we
would
got
take
there.
Europe
We're
by
there.
force if it came to it.
Motivation unlocked.
So
He said
again,
motivation
in
unlocked.
the question of the war on drugs, you know what? You should be talking to gringos about the failure of the war on drugs.
You should be talking to Mexicans. You should be talking to Mexicans because they're the ones that are
gringos.
pushing.
They're the ones.
You want all this chaos.
They're
Man.
the ones
That's why you want
consuming
all this
it.
chaos.
Gringos
That's
are
why
the
you
ones
want all this
using
chaos.
more drugs than the rest of the world. They're the ones who are
You come off
the offer
seriously
and the
ignorant,
demands.
and you have
So
to
they're
hear
the ones
yourself
who
talk.
are requesting. So the gringos are completely and utterly guilty
the gringos
of the
are
failures
buying
of
their stuff off of you. They're
the
His
buying
whole
gringos
family's moving across the border.
Again, thank you for Richard Nixon for declaring the war on drugs
so much.
and
I don't want to hear
utilizing the
about
United
Richard
Nations to push it forward and amongst into everybody.
I don't want to hear about Richard Nixon.
You should
and
have
neither does anybody
that
else.
conversation with the gringos
Where are
because
the drugs
it's their
coming
failure.
from, sir?
Fuck ups like this fat bastard Viking that you see
coming
right
from,
here.
sir?
He has blood in his hands. He's part of the problem.
Hey, Latino, where are these drugs coming from?
No,
Where are
I have,
the drugs coming from?
I have I got bourbon whiskey. All right. I
Again,
got Irish whiskey in my hands.
The problem with the war on drugs is a problem of U.S. foreign policy for the past 60 years. Blame United States. Don't blame us. We just made ourselves richer by.
You have the cartel, sir. You have the cartel.
Yeah, who's blaming you down there? We don't
So
really care.
you
about
also have cartels in the United States. haven't you talked about the cartels that
doesn't
work
matter.
in conjunction with the cartels in Mexico?
if you
So it
eliminate
doesn't
the
matter. So
cartels,
you're
then
okay
it's
with the
done.
U.S.
If you
citizens who
eliminate
are
the cartels,
criminals and
then
push
it's done.
drugs in your area, but then you turn around as a racist and say, "Oh,
Sir,
the Latin
where is
Americans."
where
Why
is
haven't
your
you
country?
stopped the cartels in the
Why aren't
United
they
States?
stopping the cartels? Why aren't they stopping the cartels?
Who are the people inside the United States who receive the drugs from the cartels?
They are.
in
That's
Latin
what all this
America and
immigration
pushing
thing is.
them?
They're sending all their
No,
cartels to
they're
America.
U.S.-born citizens like
It's
this
free border
people
crossing.
that look like him who are pushing the drugs. People like him who look
Raise
like
them
him
crime rates
are
so we can
pushing
fill
the
those
drugs.
private prisons a little bit more. You know,
okay,
make
what you
better
gonna do
slaves
about
of
the
our
white man
United States
like
citizens, as he
Gringo?
calls them.
Wait, who's
Again,
pushing the drug? Gringos pushing drugs? You're out of your
yeah,
fucking mind.
U.S. citizen people who sell the drugs to other U.S. citizen people, and people like who look like him, white, are also in that business. Why are you chasing the white guy who sells drugs or who is a kingpin?
Have you?
I don't know any.
Have you not
Listen,
seen state
listen. I
conventions
don't
on
know
drug
that. I don't know that any drug has not permeated every boundary of every race, every sex, every gender, every age. They have all permeated all. They are not discriminatory.
Excuses. Why has your country wasted $4.7 trillion in the war on drugs, and you have not been able to stop it?
The only reason is because we stopped our border where we did. Otherwise, we'd walk our ass right down there and take over
For the
the
past 60 years, you haven't
Drugs are like
stopped.
a virus, and they do not care about who you are. They permeate every part of society.
Yeah, and that's a fuck up of the Richard Nixon administration, and it's a fuck up of Republicans. So stop your cartels first before concerning on the ones that we have here in Latin America. Stop your people first.
Sir. We're getting ready to double down on Central America. We're not backing off. We're going
Coming for you,
harder.
bitch.
Yeah, and Central America is gonna flood your country with more drugs. So
Besa
fuck
la
that.
chocha!
At
That's
the
it.
end of the day, it's going to work
That's
out.
the
this way.
failure
We'll
of
end
this
up
shit.
with the money. We'll end up with the power,
Enchilada.
and you
Blah,
guys will be basically working in Mexico because apparently that's where our manufacturing is shifting.
You lost
Listen,
Vietnam.
Mexicano.
You had a hard time in Korea. You lost Afghanistan.
What do you
Your
mean
failures
lost
of
Vietnam? That's one of my posts. I worked Vietnam half the damn time.
You lost Vietnam. The war in Vietnam. You lost Afghanistan.
83.
You did a blunder on Iraq.
Hold up. 83.1% of all textile purchased in the United States manufactured in Vietnam. Who's our bitch? Who is our bitch running the damn sewing machines? What the fuck are you talking
you
about?
elected a president. You guys elected a president who's a protectionist and who's going to kill that off. He wants manufacturing back in the United States.
It doesn't matter who's president. We've been doing this for
whatever.
years. What next?
Whatever. Look,
Mexicano, I have a question.
If you are such a federal agent, well, the rest of the people will tell you you are the problem. You're the corrupt one. You're the enemy.
They will,
Yeah,
and
'cause it's
some of
stupid.
them I actually tend to agree with. Do you think El Piero and I haven't had like conflict back and forth? Yes, me and him have contention over some weird things. So fucking what? You come up here looking for blame. You pick the fight. Now what?
Again, I don't
like
really talk about the whole thing. I'm just using your arguments against you.
I like the cut of your jib, atheists.
Why is it? Why is it?
Fucking Christians and Catholics with a weird habit of touching minors.
All right, hold on.
Christians and the Catholics have a weird habit of touching minors.
All right, I have a serious question.
I'm out.
So
I do have to work tomorrow on the real issues.
So why?
So thank you for having me.
Sir,
everybody have a good night.
Man.
I'm going out. I'm going out. I love
you,
Okay.
Ditto. Ditto, I love you.
Okay,
Gringo.
we'll see you later, man.
Lieutenant Dan, I love you.
I wish I could tell you I love you or I hate you.
Yeah, I'm not going to let you talk if you don't let me talk, sir.
You don't like us, though.
Why is it that the cartels are running around breaking into people's houses with guns? That doesn't happen around
What are you going to do about the cartels of U.S. citizens who have formed cartels? What are you doing about those cartels in the United States of U.S. citizens?
Cartels, and they are the problem. They always have been. They always have been the problem, sir. And if you don't
dealing
agree
with
to that,
cartels the
you're
best we
being
can.
you're being willfully ignorant,
Would you
or
kill your
you're
own
just a chaos theory
citizen?
kind of guy.
Will you persecute your own citizen that is part of a cartel and pushes drugs in your country? Will you push
Would I
that through?
persecute? No. Say your question again. That sounded quite stupid. Go ahead.
No. Will you persecute a U.S. citizen who's part of a cartel inside the United States?
Yeah,
of a
no, it's not
United States
persecution.
base?
It's called you're being
Bullshit.
arrested. You're being arrested. That's
Bullshit.
not persecution. You have to go.
I'm
The
calling
definition of
bullshit.
persecution.
Why
is not
hasn't your
interdiction,
government in
sir.
the last 60 years done or
What
had
does the word
successes in that
persecution mean,
sense?
sir? What does persecution
Yeah,
mean, sir? Yeah, because you like criminals. Criminals get
learn your
persecuted
history
if they're arrested.
first. Learn your history first and where the blame lies,
Go
and
again.
then we can
Learn
have a
our
conversation.
history
We're right
first.
back to where we started. We know nothing about our own history. Fuck
We
off.
gotta learn our history first because you know our history.
Look,
but
a
we
lot
don't
of
know our own
lot of you
history.
gringos don't know shit about your history.
And this is why
There
I
are
always
who
think
know.
about
I'm not
knowing the words
generalizing.
that you're using.
Again,
Because when you don't know how to use those words,
a
it
lot
proves
of
that
you
you're a man of
gringos,
little intellect.
blah,
A
blah,
man's
blah,
intellect
blah,
is
blah,
limited and biased by their
Little,
vocabulary.
little,
So when a man
little.
uses the term
Cut him.
persecute
Cut him.
and
Cut him.
doesn't understand that it means to be followed with hostility, you can prosecute a man without hostility simply because you're holding to the rule of law. But when you
Olé.
start using the term persecution, you're talking about a warring factor, somebody that's in his feelers and wants to get hostile with somebody.
Hey, dumbass, when I said persecution, I meant
La migra, la migra, ándale,
Yeah,
ándale,
but see,
ándale,
when you
la
use it and you
migra.
mean it,
again.
when you
Rapito.
use it,
Again.
when you use it in a specific manner and it's got a specific definition, but you mean something different, that tells me you're a babbler.
Sure.
Yeah.
Persecution is to
Sure.
be innocent.
Back.
You
not
know
to
better
slither.
how I use my own words than I do. Sure.
know-
Great
You
thing
know our
for
history
you.
better
Yeah,
than we do.
yeah, because you
Bravo.
used it in the wrong context.
Fucking
No,
Muppet.
I did not. But anyhow.
Yeah, you did.
Look, gringos, stop being on your feelings and start learning your history.
La
Muppet.
I'm
The
not being
majority
on
of
my
you
I'm
don't know
pointing
shit
out
about
the
your
truth
history.
of your idiocy.
Ándale, la migra.
The idiocy of these gringos who get all up in the feelings and have no
La
way. Look,
migra. I don't want to hear it. La migra.
Oh, fungu. Hey, there's a little Italiano for you.
this
Yeah, let's
shows
get a
that the
little
white gringo
Italian.
are up on all
Can't
the
do my
feelings.
Italian accent.
That's it.
Gringos
Anyhow,
are-
I'm out.
And this shows that the one calling everybody the gringo doesn't know how to stay on topic because he insists on using
Right,
ad
right.
hominems.
As
Bullshit,
gringo,
brother.
as
I'm
gringo,
topic.
a-
You're
as the
one-
resident gringo, I would like to,
Again,
I would like to, I would like to address that
Better
statement.
stop,
The
stop
gringos
smoking
are.
crack.
I'm
because it
gringoli,
affects you with your
I'm
with your
gringoli
mentality.
specific.
Yeah.
Stop
I
smoking
thought you were
crack or
leaving
whatever
like
you're
10 minutes
smoking.
ago.
Yeah, but I stayed for a
The
little bit.
slowest
I'm
rage
about to
quit in
leave
history.
anyhow. No, it's
Slowest
not
rage
rage
quit
quit.
history.
I've already warned.
Rage
I'm
quit.
leaving. It's not rage
Rage
quit.
quit.
But anyhow,
I
and
think
better
that's
stop
Fuego.
smoking crack because it's affecting with your
Fuego.
head. Stop smoking crack
Fuego.
because it's affecting with your head.
Fuego. He
And
just-
hey, fat bastard
That's
Viking,
went
or
off.
fat bastard imitation of Viking, kiddo,
Fuego.
Z
Kiddo.
in here.
Fuego.
kiddo. You're
Barracho,
nothing more than
Fuego.
barracho.
hey, fat bastard imitation of Viking. You're nothing more than a charlatan, just like
Fuego. You're out of here.
you're a
You're outta
fan
here.
of Jordan
You
Peterson.
chop liver. You chop liver.
Learn how to
You've
speak
been
Yeah,
English.
you've
sure.
been
Get the
measured.
Sure, gringo. Sure.
You've been found wanting.
All right. See you
Gringo,
later,
you're a
fake fascist.
barracho.
See you later, comrade.
Barracho.
See you later, neo-Nazi.
Bye, comrade.
A good Nazi is a dead
Bye,
Nazi.
comrade. Put a good word in
A
for
good
with
Nazi
your leader
is a
for me,
dead
will
Nazi.
you?
Barracho, bye-bye.
Arriba.
Fucking
No,
gringos
you
up
can't
in
leave.
their
You
feelings.
can't leave. Got to have the last word, just like my future ex-wife. There it is. Okay.
Way to go, boys. Chase them away.
It's gonna get boring now. That's the sad part. Russ is like, damn it.
You guys like my
No,
Nazi
no,
president?
You can do a.
I need to
pretty
get a
read.
ditzo for my chat. I need to get that. I need to get an actual ditzo that's willing to come up and stand toe to toe. That motherfucker sat up there and stood toe to toe with like 6 other dudes coming at him, and didn't
No,
fucking
well,
back down an inch.
Hey, that guy was talking mad amounts of shit, and you can go over a recap, and somebody will, sit there and probably want to come into the chat here. But again, the questions that I want to, that maybe all of us can talk about a little bit. Number one, reparations would that not make the country bankrupt pretty much more than we already are. Number two is that even if you hand out reparations, aren't some people going to be butthurt that even if they didn't get either any or they didn't get enough? Once they run out of money, they're going to go right back to the same thing, try to play the same game. That's what I think, anyway.
Well,
that's what I was trying to point out. When you start looking at the mechanics behind this scheme of reparations, okay, where were they a slave? When were they a slave? How many generations? Who actually bought and sold them? What ports were they bought and sold through? This and that. Now you've got application of monies going around the world to fulfill certain concepts of where, when, why, and how, but not to who. Again, it's not going to have the remedy people think it's supposed to.
You know what my answer is to
the only true remedy, in my opinion, is each man, one at a time, by themselves, has to learn how to be a man.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, my response to slavery is get good at war, kid. Suck less at war, kid. You don't want to be enslaved, get good at fighting. That's it.
That's the only way not to be enslaved. So you're
Sounds
good at
cool.
fighting.
Yeah.
Ever how you have to get good at fighting. I mean, maybe
you know what, to be honest.
Real quick here, I want to bring in an aspect of what I'm trying to convey is that no matter what you think is going on in your life and how you look at this and how many venues you think you can cover, I'm going to show you a venue that most people don't even think about in situations like this. When it comes to slavery and child slavery in today's modern society through a healthcare system that provides foster care and adoptions. I'm telling you, that system is not what you think it is. It's a perfect network to help embed the public education and do what your motherfucking told, because you ain't got a mommy and daddy around to protect you no more.
Yeah, Resla's
the foster system.
Yes.
The foster system.
Absolutely.
I have experience with this, life experience.
Hey, everybody mute up. Everybody, hold on. Everybody mute their mics. I think Resla's snoring.
Sounds like he is.
Clip it.
Yeah, that'd be him snoring.
You know what though? I have experience with the foster system. I have a foster brother, younger than me. You know what I mean? And I try to look out for him the best I can. I couldn't really teach him very much because I'd step up to the table and I'd be like, "Okay, what's 2 plus 2? He'd be like, "I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know." And how do you get through to a kid like that? So it's really messed up. You know what I mean? Because they're disconnected from their parents so much that they have kind of given up on stuff. But I don't know. Get back to the reparations, and I highly don't believe in that. And there's way too many people that do believe in that pipe dream.
Well, I mean, let's get look at. I don't want to ignore what chat's talking about here. Whites don't want to pay. A bunch of white dudes on a panel talking about reparations, right? Okay, I can accept that argument, except for the fact that when you really get down to it, and I brought this up earlier, right? My family, I'm white. You look at me every way around. I am
shame.
Here's the thing.
Be ashamed.
My parents did not own slaves. My grandparents did not own slaves.
So right, man.
My grandparents' parents came here from Ireland. They also did not have slaves. Slavery was nowhere in my ancestry, yet because I'm white, I am responsible for reparations for something that is not even in my heritage.
Yeah, and that again, that brings up another aspect I'd like to point out again. When you expand beyond those bounds that you're normally used to, my German descent is from the very base of Hitler's willing executioners. My grandparents were immigrants after World War II. So I come from that kind of lineage. So when it comes to reparations, am I supposed to pay? So, and then in that payment, I also went through that slavery type thing like you were just talking about, Dub. That's why I brought it up, the foster care system. I went through foster care for 5 years straight. That's moving every 3, 4, 6 months for 5 years straight because it was just one foster home after another.
I went through 8 foster homes, 1 group home. Yeah, I've been through the system.
So, it comes down inherently, and that's where I get my attitude, folks. Fuck you. You ain't my daddy. I know better. I spent my entire life listening to full-grown adults that were supposed to have that concern and care in the very system that's supposed to provide it for those that don't have it, not giving it, and knowing they were doing nothing but filling their pockets.
Yeah.
Right, but okay, so I'm from the other side of that, the flip side of that coin. I am from the side where we took a kid in, and he was with us till he wanted to move out, and so that was probably a good 11 years. The kid graduated from college, so on and so forth. And I mean, I don't call him, and as often as I should, but I mean, every family has rifts where you just, you have disagreements.
Right. But even that, and that's an excellent point, because I don't want to dismiss those kind of things. I think it would be a great system if more of that happened. But from my firsthand experience being in it, the orphanages and everything, it's all the same thing. You don't know how many times they had to double check on those fucking vaccinations. I've been worried about vaccinations since I was a kid when they only gave you 6.
But what it seems like to me is a case of what I first heard about a year ago. And by that time, and I'm in a good spot now, right? But I was living in a van. And it's the first time I ever heard the word NIMBY, not in my backyard. So a lot of people want to have these programs and, oh, yeah, we're full for it. But then when it comes to their own, hey, you're going to open your door and let somebody live with you, take a foster kid? Oh, no. Oh, no, not me. No, I'm not
I noticed
that. You do.
Yeah, I noticed she got this. Yeah, I noticed she got this nice mansion, and it's just you, your wife, and one little child, and you've got this mansion that's got 18 bedrooms. We'd be glad to fund you for rental for being able to put. Oh no, we can't have them in our. Oh no, we're too afraid. See, America, the land of the free, home of the brave, but everybody else is a coward. Every one of the people is a coward and doesn't want to do it. They like the comfort and convenience of what the government provides for them, and heaven forbid, don't deny it to anybody else, but not in my yard.
I'm telling you right now, and I'm going to stop, and then I'm going to let a bunch of other people get in and say their piece too. But I was living in a van, and the city's rules where I was laying down at, which is, they're pretty well off, I got to say. But the rules for there was, as long as you move your car within a 3-day period, you're fine. You have no idea how much shit I caught, and just ridiculous. Some people, if you mention Trump's name, they'd be like, you're like the devil or something, like crazy bullshit. I mean, I'm not kidding. And I have
all those people
I'm
communists. Those people are called communists, by the way.
Trump derangement syndrome.
You're just in the wrong state.
It's not even true communist. It's a NIMBY. How is that? Well, maybe that is more towards truer communism, I guess. But yeah, because communism, maybe they'd want to push everyone to one spot, but act like they want to, support things like people living in their van. I guess, I don't know. Anyways, I'm gonna mute myself, but hang around and so. Good job, fellas, for chasing off that Latinx.
Dude, we put Resla to sleep again. How dare you?
Yeah, I know, right?
No, I'm here.
You need to go get something to eat, homie.
You're working way too hard, Resla.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to go get something to eat, homie.
Hey, where did you buy it? Where did you get your Ditsu? Was it like an open air, like interlocutor market that you found him? Because I need one for my channel. That dude sat there like, hey, listen, give credit where credit's due. That dude, he
held his ground. He stood. He stood on business.
He knows his ground, but he also is cognizant dissidence ×3. But he did not back down one iota.
No, he didn't.
You got to salute that dude for that.
I'll give him that. He stood on business.
Yep.
I mean, I'd be fine with being wrong. The problem here, at least in this particular case, is literally everybody else on the panel was completely uniform in their historical knowledge. I could at least give a little credence to the claim he was making if we had a little bit of contention. Somebody was like, that's a little bit off. That's a little bit off. But nobody even had any contention on anything any of us were saying about our history.
Yeah.
Yet the one person who's not from here is like, nope, you're wrong about your history.
Well,
Yeah.
and the issue to your point is you have a pie and you have your pie chart, right? And my argument was, Ditsu, what you're saying is a piece of that pie. I would agree. I concede that. However, there's a nuance here, and there's a greater pie that you're just looking at the slice and calling it the whole pie. No, I think there's more to it than that. And he was just like, okay, and here's my evidence of the reason why I'm right about this slice is the whole pie. I'm like, dude, you didn't even listen, bro. I was as charitable as I could be to a communist, and I'm not very charitable. Communist. Anyway, I digress.
And that's true. You're not very charitable.
I'm not a fan of communists.
You're not very charitable.
You know, but there's not too much you can do with certain enemies. Even the Bible says, which I know that's not like the best topic for people to talk about, but it does say it's not like you're going to get along with everyone. It says get along and be peaceful with those who you can, where it's possible. So that means it's implying it's impossible for certain people.
Right.
You know, and that's a fact. That's a fact. You can't get along with everyone.
Well, the proverb is never address a fool in his folly, lest you become a fool yourself, and he think himself wise in his own eyes. We allowed that man to think he was wise in his own eyes instead of just disconnecting. He just would have been monologuing without any interruption, and everyone would have been absolutely unplugged from the conversation.
Yeah, I would have. Yeah, I would. I was playing games.
Like I said, he
got so bad.
Listen, he's done more than what most people I would say. He's still in the business. He tried to bring forth material to hold his position. Like that's more than what most people I would actually say who does. Especially when we had old man who was up here earlier who's provided nothing, and was just talking for the hell of talking. So you know.
I don't think so. I kind of don't agree. I'm like, dude, the guy was regurgitating mainstream media points, and I'm like, dude, I've heard this a billion times for the last 8 years. I've heard the same thing. Gringos and white man's the problem and misogyny, and he's saying the same thing since I jumped on. That's all I heard. But I'm like, bro, I've heard it too many times. Like, stop it. It's over, bro.
And again, I again, if this is just education that's been brought up for something that goes on their side, that's cool as well. But there are different perspectives for people who learn things differently. It was just like this whole, my side is the side that I know, and everybody else's side is wrong, which is like, really?
Well, can we agree that there are certain colleges, university, and even I would say, dare say, high schools out there that actually teach our history unadulterated, unmolested by the ravages of indoctrination, right? So and do a better job of it. No one was saying the points that he was making were without merit. I would just again simply reiterating, he was looking at a sliver of pie and calling it the whole pie, and we were like, nay, sir, nay. At least I was. So
yeah, I was nay too, because like you say, it's just a sliver of the pie. There was many reasons why they went to war with the North, and they all encompassed one major reason: stage right.
And again, to state that his point was saying that in his point of view, and I'm pretty sure it's the same way for a lot of people, but the point of view is saying that slavery was the one big thing. Sure, if that's the way they was taught, that was the main big thing. But a lot of people have looked through a lot of other things, in the Constitution, how other states felt, how the people at that time felt. Again, we mentioned like Lincoln letters. There's a whole lot of stuff, and when that gets dismissed, it's like, there's not much else to say. He pulled forth other states, and again, here's my thing: pulling forth information to help substantiate your point is better than people who just say because I say so, which is what not gonna lie, that's what I typically run across.
Yeah, because
I'd agree with that. My evidence is trust me, bro.
Yeah. So I listen. I give him that, and kudos for him to hold that, to hold out long to substantiate his point for so long. He's got my respect in that.
I wouldn't give that guy any credence, and the reason why is because you'll see that there's a lot of players out there now who actually, that guy, he said directly that he doesn't like Christians or something like that. He still might read the Bible and claim like he has it going on, because there are things called Hebrew Israelites where the blacks, Native Americans, and Mexicans are a part of some 12 tribes chart.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
they
yeah,
don't.
they claim
You know what? There are
Hold
plenty
on,
of people
let
who
me make
there are
a
plenty of
small
people who
point
don't
on it.
like.
Make a small point. So, but they are gonna, but they won't call themselves Christians. So
yeah.
that could have been one of those guys. I wouldn't give them
Oh
any
no,
credence.
no,
They've
no,
been
no. Well, for those who don't,
all
for those who don't know, he has already wholeheartedly said for several times that he is an atheist.
Yeah, he said there's
And
atheists.
if he won't,
Yeah.
and if he, as he's running that point,
Okay, good
there are
point.
plenty of people who do not follow a sect of religion, and if they
And
want to
I don't have a
their
problem
point,
with that.
whatever, yeah.
But it tells me one thing about them, that they probably don't use a good, reasonable, logical thinking process. And
I won't say that, because there's plenty of the times where he's been up here for plenty of the conversations where he's been very logical.
but is it consistent? And that's what I'm talking about. Logic. Logic has a path, one after another. And if you have a path that does this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and keeps going back to a beginning, and then it's not a real logic path. And that's what he's doing. He
logic follows.
consistently goes back to an ad hominem, and that's the foundation of his arguments.
Well,
They
that's
did this, they
why
did
I
that,
say
not getting to the real concept.
Well, that's why I say I don't know really what education system is like over for them. And again, everybody is taught something very differently, which is why my point when I was going back and forth with him was like, you have plenty of people here who are from said nation who have been taught a particular way. Again, he's being taught something in a whole other country, which is why I see his point of view. But I'm like, if you're looking at the general consensus, and it's not really about what you're saying per se, it's how you're saying it. Somehow everybody else's opinion of people who's been taught the same way in some retrospect is wrong. But I respect
hold on.
I respect the fact that he holds his point of view. And
Well, I would hold on.
I bring up points to substantiate it.
Resla, I respect someone that has the courage of their convictions, but when I'm giving a mountain of evidence that says what my belief has a flaw in it, and I just keep doubling and tripling down, it's called cognizant dissonance. It's a Dunning-Kruger effect. It's absolutely, I mean, Dunning-Kruger effect. I mean, this guy
earlier today, I said it to him as well. The fact of the matter is that at least I'm open to the possibility that I could be wrong.
Exactly.
Especially when I'm hearing so many people say the same thing. There's something I might be missing.
A blind spot.
Right.
Yeah. And would you not want to educate yourself and remove that blind spot if you truly are in part of the intelligentsia, or you claim to be some ivory tower erudite, proper thinker? Would you not want to be corrected when you were in error? I would. 100%. Each time, every time, twice on Sundays.
Sure.
But that's the irritant point, though, Resla.
Right.
He keeps doubling, tripling, quadrupling down.
I hear you. My point is that, right, wrong, or indifferent, he did try to hold his point, which is, at least he tried for the most part. Anything else, and again, he's still on business at the end of the day. Whether you're wrong or not, I'm gonna just say that period. He made more of an attempt than I know that most people do.
To me, I don't think that it matters
that much. Whether you want to agree with him or not, he gave more of an attempt to put forth his side than most people that I run across.
What I want to put forth so that people can think about it is, why are the reason that people can even, what does double down mean? That's a game of blackjack where you put something down and you know that you're betting on something to happen, and you cannot triple down and you cannot quadruple down.
When I said double down, when I'm saying double down, in fact, not only that he said something, not only was the quote, if you want to say black, that the odds were not in his favor, he still put down other information to try to sway other people. There are people who just say things out their ass because this is what they've been told or whatever.
Hold on. Goebbels did the same thing. Goebbels did that a lot.
Well, the thing that caught me, and I hope I made a good point of it to everybody else, so they caught it too, is when he was reading that writing from Lincoln's letters, and it clearly stated multiple reasons and causes.
Correct.
And he consistently, the 2 hours, the reason and cause was slavery. Da 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 da. No,
Yeah,
no,
he
no.
hyper focused on slavery.
And so what we ended up with was my correlation. If you don't pay attention to the real problem, which is the commercial aspect, which is the only reason there is slavery. Man doesn't have a slave simply because he wants him to put on his shoes in the morning. He wants a slave because it presents a economic value where he has free or cheap labor, and that's what we're talking about.
Can we be objective right now? He won. We're all still talking about
no. Let's be
he won. He won.
Let's be objective. Let's be objective in that we can only double down once. Anyone who can do more than that is either
well
on every hand is either the super rich or the casino. Meaning, if they can keep doubling down every single time they want to make a point, they'll never lose because there's no one up there to have a backbone to go, no, you're wrong. You know what I mean? So they can keep pushing the agenda because no one's standing up. That I think that's part of what's going on with our last election.
Well, and that's what's going on with right here today. We are talking about whether reparations will create more division than unity. Yet we see here today, again, several times now, we've mentioned all of us have agreed to the same point about our history, and he's the only one denying it.
Yep.
So, it is bringing forth.
We're at a point where we're arguing our history versus the history that he's been told.
Yeah.
Literally, I can say from the clear cut from beginning to end. We're also talking on a standpoint of that we're all from the same country, and he was not, and he's been taught something different.
Very valid.
We're arguing facts versus his feelings.
Well, no, I wouldn't say it's fact. It's just it's different point of views, different perspectives of facts. Well, I'm not going to say that what he said. I'm not going to say that what he said was wrong. Because let's be honest, even when we were very adamant about our point of views, a lot of us were talking from our feelings as well. Now we were speaking from facts, but he also spoke from his own. I'm not going to say he was moving strictly on a basis of feelings.
To be honest, with what I heard, it just has nothing to do with like somebody like him who does seem like he's from out of the country. This isn't a globalist system. This is a nationalist system. Everyone has it. So, for example, if somebody comes to the United States, immigrant, and maybe they came on their own and they have a wife in Mexico, they're coming here, they're working, they're sending money to Mexico. So that's kind of hurting us in a way.
Well, that's not his point of view. He's literally in Costa Rica. He stayed in Costa Rica.
Right.
He's not in the
care
country.
if it all crumbles apart. He doesn't care if it all crumbles apart because he's not really like an American. Maybe Costa Rica is one of those islands that is considered.
Right.
I forget.
But if he is speaking within the education system that has been taught to him in his country, I understand for him to speak on that point of view. My thing was just like the whole, you have other people who are here who are, quote, a part of said nation. Why are we talking as if somehow what we've been told collectively is not true?
So to your point, Resla, to your point is he's going on what he's been told and taught in his schools. We're going on what we've been taught and told in our schools. None of us have been there personally to witness any of this. I pointed out an hour and a half ago about revisionist history, how they're purposely tearing down our statues, rewriting our history left and right, trying to tell. I mean, Wikipedia is a perfect example.
Funny part about what you're saying right now, he said the same thing also earlier.
Yeah. No, I heard him, but it doesn't mean he's right, we're wrong, or we're right and he's wrong. It means that there's nuance, and he refuses to address and respect the nuance. He's the immovable object in this scenario. He's not willing to fucking budge, and it's a weird hill to choose to die on. A really weird hill to choose to die on. It wouldn't be my choice, but hey, life's about choices.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we were going on for a while. I'm not even gonna lie. I backed away, came back, and that's when he was gone. I was like, shit. So
No, you didn't go away for a while. You went to sleep, bro. We heard you.
oh,
snoring.
I was gone.
Yeah, you were eyes rolled back in your head.
I was here. I was listening. I walked away. I came back. I was like, shit.
Nah, we fucking muted up and heard your ass snoring.
We all muted. We all muted. We're gonna clip that
Bullshit.
shit.
Bullshit.
That was like a half hour, dude.
No,
No, we totally did. It was fucking hilarious.
100, brother.
Oh yeah, I was like, I think Resla snoring. Everyone mute their mics. We all stayed silent for like 10 seconds.
Yeah, well, I was out. I've been up for a while. So if it happened, shit, that'll be a first.
With the people tearing down the statues and this and that. So the question runs across my mind is, well, I mean, people have been trying to change the definitions of all kind of stuff, like vaccine. There's one, depression. There's another that happened maybe back in 2022, I think. What's another one? I mean, just several of them. You could sit there. Oh, well, of course, trans used to be a mental illness. Excuse me if that's hurting your channel, but I'll only say it once. But that was a mental illness. And now it's, it's just they're trying to get everyone to accept everything. Well, again, this isn't a globalist thing. I don't understand how it does seem like everything's kind of moving globalist. I don't know how everyone else feels, but it's what it seems like to me.
Do you remember the old Tootsie Pop commercial? Like, how many licks does it take to get to the center of the roll of a Tootsie Pop? And the owl.
Yeah, with the owl.
After three, the owl.
I love that commercial.
How many gold chains and spinning rims on their dubs do black guys need in order to feel satisfied that reparations is complete? Resla, as the token black on your own panel, would you like to answer that question?
No, I'm not.
As an ambassador of the African American or
I am
the
not
American that happened to be black community.
I'm not an ambassador because I've had plenty of people try to turn around and take my black card.
Okay. Can you try to walk a mile in those empathetic shoes?
No, not at all. I don't know what it feels like to ever have to do freedom papers or show my freedom papers. I've never been lynched. I don't feel like none of that stuff. I just don't understand it.
What? No Jesse Smollett in your history?
No Jesse Smollett. I cannot say anywhere in my time where I've said I can't breathe. Like there's this.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I've never done that to anybody else, so why should I owe reparations?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, as another white man on the panel here, I'm not going to say
shame.
I'm not going to say that there are not injustices out there that are done. I'm not saying racism doesn't exist. It does, but
yeah, I ain't saying that either. Yeah.
The whole idea that everybody just today needs to pay dues for every injustice done in history just makes no sense to me today. If it could be made sense to me, I'll concede.
The thing that I see right now, the thing that I see when I hear this argument is that what I tend to run across is just it's really become this eye for an eye, and it's not good enough. Because again, let's just say if reparations were actually given out, right? How is that going to affect people who already been in communities, and then now it's like, well, I get something and you don't. I will state there are plenty of people who are here that maybe come from African communities. Maybe there are people who are here who are from Caribbean lands. Maybe there are people who are here who were descendant of black slave owners, and now they're not the ones who will quote getting that check. Would that also be creating division within quote their communities? I believe
and that's what's wind up happening is you've diluted the beneficiaries as well as you've diluted those who would be responsible for paying those reparations, right?
Furthermore, let me just throw this in there because again, for somebody to be a Hebrew Israelite, black Hebrew Israelite, I don't know if you know who those people are, but they're going to claim every Israelite's black. Okay, so then the problem becomes, was there slavery in the Bible? Yes, there was. So that means if you want to say all Israelites are black, that means blacks had slaves too. So cut the whole thing off. It's done. You know what I mean? If that's what they want to think, then you know they had slaves, and now
have you ever hold on, Dub? Have you ever heard of the Barbary Coast? Have you ever heard of the Barbary Pirates? The Barbary
No,
pirates,
that-
Barbary Coast.
no, that-
Those are Moors. Those are basically, for all intents and purposes, about as black as you can get. Sorry, James. I think you were trying to say something, or you're
Yeah,
leaving.
James is trying to say
But
something.
they had so many Occidentals as slaves, in the conditions that they would row the boats until they were dead. They would just chuck them overboard and put a new dude in their place. Talk about barbaricism to a high level
No,
of slavery. The Moors
Sure.
enslaved more people. The Moors would castrate the black African slaves, so therefore there would be no son to avenge the sins that were done to the father. So now, as a shameful white person, were we
No.
stupid and not following that fucking guideline of saying, would we have to even be dealing with this question? Because I don't know about you, but it doesn't seem like, other than this guy right here on this panel, ain't a whole lot of people going to Muslims and saying, what the fuck, Chuck, you owe reparations. They'll laugh right in your fucking
Right,
face.
no. I know exactly what you're saying and exactly what you're getting at. Those are very great points. However, I would like to throw out there to whoever's watching that there are people out there who maybe they were a plantation owner and they were reading the Bible, and then they're, oh, look what it says over here in the Old Testament. It says after 7 years you should let them loose. And
Jubilee.
What if somebody actually came up to the slave and said, hey, look, it's been 7 years, I'm going to release you, but be cautious. If you go down the street, the neighbors, they might just try to take you and do whatever. Do you want to stay here, or do you want to go take your chances? I don't think that's wise. You know, I think I've treated you pretty well, but everyone wants to take the viewpoint of the movie that they've seen, the book they read, and every single slave owner was horrible. I don't think that's true. I think that's fictitious. It's just a figment of people's imagination.
Well, you do realize, though, that 40% of American slave owners were black, right? The actual first slave owner in America was a black man. Did you know that?
Good statistic. I don't know. I can't verify.
I don't know about that. I'd have to do some research on that one.
Look it up. Let me get Ditso over here. Let me get my pit bull.
You ain't shit.
I don't know the validity of that.
Could it just be the case that this is like basically an argument of, I'm having a difficult time and somebody else should basically make up for it? Does not strike me as like
there. So they could be part of that, but there's also the argument of everybody else who had a difficult time was found their due recompense, and we have not.
Yeah, and I think there's some truth to that, Resla. I think the problem is I think I'm not anti reparations. You know, I think at the time and when you try to right the ship, that's really the time of reparations. And I think the best you got to do is kind of come up with your best effort at that. And I don't know that they didn't do that, but that's really the best you can do is whatever the best effort is to kind of right the ship at that given time. But there's a time after that where it just doesn't work because, like I said, you've diluted the beneficiaries, and also those who are have to pay the price for it are also diluted from people who had nothing to do with the problem to begin with. So the only thing you can do is you right that wrong as best you can. And you teach the further generations that was wrong, so that it don't come back to that. That's the best you can do.
My thing is there was nothing wrong with what happened. It's just a natural occurrence. And if you think otherwise, and with what you're presenting, where do you get your morals from? Because I can go draw it. I'm just saying, I can go draw something from the Bible and be like, "This is the way reasons."
Yeah, we all agree in society today that
I want James to say something, but I want to say something to what you just said, the dub.
I don't think there's any draw about morality that can talk about slavery to say that someone else owes somebody else any kind of reparations at all. But I mean, can we put it that way?
But the form of reparations isn't necessarily compensation, right? I mean, it can be, having to open up schools and businesses and things like that to serve and things like that.
Sure. So
No way. That's
James,
reverse racism. You can't have that.
well, you say that, right? But we've already have other examples of that taking place. You say that we already have examples on the books of that stuff.
That's exactly what affirmative action is.
Correct.
All of
Yeah,
those
you
bills.
can't have
Like,
that.
it's the
Correct.
same thing.
It's racism, just
So
reverse racism.
So I don't.
I'm sorry for something I didn't do. I didn't do anything. I'm sorry. You know, I'm not gonna walk around feeling sorry for the rest of my life because I'm white. That's messed up.
But I'm not opposed to those things for a term, like a duration of time at some point. But it has to expire. Otherwise, it does nothing but creates division.
Right.
Is there? You said something about like feeling guilt about it. Is there an obligation that we're supposed to feel one way or another?
That's
Is
the problem. When you fucking apologize, it never fucking ends.
Yeah. So the only feeling I'm going to have is as the money is being, I guess, garnished from my wages. I don't know how it would take place, but that's how I would assume it. As the money is being garnished out of my wages for
Now
it,
you're the slave.
I'm going to have a feeling, and it ain't going to be a nice one.
You're the slave now. So listen, I don't say things with confidence unless I'm sure about them. I put something in the back chat there, and I also a link, and I also put it down in the share. Let's take a little jaunt in history, and let's find out if generally specific was right. Anthony Johnson, not an Italian man, I mind you, this is the first legal slave owner in American history, was a black tobacco farmer named Anthony Johnson. Huh. Now, if I were to further go and look up here, you can go ahead and unshare that. If I was to further go ahead and look up about the percentage of slavery owners, about 40% were considered to be black. Let me see if I can find that. What percent of American slave owners were black? Okay, I was wrong. 13 points. No. Wait a minute. Black-owned slaves represented a tiny fraction of all slaves. Okay, I was wrong. I am corrected. I'm 1 for 1. I'm 1 for 1, boys. That ain't bad. Thank you for sharing that, Resla.
Yeah, it's an interesting fact. Thanks for sharing.
No problem. So, and furthermore, if slavery is bad, okay, explain to me how. We're familiar with Liberia, right? And the capital of Liberia is Monrovia. Monrovia was under President Monroe. There was a land purchase, 40 acres and a motherfucking mule was purchased in the continent of Africa and Liberia, and it was granted to any freed slaves or offspring of any freed slaves to go over a fully paid vacation over there to Africa for the rest of their lives within months. Now, this is Vice. If you want to look